She's talking about Mercury is in retrograde. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but check this out.
Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the weekend? Praying to the give me something to believe in. Play this for my fam, they gon' say that I need Jesus. Turn up with my demons, it's already too late, baby, by the time you read this. Poured up strong, this tequila got me in my feelings. Your butt in the head, like my name was Beavis. Blowing out the speakers, fuck a noise complaint, middle finger to police. Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the week? Club too crowded, this shit weak.
You hungry?
Make the Uber drive through Mickey D's. 20 piece, please. Back to the crib. She throw it back like TBT. Legally blind on DVD. Then that brain was Ivy League. Come see me. Keegan Michael, she got the key. Trip expensive, love is free. She got the bag off PPP. Wanted sex, call it Sunny D. Not a joke, but it's tongue in cheek. Eggplant emoji next to the peach. Yeah, blah blah blah, you know what I mean. Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the weekend?
Okay, but I still don't know what that means though. Can you break it down for me? Like is the planet like spinning backwards, or like I'm just trying to understand it. Like that's just why you were being weird. It was the planets, or okay, fine.
Hello. Hey guys, it has been so long since I went live that I forgot you have to go in and turn monetization on. You have to enable the auto stop. I forgot to do all that. So give me 1 second. I suck at this. Okay. How's this sound? Because I don't have my mic set up, so I'm just through my earbuds. I hope it's going through my earbuds. Yes. Hey, Okie, Truth Seeker. Allie's in the house. Yes. I was like, let's go live and talk about it. See if anybody else feels this way. I don't know. I just thought it'd be a great time to have an open panel and see what everybody else is thinking. Hey, Grain, how are you, love? Hey, Mama Bear. Yeah, I'm unpacking today. Honestly, this live, I was like, I was telling some girls, like, I could go live and unpack while I'm live, but then, someone would have to help pay attention to the chat. And then I was like, nah, let me just use this as an excuse to not unpack for a few hours. Hey, Mama Bear. Oh, yeah. Hey, Yep. How are you, love? Karma, good to see you. Hey, Avery. Hey, Sweet Crazy. Queen Bella. Happy Saturday, Okie. Hey, Patrish. Haven't seen you in a minute. Hope you're good. Trish Green Eye. Hey, Pamela. Hey, Scott H. You picking up Tracy's nickname for me? Oh, love it. Citizen Sleuth, good to see you. Oh my gosh, I can't believe there's even this many of you in here. Like, I haven't been live in forever. Hey, Lilith King. Hey, Dave. KCG, enjoy the bushes, love. Enjoy them. Hey, little Irish. I know, that's what I was saying. Like, screw the unpacking. Let's just go live and chit chat. Thank you, Shy One. I was like, is anybody gonna tell me how's this sound? All right. Oh, I'm talking about my house. I'm not even talking about from vacay. I got that unpacked pretty easy because I didn't take a lot with us, but we officially moved the last of our old stuff into the new house the night before we left for vacation. So my house is just covered in boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes. But we're going to demo the entire inside of this house. We're completely gutting and remodeling the entire inside but we're going to do it in phases. So I've got to be strategic with my organization. So I think it makes it a little bit harder than just like typical unpacking. That's just me whining about things. But how's everybody been? I mean, I've seen some of you guys in chats, but I've been staying out of most chats lately. But how the hell is everyone? Hey, Nature Rocks. It is out of control, Karma. And I feel like I'm not even a good judge of it being out of control because I'm not watching 99.9% of it. But just listening to others talk about how out of control it is, seeing, I peek around in Johnson's Discord from time to time, seeing some of the clips the girls in there share, talk to Allie and MJ and Chasing and Gavel and them and hearing how like crazy it's gotten. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Hey, mother. I almost said mama of two boys. Mother of two boys. Hey, Earth. Good to see ya. Mrs. You, cutie pie. Malicious. How are you, doll? I listened to your stream on replay this morning. You had me cracking up. Yeah, unpacking is just not where it's at. Not where it's at all. Hey, Remy. All right, let me drop a link. I almost hit present. But I just want to know, okay, so let's just start out by like, what do you guys think? What is your honest opinion? Yeah, on Decipher. I saw it with Nonsense shared it out. What is your honest opinion of what's going on? And if you guys want, I can do polls because I know sometimes you guys like to do anonymous polls, and I love that too. So I'm down for it. Perfect. Hey, Irish Jessie, good to see ya. Yeah, I want your honest opinion, Yep. You think does that mean a dumpster fire or trash? I made I can't pull it up because I'm on my Mac. I made a emoji last night for Jones's. I wonder if it's in here. No, it's not in here. I'd have to add it. Like, should I get my high horse out for this? Let me see. I gotta send it to my computer. Oh, Kathy Four, I missed you too. I missed everybody, really. It is different being in chats. I try to tag everyone. It's hard, and especially because I'm on my phone doing it. But hang on, I'm sending this to myself real quick. But it is different seeing y'all in chats and chit chatting with you guys there than it is, on your own platform. Why is this not sending? It's way different. Way different. All I care about is, yeah, I know. I know. Your honest opinion, Allie, is poor Sebastian. I asked Jones on that last night. I'm like, is there anybody else or is there anybody that is still just kind of like, Grey Gang, keep it neutral, want to see what, this side is presenting or that side, and she's like, there's only like a handful. Very, very small handful. I think she named 3. And that was it. That was it. Sorry. I should have had all this done beforehand. But yeah, like I said, I'm out of touch. I'm just not into true crime anymore because it's so messy and nasty. But is that true crime or is that crama, mother of two boys? Because there is a difference. There's a very distinct difference between true crime and crama. And I like how Joneson called it the bottom of crama because I do think that based on what, her and others have said, there is a bottom of crama now. And kind of like the bottom of YouTube. Now you get to be the bottom of crama. Hey, Rockabit. Good to see you. And Irish Jessie. You're so bored fixing to snap. No power. Oh, all the prayers out to everybody that was affected by Helene. We had to leave our vacation early because of Helene, however you say her name. And thankfully we made it. Like we stayed just above all the storm, traveling all the way up. So that was good. But sending lots and lots of prayers. Lots and lots of prayers. They've been Are they on fire? I hear Sheffy, or people they're just burning them down now. I just feel like some people are throwing some of, we joke a lot about like being the morality police and who says you get to decide this or that, but I just feel like a lot of people have tossed their own morals aside. And for what? For why? What's the purpose? Polls are always interesting. Okay, I gotta pull up YouTube to do that. But let me start with this. To your channel. There we are. Okay, got it. I love polls too. I like it because people can just say what they feel anonymously. I feel like a lot of people are afraid to say how they really feel. And I've been in that camp too. I have been in that camp a lot. Um, I'm over it. I'm over that completely. I think everyone has lost their minds and are enjoying the clicks and views and cash apps. Karma, I agree with you. I think everyone is. I think they absolutely are, Karma. hmm I think they have absolutely found a way to facilitate something for themselves and they're capitalizing on it. Hey, Cammy, good to see you. I think Jonesy had a headache this morning. I don't know what happened, but hey, Bendy. Yeah. I asked this question on Twitter. Let me pull it up real quick because I wanted to see what the real true crime community thinks of this case. Now, some of the people that answered under it aren't necessarily that, but I got a lot of really great emails, y'all, and I want to compose them into like a summary because I told them, like, hey, I'm not gonna put your what you said out there on blast, but I just want to get a feel for what the true crime community thinks about this. So the question I put out is real true crime content creators, I have a question for you. What are your thoughts and feelings on what has become of the coverage in the Sebastian Rogers case? If you prefer to tell me privately or anonymously, feel free to email me or DM me. Some of the comments under there's a few. Sleepy said, it's such a clusterfuck, I avoid it at all costs. I guess I could share this with you guys. I don't know why I'm not doing that. Anytime I click on coverage of him, it's all drama. Because of that, I basically know nothing about the case. And that one breaks my heart because I feel like there are a lot of people who know nothing about the case. One, people that are covering it know nothing about the case. And two, those that want to know, like, they don't know where to start. They go in, type his name in YouTube, and they pull up so much. It's hard. Um, I don't know who all these people. What do you mean by coverage? Grifter coverage by nobodies with a camera, mic, or basic fact-based news reports. I read the latter, and it just seems to me, Ellie, you have a lot of work to do. And the more the former interferes, the harder their work is. Yes, a shit show starring the tragedy bums. Mind of Monsters. We love Mind of Monsters. She says, my honest feelings are that most people should be ashamed from drama to grifting, sitting in parking lots with searching clickbait and titles, fighting, dragging the family through the mud, a battle for clicks and views when end to end Sebastian got lost in the story. Says, I am no one but a viewer. I wish people would cover several cases, not just one. We have so many missing people in the US. That's so true. I'm not a true crime creator, but I consume content all day while I work. I'm grossed out about the hate directed. Where is the humanity? Yes, Dottie, I agree 1,000%. The hate. I was telling Jones, and I'm like, it's like freaking hate week over or on YouTube surrounding this case. Freaking hate week. In my opinion, the humanity has been exchanged for cash, attention, and growth of channel. Mm. Nora says, I mean, all true crime content is exploitation, even the mainstream stuff. That's true. Truth and Justice, we love her too. She says it's trashy. They're not real true crime, in my opinion. They're not even talking about Sebastian. They are either digging Seth or dragging Seth or Chris and Katie. And it's flat wrong. No matter how one feels, you don't use your public platform to do this. Everyone needs to stop. And then don't pretend to be a victim. I agree. I agree. But I got like some of the answers were, from some true crime creators that you guys have known and love, or like, watching how some of the creators have handled and covered this case have me second guessing how I cover my own content. I thought, well, that's pretty cool. But not that they had, to see this train wreck to think that, but at least there's like a little positive that we can garner from it, right? His whole life has been exposed and he had no say in it. Yeah. Yep. He went missing in February, and he's been missing over and over again online. I don't know. See, here's my thoughts on this, Cammie. It's good to see you, by the way. Um, we're entering a new era too. Like, I remember there's so many cases where parents who are guilty, or people who think they're guilty, or have some involvement, they've gone on camera with the news in the past, and then they ended up having no involvement whatsoever. And everyone's like, oh my God, look at their body language. Well, now we're entering an era where they're actively involved in the online social media feeding frenzy. And so we're seeing a completely different side than we have in years past. So I don't know what to expect from a parent when it comes to something like that. Allie says it's not true crime. True crime. Hey, perfectly. Scraping the bottom. In my opinion, Grizzly is. Yeah, yep, I would agree. But it's using a true crime case, a missing kid, for content and for going at people you don't like, but not true. Okay, let me start that because I'm going to ask that because Allie and I have talked about this, and I do think that's happening. I do. Pearls girl, good to see ya. We always strive for a new bottom, right? It's like, scrape the bottle or bottom of the barrel. There's a new bottom right there. Good to see you, Bendy. I honestly think we're seeing people's true colors at this point. I agree. They're showing us what they're about. Good to see you, Nene. Here's what you do. Go into any chat and say, who's Sebastian? And wait to either hear what the chat says or the creator. 90% is about the drama. Ooh, that's an interesting experiment. We troll investigates. With the exception of Allie and MJ, I've been obsessed with live vintage jewelry sale channels. That's cool. I have to say, I truly appreciate every single creator that is respectful and keeps to the facts. Can you tell me who those creators are, Cammie? Respectful is the one I'm struggling with. Every single creator that is respectful, that's the one I'm struggling with and keeps to the facts. It is a show of creators acting like victims that take center stage instead of Sebastian. Well, Nene, we will say a prayer for you while you do that. That is so hard. Hey, Mom, we were just talking about you. Oh, good. Enjoy the boba. And then I'll see you up here. I'm tired of being afraid of where I can go, what I can speak out about. And I'm like, well, don't. Yeah, don't. But I get it because, like, I made a offhanded comment in a chat that had nothing to do with anyone, and another creator got all up in arms about it. And so it's kind of like, now I'm not going to be typing in mini chats at all. Like, what the hell? Hey, Pearl. She says, people are too deep in their trenches to take a step back and consider what they've become. It feels like if Sebastian were being found, looked after by a stranger, the sides would continue their war. Yeah. I agree completely. I think that it's not even about Sebastian at this point. I'm sorry. Anybody else feel this way? Unfortunately, I think creators are using Sebastian to facilitate their own beefs, their own back and forths, and their own personal dramas, and to facilitate a sort of reality TV show with active engagement between the chat and them, and add all the money and stuff on top of it. And I feel like Sebastian is long gone from that. Holy crap, I'll send him then, it's fine. Let's see. Hey, Sasha, thank you. 12 months. So glad you've been here. So glad you've been here. I've had to unsub from a few people who turned out to be completely different people than I thought. Oh, just a girl. I think a lot of people have done that. I think that because the bottom of YouTube is social media has ruined the opportunity for real true crime creators to come out and state the facts. I think they're out there, they just don't get as much attention as the drama because, people think about it. People, if you have the History Channel or the Bravo channel, people are tuning into the Bravo channel, unfortunately. I don't feel most of what is going on in these streets have anything. That's what I'm saying, Cami. Exactly. I don't think it has anything to do with him. It's just got his name attached to it. And that is literally the definition of exploitation. Hey, Jim. Good to see ya. Hey, Sloopy. How you doing, love? It's a money maker. Oh, yeah. Yep. 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 Um, yeah, you're allowed in here. Um, my mods, they rarely kick people out. Uh, I don't know if I would call myself a real true crime creator, but my opinion is that Sebastian has been lost in his own case. And I stick to the facts, but I do give my opinion. And that's the thing. Like, I hear a lot of, or I've had people say to me before, like, oh, well, I've heard you give your opinion. Why do you shoot others down for theirs? I don't shoot others down. Like, we're all entitled to our own opinions on things. Um, and some of my friends and acquaintances, I have acquaintances on YouTube that, they feel completely different about this case than I do, and that's okay to do. It's absolutely okay to feel different about the case. Um, but there's something else, right? There's an opinion and then there's an accusation. There is, stating something as a fact, basically lying, and then there's all this manipulation going on. I feel like there's a ton of manipulation going on. I think the tide turned with public opinion with Susan Smith. So many were heartbroken for her. Now the parents are always side-eyed, even with no proof. Yeah. Yep. Well, and then statistics, that a child or a missing person or a murdered person, things like that, it typically starts within. There's very rarely stranger things happening. Very rarely is there, stranger murder, like, the people, and you start with the family. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. So I get, yes, of course, with statistics, that is what it happens typically, but that doesn't mean it's what happens always. But people get stuck on that. Exploitation of true crime is inherent. I feel like there are ethical questions at every turn. It's part of the reason we need to strive to be better in our coverage. Hey, Jules, good to see you. I don't care what's happening to you right now. How pathetic and bored do you have to be to clone? Who's cloning people? Did I miss something? I'm trying to get down to the bottom. Yes, but they all get attacked. I've heard a lot of people on our quote unquote side. Guys want to talk about sides? The side thing's pissing me off. But I've heard a lot of people talking about Seth as well. And they have been for quite some time, and it's turned me off for quite some time. Oh, so 98% of you agree. You think it's out of control. Absolutely out of control. But what is the corrective course? Any ideas? It's not at all. And even if it comes out that none of the parents had anything to do with it, they're still going to justify the choices they made in covering this. That's the thing, Gary. You're right. Absolutely. Yeah, people do that. I was watching has anybody watched the, documentary on Netflix, the McMahon documentary, from the wrestling era? I don't know, it's actually pretty interesting. I love documentaries, I'm a documentary nut, and, some guy on there said something that I was like, "Oh, that applies to what's going on here," and he said, "Who's to blame? The guy who does the shitty thing, or the people that continue to support the guy who does the shitty thing?" And I was like, "Oh, yep, there it is. There it is." Gerda, 7 months. Thank you for staying a member, love. To me, some people are somehow profiting to keep the spotlight up. See, I don't know. I don't think it has anything to do to keep the spotlight off of him, more so as to continue to facilitate their own personal gain. Mhm. Hey, Adrian, good to see you. I've been passively aggressively going into drama streams whose titles say it's about this case and saying things like, "Did I miss the part where we discussed the case?" Unfortunately, I don't know how much of this actually constitutes interfering with an investigation. You'll hear a lot of creators screaming that, but that's driving a narrative because what it does is get you subscribers riled up. If I can pull up and review Ready and scream, "You're interfering with an active investigation, you need charged," I'm tugging it somewhere in your heartstrings and you're going to be fired up as well, and it just roused the whole situation up. But I don't know that anything has reached the level of actual interference yet. There might be some things, but the day to day stuff, I don't think so. I refuse to consider the opinions of creators that can't manage their own lives, judging other people. Tiny Dancer, great point. The weirdest part about this is that these people started believing that they are part or important to the case somehow. Right. And that one bugs me the most, just thinking that, like, I love him and I know what he would do. You don't know we don't know Sebastian. We don't. We can feel empathetic towards the situation and for his parents. Maybe, those people that do have personal relationships with the parents might have feelings towards them, but you can't towards Sebastian. We don't know him. Drama sells. Yep, it does. It surely does. It's crazy. And then I'll see, like, Carrie did a really great stream the other night about the Oklahoma moms, and you didn't have near the amount of people in there that you should have, and that breaks my heart. I've seen it with Allie too. But it is what it is. And I know they could just as easily turn to what I call them tragedy parasites. Carrie and Allie and several others, but just them as an example, could just as easily turn to what these other creators are doing and start dragging parents for filth and facilitating the drama and acting like they're doing something noble or courageous and get just as many numbers, but sticking to the facts, no, not as many are interested. Not at all. Oh, let's see. It's all about picking a team. Yeah, and then they say that it's not about teams, or they'll rail that like, we shouldn't be on teams, there shouldn't be sides. There shouldn't, but people are making it that way. They are drawing a line in the sand and saying, this side or that side. Well, that is a heavy accusation. Thank you. Next, like, what has she done? What has she done that makes you think that? It's not uncommon for teens to walk away and accidents happen. There's also what happened when Sebastian was on the internet and who we met. I agree. There's so many possibilities that have nothing to do with the parents. Nothing at all. Titanium. Yeah. Hey, mom of a gladiator. Enjoy the bushes. Good to see ya. There's no corrective course. The people doing it will continue to do it, and there will always be people who want you to watch a train wreck. Right. And then are we any better? Am I a hypocrite right now for having this conversation? And be honest, is this a hypocritical thing? Having this conversation about what others are doing, you just feel like you're spiraling, you know? Yes, you guys sub up to Yup. She has some great stuff. There shouldn't be a team to pick at all. Or the only team you should pick is Team Sebastian, if you must. I would rather apologize for being wrong about thinking someone is innocent than apologize for thinking someone who's innocent is guilty. It's like Blackstone's theory, right? Rather 10 innocent people or 10 guilty people go free than one innocent person spend one day in prison. The accusations, like just flat out accusing parents of shit, is blowing my mind. It's just blowing my mind. Not really following the developments in Sebastian's case, you can't avoid hearing clips. That's kind of where I am of stuff if you're in this sector. However, where's she at? Discovering I was on the periphery of blatant lies and exploitation, and the Summer Wells case has changed everything for me. I have no trust in people's sincerity in these cases. I am Illuminati. Just ask Cash. He's trolling me everywhere. You're right, Truth. We are programmed to make a choice for the most part, but I don't know, I just thought people would have more critical thinking skills, especially like what is there to choose? There's no information. Why would we pick a side? We have nothing to go off of to be able to pick a side or determine a side. They are enduring their worst nightmare. Maybe I'm being pessimistic today, but I feel like there's really nothing we can do other than stop watching. Hey, create the bestest. Subs want what they want, unfortunately, and that's drama. And that's the thing. That's what I said. Is this either hypocritical? They want. People want what they want. We could throw up a live and talk about Betty and Tony and Clue and all of them into it, and have thousands of people in here watching and cheering it on. And if that's what people want, that's what they want. You're not going to get away from it. Hey, Melissa Jade. Uh, Sorry, I'm just trying to read this and see. I'm missing part of the conversation. The investigation is happening in the real world with real life law enforcement, not on YouTube with a bunch of wannabes, right? And I have heard like this thing too of like, don't do this or don't do that because it takes people away from Sebastian's case. No, when things are handled criminally surrounding the case, it starts new like if someone were to, like what's happening with Betty and Chris and Katie, now they're started out as civil, not criminal. But if someone were to go there and do something criminal to them, it's a completely separate case. It would have new detectives, new officers, things like that. But the sentiment still is the same. I like the sentiment of saying you're taking people away from Sebastian, but what you're really doing is you're just taking focus away from Sebastian, unfortunately. It is creepy as fuck. Absolutely. Hey, Spudler. Hey, Allie, you want to shut your camera off or do you want people to see that? You're muted. I don't know if you can hear. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear us? You're showing us your beautiful water view. Oh, there she is. We didn't even have the internet in our teen years, and while close with parents, they didn't know everything going on. Yeah. Who you roasting, MK? Let me know which creators you're roasting. I'm gonna message Allie and tell her we can't hear her. Spudler, hope you're well. Oh, she can't hear us either, she said. All right. These channels attacking and degrading either parent for hours every day while they endure their worst nightmare. Like, why? like, I've been against it. I hate it when I hear, Brittany J. She likes to say I've never attacked the parents. Yes, you have, girl. We've played it here on this channel. I've heard Justin go at the parents. I've heard Betty, of course, go at the parent at Chris and Katie specifically. Why would I then change and say that it's a no? It doesn't bug me to hear others go at Seth. Like, of course, that's upsetting and disappointing. Like, I don't like it being done to one. Why would I like it being done to the other? It makes no sense. Can you hear me now? I'm so far behind. I'm trying to catch up, guys. Oh, see, this is what she gets for being out at the beach or out of the water. I'm trying to just skim down to the bottom. Y'all are chatty, chatty, chatty. Yes, that's what it is. How many think that a lot of this is just a personal creator's beef right now? Wait,
I can hear you. Yay!
Yay! I was there.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what the heck happened there. I couldn't hear anything.
That's all right. At least we can hear you now. Tobin, I think a lot of people are. That's why I took a big break. I don't think I've been live in 3 weeks. And not only taking a break from going live myself, I don't even listen to most of it at all. I'm with Pearl. What Pearl said earlier, like, you can't help but catch the clips, or like, you girls will tell me stuff, but
Yeah.
I don't even want to listen to it.
Well, you know what? You're probably much happier that way, honestly. But I was thinking, because you had said, if people want the drama, they want it. But here's the thing: some of these channels, they call themselves true crime, and they go on every night and they get people like, older women who just care about Sebastian. They think that we're joining Sebastian's army to get on every night and just talk drama and gossip. But, some are kind of disguised as, we're doing the noble thing here. We're true crime. We're just going over interviews and we just care about Sebastian. You know what I mean? And I think that it causes, like, other people, maybe people who are new to YouTube, or for some reason Sebastian has touched their heart, to go into these channels, and they're like the perfect victims to be exploited, because they'll be pulling out their wallets. Even on, a lot of them probably don't have much money. They're on Social Security or fixed incomes, because I've noticed, like, there's a lot of older women who fall victim to some of this. Yeah.
Yep. And we hear about it afterwards. We hear about, like, oh, I believed them. I bought into what they were saying, and I never thought that that would happen to me. And then,
Yep,
come to find out, of
exactly.
course it does.
Yep. I don't know, Deets. I'm so glad you're live about it, though, because it's become such a mess. Like, it's so sad. I'm just so sad for Sebastian. I can't get over how low things, like, people are going at each other and stuff, all kind of in the name of a missing child. I don't know. It's just a mess.
Yeah, and I feel like people they're doing that off of his back. I don't remember if it was you or Melissa that said it in the chat earlier, that, like, it's personal beefs, but it's on the back of Sebastian, because it's at the base of it. And I know people don't like it when I say, like, one of my biggest pet peeves is all these channels saying, I'm not true crime, but we're not true crime, but we're not true crime. Okay, but you're talking about a true crime case day in and day out for multiple hours a day. And that's not me shaming the multiple hours thing. I go live for long periods too. But if you're talking about a case for extended periods of that, you are in the true crime sector. I don't know what part of it you're in, but you're in it because you're talking about a case at the core.
Yeah. And did you notice in the chat, there were people who, in your chat just now, that are like, yeah, true crime has gotten crazy. Like, I'm done with true crime. And it's like, they get mushed together regardless. People are done with true crime because of this, even though true crime honestly consists of facts, evidence, spreadsheets, police interviews, trials, like, you know what I mean? That kind of stuff. Maps. Not like this drama back and forth.
Okay, but bringing that up, I want to talk about I don't know if Melissa's free to hop up here. I mentioned it to you girls this morning, and I like body moving what maybe you don't want to be put on the spot, so you don't have to answer this if you don't think
No,
so.
that's okay.
What do you think about her Google Doc that she put out with packed full of information, but she also included the family's addresses and jobs and extended family? Like, what do you think of that? Because I have a thought on it, but I'm curious what you think.
Okay,
Love
well, my thoughts are evolving because, like, so they're always
it. She's like, nope, I'm not gonna answer. I don't want anybody to know what I think. She probably just muted herself. She'll be back. Oh, that was too funny. Like,
and maybe we should
oh
be.
wait, hey, you kicked yourself for like as soon as you started talking, and I was like,
Oh
oh,
no.
let me just. I had made a big joke about you muting yourself to get out of answering.
No. So, okay. I haven't seen the spreadsheet, just full disclosure, and I don't
Yeah,
know this person, but I know that they are like in the don't F with cats and that kind of stuff. So been in true crime for
right,
a long time. I think
right.
that that's what happens in true crime. Unfortunately, there is, when something takes place at a certain residence, you're looking at maps, like Google Maps, like, how you can do the street view.
Mhm.
People are doing that, checking how long it takes to get from this place to that place. But my
Yep.
thoughts are evolving because, I can see how that can be a little too intrusive, and I'm kind of changing my opinion on it. I think it's normal and it's part of true crime. Now, do I think maybe we should take some extra,
Yeah.
like, precaution to avoid doing that stuff? Yeah, I think that we should. But, I don't think that she did anything wrong because it's really what you
She's
see
not
in
new.
true crime.
She's not new to YouTube. She's been around for a while. Like, I know she's been here at least over a year. 'Cause I met her over in Melissa's last year.
Yeah.
Um,
What do you think?
well, it might be almost okay. So what I think is that's how true crime operates, and Body does come from Facebook initially, and web sleuths and true crime groups like that, where that's what you do. When I back when I made videos about cases and stuff, like that's the first thing when a new case pops up that you do is you go and gather all the information that you absolutely can, and
Yeah.
compile it, store it, because you never know, like how it might help you in covering the case. But we have a responsibility, I believe, and I don't think it's fair to put some of that stuff out there publicly. I don't think it's wrong for her to gather it for her own information because it is true crime. It is a part of doing that. I know Sleuthy gets shit for this for her documents that she does. Sometimes there's information on there. And the only reason I would say that it's wrong is because this sector is so fucking messy and
Yeah.
chaotic and crazy. And what they do with that is turn it into something ugly. I don't think the person creating the thing intends for it to be something ugly, but there are so many people here that turn it into something ugly.
Yeah.
Use it for their own nefarious things.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we should just take it and move forward and do better because, like, for instance, the Madeline Soto stuff that's all coming out, you know, all of these
Mhm.
people's names and stuff haven't been redacted. They're going to be witnesses at the trial. Where is the line for that? Because there's been times where I've been reviewing interviews and I'm like, ooh, like I don't want to put their last name out, and I'll try to mute it or it'll come out
Yep.
accidentally. And it'll come out at trial. But, it just makes me think
Mhm.
these poor people, they didn't ask to be part of this. And, I can't imagine what they're going through already. And then if they have like an internet mob coming after them, that can be life. It can destroy your life or at least make you feel like it is.
So
So,
not only do they have their worst possible moment, we're meeting them at their worst possible moment in their life, what probably is their worst possible moment anyway,
yeah.
and this huge tragedy in their life, but now they also have to deal with and contend with this stuff. And I asked Jones in this last night on her panel or her channel, um, have you ever tried to explain YouTube, specifically this sector, to someone who's not on YouTube, who's not a part of this at all?
Oh, yes.
It's
And
so hard and embarrassing to
it
do.
is so
To
embarrassing. And they don't
so
understand at
embarrassing.
all. They just,
Mhm.
and I know
Because it's
from,
impossible to explain, like,
Yeah,
It's
it is.
impossible.
And think about explaining it to like law enforcement or something, because I've had, I've known
Yes.
people that have had to go to, it's so difficult. They just, ugh, they
Mhm.
don't get it.
And so we were talking about it because she was going over the Betty getting arrested footage, and could you imagine, like, what those cops walked into hearing all of this YouTube drama? They have no clue what's going on, so they're just trying to figure it out on the fly. Now
Yeah.
imagine being the parent of a missing child who's gone through a messy divorce, and you're all flung into this. Like, I wouldn't even know what hit me. I wouldn't even know what hit me in all those
Yeah.
scenarios. I wouldn't.
And
And so it's
Deets,
heartbreaking.
I mean, this has gone so far where people are, their court documents and all kinds of stuff is out there floating around
Mhm,
at this point. And, oh,
mhm.
people are just interpreting things to however they see it, but we weren't there, so we don't even know how a lot of these things go down. And also, when we talk about what people have
Yes.
written, how do you know if it's true? Like, you have to wait for the court process to play out. It's not just what's accused in
How
court
many
documents.
times, Allie, I don't know how many times I have done this, so I'm sure you've done it too, where we have thought one thing about a case and then it goes to trial and we find out,
Oh,
one,
yeah.
so much more than we ever even knew. And then we find out some of the things that we thought we knew were completely wrong and didn't even matter to the case at all, were never brought up during the trial. And
Yes.
so nitpicking on some of this stuff is out of control. Hey, Nicole B's here. 10 popsicles for Nicole B.
I wish that
Um,
people understood that, because, like, I have been so dead set. I've got that gut feeling. I know for sure I'm just right about this person and they're guilty, they're
mhm.
involved, and been dead wrong. We can
Yeah.
think we know, but we just don't. We have to wait for evidence.
I remember I was going over Oakley Snow's case, and when the probable cause, like before the probable cause affidavit came out, everybody was complaining, like, why isn't law enforcement doing more? Why aren't they doing more? Because it did seem like they hadn't done any press conferences, they hadn't done hadn't given any updates. Even the family members were like, we're starting to feel like they're not doing anything. Well, then the probable cause affidavit came out, and I read through it live, and like daily they were chasing it down daily. They were on top of it. So much information was in that as to what law enforcement was doing behind the scenes. It was a real
Yeah.
big eye opener that they're doing so much. Just because we
Oh,
don't
yeah.
see it, they're protecting the integrity of the investigation. And we have to remember that there's going to be a lot of that going on.
Remember with like Chief Hadley even, and
Mhm.
with Quentin Simon and people protesting, the cops aren't doing anything. They were
Yeah,
doing a lot. You don't know what they're
so
doing,
much.
and we don't know what they're doing with this case, and we don't know what the parents are doing that we're not seeing.
Yeah.
That just annoys me when people are like, they're not searching. How do you know? How do
Mhm.
you know?
Exactly. Exactly. We don't know. We don't know at all. But I have a suspicion that they're doing a lot more than we think. A lot more than
Yep,
we think.
I agree with you.
Trevor, you got to send me that link. I didn't know that you were on Court TV with Gray, and I didn't see that at all. So,
Deets, I have a big problem with that.
okay.
I don't
I don't
like,
like it either.
yeah, YouTubers started doing it almost immediately, and it's like, you are jeopardizing their safety. That is so wrong. Well, how
Mhm.
would these YouTubers feel if we pull up their house and go through their
Mhm.
layouts and go through everything, the way they're digging into their life, their divorces, any kind of court paperwork? People would be furious. How is it any
They
different? I
would.
don't think it's right. Oh, Melissa.
Melissa, what you doing? Now
Hi.
we just need gavel. Hey, girl. Yeah, I think that, and it's crazy to see that there are so many people who lose their ever-loving mind when people mention public things about them, but they have no problem digging through everybody else's shit. They have no problem putting other people's shit out there.
Yep.
Blows my mind.
I've
Blows my
seen that
mind.
many times. I really have. And you got to think, like, I get it, because we are not involved in a crime and they are, so I can see how it's slightly different, but
Mhm.
still, I think that even, I need to think about this. If I'm willing to go through this about someone else or put this out there, how would I feel if someone did it to me? I mean, that's just something
Right.
I'm going to try to take. There's so many lessons to be learned in this whole situation. Oh my gosh.
Well,
There
also, I
are.
think, a factor in it is that, like, professionalism has gone completely out the window. And not saying, hey, we're YouTubers, so we're necessarily held at that same professional level, but like, I feel like there's been a line that's been crossed, and it's so sloppy and it's so nasty. And so this idea that, well, hey, like, I expect that level of privacy, I expect that level of respect, when none of it's being shown to the families, I don't agree with that.
I agree.
I
And it blows my mind.
Even I have like noticed in my coverage of Maddie's case, like I've been less respectful than I usually am because it's so infuriating and I can't help but
It
sit there and
is.
just like when he
Oh,
was getting arrested and
about
we were watching
that
the video of him being arrested. I was watching that with my chat and I was like, all I can think is I just want to like push him over because his hands were behind his back and like, that is probably not appropriate at all. But
Oh,
yeah.
but it would feel so good after knowing what he did to her because it's so infuriating.
Ugh.
So infuriating. But the difference between that and this is with that, we know some things. We know, a little bit of what has gone on, what the police have found, what they have exposed to be able
Yeah.
to form our opinion. We're not just like blindly forming it off of nothing.
Well, and that's the
Nothing at
thing
all.
with, like, Sebastian's disappearance. It's a missing person's case, right? A missing child's case right now. But
Right.
when you separate everything else from the actual facts as we know it, ask yourself, like, what's the fact? It's very, very minimal. It's very, very little. And so everything else is being taken from online appearances, things that are being said, speculation. Like, it's the ratio from facts to fluff it's such a there's such a huge difference. There's such a huge margin.
Oh yeah.
Mhm. Mhm. See, I don't necessarily have a problem, Kim, with going back over, old lives. Um, I'm guessing you mean. Oh wait, I read that wrong. I thought you meant going back over like the old live streams. Going back into the lives prior, old relationships and divorces. It can be harming. I get what you're saying. I totally read that wrong. Sorry, Kim. Um,
But I will say, replaying the same interviews over and over and over again because you just want to keep talking about the case, obviously, and there's nothing else. There are channels who are doing that. Now I haven't seen it for myself, and so I won't say who, but I have been told that some channels are going over these interviews like for the third, fourth, fifth, sixth time, just pointing out different things, and you know what I mean. And it's like, like I don't know,
which
it's so
I know a
frustrating.
lot of. I know. Sorry, I don't take this the wrong way, Mystic, but I know you tend to get on some people's nerves. But here she wrote, I was really surprised last night that Nana Dragonfly and Brittany finally heard that the search dogs had a hit at the retention pond. They were unaware about the facts, and I have tried. I'm guessing she meant to tell them. Um, so I know for a fact Brittany is one of those people that have went over these interviews over and over and over again. So how can you miss such a huge critical fact? Why is it taking you 7 months later to come to the realization that it was a fact that there was a hit at the retention pond?
Because while
That
they're going over it, it's not the actual facts that's being focused on. It's,
right.
let me try to look into every word that this parent is saying and find, ill intention behind it. Are you hiding something? It's not actual, let's focus on the facts and create a theory and speculate based on what we know to be true. It's, let me try to accuse and find something that you're hiding.
Yeah, you're
Mhm.
right. You're right. And you know what? I'm sorry, but if you're going over it over and over, you should know it better than everybody. That's just,
Exactly. Or at least have some freaking bullet points jotted down in a notebook because I know there is a lot. Oh, Allie, your devices are disconnected, it said. This is what she gets for using the app. because when you're going over it all the time, you would think there are definitely some highlighted points that you're going to want to retain. Because one, how can you form an opinion if you don't even have these things in your mind? Like something like that, like a hit at the retention pond. How can you instantly form
Doesn't
an
go with the
opinion
narrative.
about the case if you don't even have the general basis of the case down?
Right.
Because I mean, it's perfectly okay. Like I said earlier, people think that I know they've came at us three specifically for saying like, "Oh, you don't think people should be allowed their opinions." No, they're allowed their opinions. They're allowed theories. They're allowed, like, of course, everybody's allowed that. It's when you build that theory or opinion off of rumor and speculation, you're creating a conspiracy. That's not, it's not a strong, valid theory or opinion.
And it's different to have an opinion versus flat out accusing someone. And look, I'm not perfect. I've made my mistakes too. I've done this. And like I'm telling you, people talking about this and having these conversations has changed everything with the way I see true crime coverage and how I want to do it and how I think it should be done. And I'm not perfect either, so I can understand that. But we can't be out here accusing people. We can't. They're going through, like you said, the worst moments in their lives. Having your opinions is fine, but flat out accusations is not okay.
Yeah. Was that a hiccup or a burp?
Yeah, so I was thinking about, should I say something? Maybe no one heard it, but
I was also going to say bless you. I didn't know if it was a sneeze.
it's a hiccup.
Well,
Say it.
you guys, you two fully cover true crime. Why does your thing say poop puddles?
Oh, that was from when I was doing my Wade Wilson coverage.
Oh.
If you know, you know. If you don't, that's probably for the best.
I was like, wait, why did I say that? So you two cover true crime, and then you do come over and hang out with those of us that like to go back and forth in the trauma. Um, what are your thoughts on? Okay, so you want, of course, you want people to share the facts. Do you think that like channels like mine are hypocritical because we're sitting here having these discussions and conversations, but is it adding anything of value to the case itself either? I do too, Barbara.
I think somewhere are, and it stood out to me regarding the coverage of Sebastian's disappearance more so than it's ever stood out to me that there's hypocrisy everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna try to sound biased, but Deets, you very rarely go live, and when you do, I don't care, like, oh, it's one long live, like you very rarely go live. So I don't think that's an issue when it's, hey, like, let me pop up once in a while and let's discuss what's happened over the past of the 4 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it is. But the channels that are going live every single day, I've seen, like, there's no difference whether you're on this side or that side, it's the same thing. You're going over the same information essentially. And so there really is no difference.
I agree. But
Yeah,
hold on,
go ahead,
I just gotta say, Deets, I think it's so important though. Like I just said, like these conversations, the first channel I saw was nonsense. She was going over Dre and Vaughn and what the creators were doing to the family and stuff in this case and what the actual facts were. And it just clicked so many light bulbs for me. So I think it's necessary, but there's a right way to do it. And I do think that, at a certain point, if it's every day nonstop, then it's really no different, but I don't think everybody falls into that goes every day either. And so I don't know. It's hard. It's hard because it's not black and white,
Yeah, I question myself because I said, Melissa, like back with Idaho coverage, me and Shay got to the point where it no longer was, we're going live so much with what's been breaking that day. It got to the point where we're having to debunk all of the misinformation. But, so I fall into that too. I've been there before too. But with Sebastian's case, there is no information. There is no developments. There, like very far and few between does something actually pop up that's actually worthy of covering, in my opinion. And so with this, it is pure just drama. And it's become creators' personal beefs are dependent on what side you're sitting. And that is what I have an issue with, is it seems like your personal beef is also fueling which side you are going to go super hard for. And it shouldn't be like that, because that means you're biased.
Mhm. And I don't want to sit with any of you. Like,
Yeah.
you're all just being crazy. I'm sorry, but you are. You're just being crazy.
It's honestly really sad, because think about this. Think if Sebastian's out there. Let's say he's ran away and he's gotten access to the internet, or he took something that had access with whatever that no one knew about. I don't know. But let's just say he's out there with access, and he sees a title with his mom and stepdad, and his mom's eyeballs are all huge, and he's going to click on it. The thumbnails can be so awful, and I just think about him clicking those videos and listening to what people are saying, and never showing up again, never coming back again. Or I don't know, it's just sad. It's absolutely heartbreaking to think of it that way. What if he was watching?
Yeah. It's something I always try to remember. That's why I don't, hashtag his name or anything like that, because heaven forbid, someone who's actually looking for factual information on the case stumble upon a discussion channel like this. They're gonna be like, what the heck is all that?
Yeah.
Amber Main
Yeah.
says it's a complex problem. I also see some channels coming out as awareness channels, but really just a hate channel going after a channel they don't like for their own reasons. Yeah, that's kind of what MJ is getting to. Because where's the awareness? Like, where's the true debunking, the true I have, admittedly, I haven't watched nonsense in 10, 11 days now, but she was one of the last that I saw actually still doing that, like bringing out, reviewing the content and giving you the facts with it.
Yeah.
And I feel like so many others have just kind of petered off and turned it into the drama.
Well, here's something that a friend of mine and I have kind of argued and disagreed with, because some people will say that at least this is keeping his name out there. And at least,
I've heard that.
and if this wasn't happening, he wouldn't be talked about. And I just so
agree.
disagree with that. Yeah. And like I said, I have a close friend that I've gone back and forth about this with, because I don't agree with that at all. You can keep his name out there. You can keep sharing his picture every day, but then you can discuss something else. And you know what I mean? And even if it is drama, at least it's not about him and his family. Share it on the community tab every day, whatever. There's other ways to do it. This doesn't have to be the way.
Right. I agree with that. It's like I see people jumping from one end of the spectrum to the other, and well, hey, this is doing good because it's keeping Sebastian's name out there. Sebastian's name is out there, his face is out there. That's absolutely amazing. But what you're doing is basically you're justifying, essentially dragging the shit out. And let me be clear, just because they are a missing child's parent doesn't automatically mean they're a good person, doesn't automatically mean that they don't do shitty things, right? But I think it's a choice that you need to make. Am I going to choose to spend every day picking this person apart when they're going through their worst time of their life? You can make the choice, hey, I'm going to give you zero attention, because guess what? If everyone is so outraged with Seth, right, and what he's doing, don't give him attention. Don't highlight what he's doing, and that is essentially how you get it to stop. But nobody's going to do that. So I think doing more damage than good. Nobody is even really entertaining the fact that Sebastian very well may have initially walked off on his own. Then
my number one theory.
Met up with someone. It's just automatically we are going to blame these parents. It's gotten
one of these
so
parents, and
gross.
MJ, they act like they're going to somehow figure it
Solve
out.
it. Yeah,
you're
they
not
know
going
more than law enforcement.
Okay, somebody sent me an email telling me that there was a creator out there who said that they think that they will actually help solve the case, but they've never replied to me with who it is, and I've asked a couple people, they never heard it. So if anybody knows who said that, I'm dying to know who said that they think they're actually going to help solve this case. But
we know for certain Betty and them think that,
Well, it wasn't. Yeah, I don't think it was.
I've heard a couple say it, which
based
is
on
just
the rest of the stuff that was in there. So.
And I'm not saying it's not possible. Absolutely, it's not possible that it's somehow a YouTube creator can possibly help. And listen, we have platforms, and our platforms allow us to do a lot of good. We can do reach. We could put someone's name out there. We could get the word out. But I'm not going to sit here and act like, oh, us going live every day and speculating and putting accusations is somehow going to lead to this child coming home. Like, no.
What do you
There's
call
And
that?
Charlotte
Grandiose. That's like very grandiose.
ideology.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's ridiculous to think that. I'm sorry. Maybe occasionally there might be a very rare chance, like those YouTubers who found that guy in Kentucky or whatever, or the van YouTubers who
Mhm.
used their footage to help with Gabby. But
Yeah,
Gabby,
I do
you know,
think
like,
there are things that can be used to help in the investigation for sure, but um dragging the parents, calling them names repeatedly, going over the interviews over and over and over and over again, and picking, getting down into the minutia of it and picking it apart and turning it into something it probably isn't. I don't know that that's going to help anything at
yeah,
all.
no.
Um,
Do you guys
I just don't think it does.
think about
And
the money?
Carrie's right, real quick here, Allie. Before I want to talk about what you're getting ready to say, but Carrie says keeping his parents' name out there, and that's about it. You're right. It's keeping the
Yeah,
parents' name out there. It's also putting his name in front of personal drama. That's my opinion.
right.
that's so
But
true.
please, what
I
were you
was
gonna say, Allie?
just think of all the money that has been made and that gets raked in this child's name on a daily basis, or maybe not in his name, but in his parents, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Even now, the Betty situation has kind of collided with this, and these people are making a shit ton of money. Do not be
A
mistaken.
ton.
Yes. And it's
Really?
a ton. Oh, I guarantee it, because think about, yeah, they're making tons of money. I've noticed like there are several channels. I sit back because I was paying attention to a lot of it too. And one day I noticed there was like one channel with like 2K in there, one with like 1.8, one with 1,000, several with a couple hundred all day long. And it's like, there are thousands of people sitting around day in and day out. We're grown ass adults, grown ass women like me. I'm doing it, sitting around watching this shit all day, every day. Like, this is not right. It's whacked out. And I guess apparently I'm whacked out too. I need a reality check. I had to shake myself and be like, this, you got to stop, because it's too much and it's becoming ridiculous. It really is.
Well, and I think the part that is frustrating is the creators acting. There are some who genuinely care. I'm not going to say that there aren't, but the
Right.
ones that it is very apparent why they're doing it, they act like, oh, I genuinely just want to, right? I'm covering this because my heart is attached to it. I guarantee you, if there was only 100 people in the chat every night, all
I
the
don't
money
think
that
your heart
care
would
would
be
go
as
out the
attached
fucking
to
window.
it. Yeah, I don't think your heart would be as attached to it.
Right.
If that was the case. Nope, I don't think so at all. Here's a PSA for everybody. We are in a recession. Stop giving these fools your money.
Yep.
Okay, that's all. Like, you're gonna be pretty sad in a couple of months when you're broke as a joke and can't pay your own bills, and you remember how much money you gave to these people online that you don't know. They don't know you. They're not gonna think twice if you never show back up in their chats. They're not going to be there to hold your hand when your dog's dying, your dad's dying, your friend's sick, your kids are sick. Like,
Yep.
stop giving them your hard-earned money, people.
Yeah.
Protect your wallet. Don't give me your money. Don't
Yeah.
give people your money on this app. Like,
I
seriously,
agree.
protect your own personal finances. Please, please.
Yeah.
That blows my mind. I mean, it's great to give to your friends and stuff. I go and gift my friends memberships and send you all super chats and stuff like that too. But I know we're, financially capable to do that. But there are so many people. I hear so many stories of people on here who are like, I don't have much to give, but I'm sending you five. If you don't
Yes.
have much to give, don't send it to somebody on here. Please keep it in
Yes.
your own pocket. Feed your family
Yes.
first. Protect your family, your roof over your head, all that shit. Like, you guys,
That
the economy is bad. And this work that we're doing here, and I'm using air quotes right now, it does not deserve your hard earned money. I'm sorry.
well, that's why I say
I'm
these
sorry.
little.
People might not agree with that.
No, I 100% agree. 1,000. I think. Look, it's fine. Have buy a membership, or, but some of these people are
Mhm.
gift after gift, hundreds of dollars, or like you said, I don't have much to give. Please do not do that. Please do not. If you don't have
No.
much to give, save it. I completely agree with you. And, I don't know, it's really frustrating, but that's like what I said at the beginning. There's a lot of like little older people, maybe not used to true crime, that they fall into this case for one reason or another, and they become exploited alongside, like with Sebastian and his family as they're being exploited. Hell, or think of there's little old ladies, think about this, sitting around watching this, that truly believe they love Sebastian more than his mother.
Yeah.
Mhm. They do, and Titanium hit it right here. It's people. I get it. You want to feel
Yeah.
like you belong to something. And the Spudler said it earlier, and I starred it. She said, she's chatting less and less. I'm busy getting, but I'm not missing the creators. I miss the chat. That's what happens is you form friendships in the chat,
Yeah.
and you start to miss those, and you do feel like you're a part of something. But guys, protect yourselves, because I appreciate all of you. I love chit chatting with all of you. I try to read every single message. But if something happens in Remy's real life, chances like 99% chance I'm not going to be able to help her with that. So she needs to protect her family,
Yep.
her income, her finances first and foremost, and make those personal connections in her real life so that she has those people around her, because we're online people. We're online people, you know?
Yep.
And can I piggyback off that with how much
Yes,
money?
please.
Like, I don't also agree with not if you're gonna raise money for billboards and things like that, transparency should never be an issue. But I was blown away after being in a chat and seeing how many people were sitting there saying, "Oh, if you don't like it, like don't donate, like it's not my business where it goes after I donate." If you are raising funds specifically to go towards billboards or something like that with a missing child, transparency should be shown for what's coming in along with what's going out. And no, billboards being up alone is not proof, right? Because you could pull in 10K and 5K is going out. You're still pocketing 5. I'm not saying that's happening, but you'll never know if there isn't transparency. If you don't want to take the time to do that, then don't raise funds. It's simple as that.
It's so easy, just like you said, and just like Remy said, receipts. It's money in versus money out. It's so easy to show. I remember when we took in those donations that one night, and everyone's like, "Don't do it! Don't do it on YouTube." I'm like, "Why?" Because it's so easy to show the proof. Laid out all the proof. No one's ever questioned it because it's all right there in black and white. You can clearly see what came in, the times it came in, who sent it in, and when it was given out to decipher. Like it's all right there, crystal clear. It's very easy to show proof. It's very, very easy. If you're taking this convo personally, there's probably a reason, right? And honestly, like I say it all the time, when I point a finger, there's 3 pointing right back at me. There's self-reflection all the time.
Yeah.
You know, we all think about like, okay, wait, am I spending too much money on this? Oh, sorry. Am I spending too much money on this app? Am I giving too much? I know I was spending too much time on this app, and Crew being born was a huge wake up call for me on that. Like, love interacting with people on this app, but it's not going to replace, friends and family, and that has to come first and foremost. And I breaks my heart because I see some of this blind loyalty and dedication on here, and I know people call it simping, whatever you want to call it. This going hard for a creator that isn't going to be there for you, and it makes me wonder, like, where's the personal? I hope you have personal connections in your real life, because that's what really matters. And
Well, and it's also insanity seeing how much people will excuse for the ones that they like. So I watch people call out creators, right? Because it's in the same coverage of Sebastian's disappearance, right? Because this is all that's happening. They're calling out other creators for the exact thing that same creator is doing, but people look the other way because they like who they like, right? And they don't want to call out the ones they like. This is what I mean. We're all hypocrites. Everyone's hypocrites. There is no good side. Everyone's just shit. That's where I'm at,
I know. That's where I was.
It's bad, but
kind
it's
of how
true.
I said on Jones's last night. I'm like, I'm kind of over everyone. Like, I don't like, where's the good guys? Where'd they go? They're gone.
I missed a lot of that
Right.
because of my stupid signal, but you're so right that oh my God, the hypocrisy on here can be, look, I know that it's part of like the human condition, but the people that are so unaware of their hypocrisy is just like blinding sometimes. Maybe I do it too. I'm sure I do, but dang, you can really see it with this case specifically
Right.
and what's going on around it.
And Nicole B, you don't ever feel like anybody here has to have a membership. That's why we give it away. Like I didn't even want to do memberships, and so that's why it's donated, because it wasn't something I had anticipated. But Grandma freaking Sherry, who keep her in your prayers, y'all, wanted emojis. I was like, all right, well, what can we do with this then? And so that's what we, by we, I mean the channel collectively came up with. And so, but nobody has to. I'm going to try to read everyone's questions regardless of if there's a wrench or a little. On StreamYards it's like an S. Unless there's a little, I'm still going to try to read them no matter what is next to your name. It doesn't have to be you don't have to be the green team, or you don't have to be some weird crazy name that people come up with. You just have to be you.
Oh God, I'm so
That's
look.
it.
And also, if you hear a creator say,
Yes.
help us meet our goal with memberships, we're really trying to, okay,
Yeah.
that means it's just money. They're wanting to raise more money for themselves. I'm so sick. This is something that I've spoken about
Wait,
for a long time.
stop, Allie. Somebody has a goal on membership.
Yes.
It's Brittany who does it every fucking day. We're trying to reach our goal. We're trying to build our memberships. Go back 3 years ago. You're still trying to build your memberships. It's every fucking day. It's just a tactic to get your mind, hey, oh, you're trying to build memberships? Let me give memberships. It's just a tactic.
You guys, for subscribers who aren't creators, all building memberships does is put more money in the creator's pocket. It does
Yes.
nothing else.
It's not build. We're trying to build our green theme or whatever the hell.
That is,
Build the
you've got
green
3
team, and
creators
then
up here telling you it does nothing behind the scenes except put money in our pockets. That's
Yeah.
the only thing it does.
May as well
And
say,
you
hey, I'm
guys
trying
get
to
some
build my
emojis.
paycheck. Make sure you.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'd like to have a good check this month. Please donate.
And you
But
counting down how many days are left in the pay period. Hey, we only have 3 more days, before I get, that's ridiculous.
oh God, that is just disgusting. I'm sorry, but it's other people. I've seen a few people with goals while covering this. We're trying to reach this goal, and I'm sorry, no, it's disgusting. I've said for a long time, you should never, while you're covering a missing child where some people come in because their hearts are in it, they are invested, they care emotionally, and then you start with asking for money, asking. I don't like that. I don't think it should be mixed. I think it's so wrong. And I've said this for a long time, and I've said it to people who do it to their faces. I'm going to keep saying it. It shouldn't be happening. It's exploitation, period.
Body, I recommend monetization for the sole fact that, one, we don't get paid as shit. Memberships and super chats are where creators make their big money, and you guys can see all that happening. You see the super chats come in and you see the memberships come in, so you can figure out how much a creator makes. Otherwise, we're making like $5 to $8 per 1,000 views on a live, on a video for the ads, and it just varies. So you can figure that out as well. So if you don't turn on memberships, Body, you won't have to worry about that. But the reason I recommend monetization is YouTube will push your videos out more. So if you want your videos to reach a bigger audience, then you should get monetized. And honestly, like I shared my stuff on my community tab last week or a couple weeks ago, because there was like a big thing going on about this, I guess. And on my taxes this year, I think I lost money on the channel. Like if you're not here to, if you're not pushing out, send me money, help me reach my goal, help me do this or that, chances are you're just going to make enough for your channel to fund itself. And that's a good thing in my opinion. So, but it does make things messy. I agree. It does.
Yep,
shaking the bushes. And you're not shaking the bushes though. I get memberships to channels I'm not subscribed to I've never even visited, channels I've never even heard of. I got channeled to I told you guys I came in, remember? I'm like, who the hell is Table Talk? And you guys told me that because I got a membership to that channel. Like it just no, you don't have to be in the live stream when it gets donated. I don't know how YouTube determines how they push them out. They just push them out somehow, but it's not people that are actively there watching in the bushes. It's raining.
No.
Oh my
Yeah, I
God.
get memberships to channels I don't watch. And honestly, these days I miss a lot, but I've gotten memberships to channels I'm not even subscribed to. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So
Sudi or Seti asks, do memberships give perks? I guess I'm confused. It depends on the creator. Some channels, I've noticed like some bigger channels will have members only content. Both of these girls have members only live streams that only their members get to come and participate in. They've decided that, you know, as a benefit for those that pay to be a part of their channel, they're going to do some live streams that only they can participate in. Some will set up like a Discord and say, oh, if you're a member, you can get a link to our Discord. Some people do that, but the only like benefit that, and so that's just if a creator decides to give you an extra benefit for being a member. The only other benefit
Or
that
you're
you
paying
do
to be
for
green.
being a member is it makes you green and it gives you an emoji. That's it.
and I think if chat is on slow, you might not have to wait.
Yeah, you could bypass slow mode.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. That is the perk of a membership is if the creator puts slow mode on and you're a member, you get around it. I
You
always
guys,
think I don't have one. What?
this is the third time this has happened to me, but the first two times I was up on the porch. Right now I'm down by the water, and a hummingbird literally flew up right to my face, like within a foot of my face, and just like sat there for a second and then flew off. Like they keep trying, I don't know if they're trying to eat off of me, like maybe my bathing suit has some pink in it, but it's so cool. But yeah, right up to my face. Sorry.
If anybody is, I know I love hummingbirds. If anyone is trying to push that they're an army for a missing kid, my first question would be, what have you done actively outside of YouTube to facilitate that army? Have you donated to local law enforcement, boots on the ground, a cause in their name? Like, what have you done to earn the title of being an army for that child or person?
Well, okay, speaking of that, I personally think once you have a certain size channel, you should be donating occasionally or doing the charity streams or helping out your community. Like I know for my channel, we've donated to EquiSearch. We donated to the place that it was a nonprofit that helped with like looking for Gannon. I also donated to the nonprofit the girls from Oregon started. They're the sisters of some of the victims. They started this nonprofit and I had them on to talk about it and done charity streams. I've seen Melissa do like helping her community, and somebody in the community says, oh my gosh, I was trying to get dinner and I'm short a couple dollars, and Melissa's like, okay, let me send it to you. I think though once you get to a certain size, if you're talking about true crime cases, you really should give back. That's the only right thing to do, in my opinion, in some way or another, even if you're having those fundraiser streams, which we raised a lot of money on those, like almost $5,000. Yeah, so you got it, in my opinion, because at the end of the day, if you're covering true crime and you're monetized, you are making money off of your coverage of these cases.
Whatever
And
you're covering. Yep.
yeah, and so I think it's only right, in my opinion, that that's just.
And we get paid, Pamela. It is. I know that it can be a job to some people, like an extra income stream for them. We get paid from YouTube, and then again, you have the super chats and memberships. But there's just a different level of what you do with that. Now, if you're going live every single day consistently, and I'm not talking about exploiting anything, if you're going live every single day consistently, you're going to be pushed out more and more into the algorithm. That's why it's so important for channels that do make it a income to stay active, to stay actively engaged, whether it be through videos, live streams, shorts, and community posts. It helps continue to push that out there. But yeah, they're gonna make money off of that, and I don't think that's a problem at all.
No,
Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I
I
think everybody's well within their right to make their money on here.
there is
But
nothing wrong if you use YouTube as your job and you put in that energy and you
yeah,
are consistent and you earn it the right way. What I have an issue with is the ones who literally ask nonstop and beg and, oh, well, this is your job. Would you go to your job in real life and beg your boss just to give you money for no work? No. Earn it the right way. Earn it through revenue, earn it through support. Don't ask though and don't expect. But also, if you're going to say this is my job, but you do nothing but talk shit and spread misinformation, that's ridiculous.
hmm and and is it illegal? No. Is it against terms of service? No. Does it make me question who the fuck you are as a person? Yes. Like, I mean,
Well,
there's that.
okay. So I've also heard, Brittany specifically say, other creators are monetized. What's the difference? I'm so sick of people talking about the money, but other creators don't ask for their bills. They don't. It's not the same. It is not the same. And get on here and say, please join membership. We're trying to build it. That is not the same as just having a button where people who want to support can, or you earn money through AdSense. It's just not the same.
Every
Sorry.
fucking creator is trying to build, like, yeah. Or if you ask me, do you want more memberships or less memberships? Tell me one person who's going to say, no, I'm not trying to grow. I'm not. But you do it through putting in work, putting out content, being consistent, and bringing information, whatever it is, to your channel. That's how you do it. You do not need to redirect your viewers' mind every day to the fact that, hey, this is what you could do for me. And I feel like there's been like a little loophole there because, oh, it's asking for memberships. It's not asking for the cash app, No, you don't, dude, everyone
not the
knows
same.
it's right there, right? Like, it's right there. And it's not like you're doing it once in a while. If you're doing it every day and it's part of your quote unquote intro, it shows where your mind is at.
Right.
Yeah.
And Lil Lolly, no, it's not against terms of service to put those things in your on your channel. I don't know who came. I've heard that rumor before.
Actually,
but
it does say you're not supposed to link, which I think it's crazy given that they even allow you to do it in your description, clickable links. But they do say you're not supposed to, and I don't remember the exact wording. You're not supposed to be dropping like third party
affiliate.
Yeah, like other type of applications within it. I don't remember that exact wording, but no, it doesn't. I don't think anyone's ever gotten in trouble for it.
I don't think so either. But let me just say something for a second since I'm up here, because I guess
Sure, Pamela.
I guess
On being a
supposedly-
boss, you're allowed to share your opinion. Sorry, Allie.
That's okay. When Brittany was live one night after, okay, so one of her mods had reached out to Down the Rabbit Hole News by email and told her, she mods for this channel and this talking about nonsense, trying to get her wrench taken from Down the Rabbit Hole News. Nonsense did a live about it. And in the chat, I said, oof, that's embarrassing. Well, apparently, because Brittany had a lot to say and I didn't respond, so I'm just going to respond here and say, first of all, it was embarrassing. And the person who did that has talked a lot of shit about me. So I have every right to say that was embarrassing. That was childish. She shouldn't have done it. Yeah. And second of all, then Brittany was like, Alex, what have I done to you? She hasn't done anything to me. I don't have a personal, that's not my issue. My issues are other things. It doesn't have to be you do something to me personally. I just try to go my own way, mind my own business. I wasn't going to respond. I mean, she went at me for like a few minutes, supposedly. And it is what it is. But you don't have to have somebody personally. What if they do something personally to the people you love? What if you don't agree with how they do things on here? And I've been vocal about that to her. So I don't know why, that whole thing, but I'm sure she's going to listen since we named her earlier. So I just wanted to throw that out there that, first of all, yes, I said it was embarrassing because it was fucking embarrassing. You shouldn't do that. Yeah. And second of all, it's not that I have like this personal problem because of something that was done to me. sometimes I just don't agree with some of the things happening, and I'll be vocal about it if I choose to, or if I see it, maybe I won't. But also, it's what you do to other people that, that I love very much, and you guys know exactly what I mean by that. So it's not just you have to do something to me personally. That's just my thoughts on that. So.
And I agree with you, Ollie. That's why I wanted to bring this up. Like, we're not the boss of anyone. We're just sharing our opinions, just like every other freaking creator on this app.
So
every creator on this app is sharing their opinions, and we're not allowed to. We're not allowed to have a thought.
Yeah.
Or
Nope, you're allowed to rip apart these missing parent, like the missing child's parents. You're allowed to give your opinions, but don't you dare go live once in a month and share what your opinion is about the creator. Absolutely unacceptable.
No.
Well, I
but
mean,
we're definitely not. I'm not anybody's boss. Do you think me having an opinion on this is going to stop anyone from doing anything? The answer is no. I can have an opinion about all of these tragedy parasites and all the shitty things they're doing. It's not going to stop them one tiny bit. And if 2 years on this app hasn't taught me that, I don't know what else will. Because there will be lives fired up, that people will take all of it in. They will continue to exploit. They will continue to abuse these parents. They will continue to trash talk them and do all the things. They might throw in our names now just for like, I dare those bitches. And then it just goes on and on and on. It's a perpetual circle.
Yeah, it is. You're right.
And the title of your live is Anyone Else Feel This Way? Let's talk about it. If you're coming on here to give your opinions, anyone else agree? You don't have to agree. But that doesn't mean, who are you to boss? I didn't realize anyone came up here and said, hey, you have to do X, Y, and Z. No one said that.
Well, I would never, ever personally talk about her personal life or anything like that. I just have given my opinions here and there on what I think. But honestly, I've done that to her before I ever gave it in a chat, because that's the kind of person I am. And at one point, we were friends. So I went to her with my concerns because some of the things I was seeing, I just didn't agree with. That's just my opinion. We went our separate ways, and I'm free to give my opinion in the future wherever I choose. Like, you know what I mean? So that's that. Oh, it's frustrating.
Absolutely. Okay, so Chasing clarified this for us real quick. She said she double checked. You're absolutely allowed to use your Cash App on here with no issues. You cannot do fundraisers using outside sources. Interesting. I just didn't know or care. Like, so much of this stuff is like, I don't know. I don't really care.
Yeah. I figured they just wouldn't want you to because you're taking money.
You don't get the cut. Yeah.
Yeah. But sometimes you don't know what you want to address or what you shouldn't, what's worth it and what's not. You know what I mean? Sometimes you're like, do I want to give this person something else?
About it.
Yeah. And they can be the victim and they can use it to, I don't know. It's hard to weigh that stuff out. So I'm sorry for unleashing all of that on you guys.
Don't be sorry at all, because there are so many people on here that I thought, okay, I'm only seeing a small portion of them. Let me continue giving more and more chances until I get to know this person better. Maybe there's something there that I don't see. And now I'm past the point of even caring. Like, I just feel like so many are, they're just doing the most. And I just have to ask why, because it's not just Sebastian's case. It's not for any of the cases. Like, why are you doing the most? There's some other reasoning going on here. I don't know what it is, but there's something going on.
Well, like we said, people get like they're starting to use this to fuel other fires. And now you have, oh my God, Dietz, did you happen to watch the Dog and Jennifer Coffindaffer interview?
I haven't watched anything at all about, yesterday I watched 2 lives. I dipped my toe back into Karama, as I call it. I watched 2 lives, but other than that, I have not watched anything at all in about 11, 12 days now.
Oh, it was so bad. He has no idea what he's talking about. It's so sad that she's like ex-law enforcement, because people really trust, people who are ex-law enforcement and stuff. And it was awful. And then you have these creators going around playing it and reacting to it, like some of them as if it's even worse. Like, I don't know. It's just so frustrating to see the misinformation. And look, Dog is doing just what some of the people on here are doing. He's using the case to promote himself, his books, his podcast, and everything else, period.
Yeah, he's a joke. He's
I
about
don't
a
have
joke. I remember him in Gabby Petito's case.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
There's no difference, you know.
of course. And that's the thing. Like, I don't have an issue at all with Pamela having her opinion. That's the thing I like about it. Like, everybody is allowed to have their opinion on the matter. And oh my gosh, Luca Vega, I love that name. I'm hoping, like, I'm been told my future granddaughter is going to be named Luca after her grandpa if it ever happens. So I'm
Aw.
kind of partial to that name.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
pretty. No, it's pretty. Don't be sorry. And I hope you do get a future granddaughter because, oh
Me
my gosh,
too.
she'd be so precious.
It won't be anytime soon, but I'm hoping for it.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's just a bunch of people exploiting a situation that the public is highly interested in. Not everyone who covers it, I'm sure there are, good ones. I know there are, but at the end of the
Yeah.
day, that's what it is. And I don't know, man, it's really sad. It can be so frustrating to watch, especially like if there's so many other cases, man, that could really use the eyes and the attention and people to care about.
So let me ask this real quick. I agree with you, Allie. Johnson said the War Eagle channel is good. Can someone drop the link? 'Cause I don't know that I've heard of this channel. But they point out what everyone else does and ignores what Brittany J does. It's biased.
That's
Don't
all
we do that?
channels regarding
I
other
say,
things too.
don't we do that as well? Like, we will
Yep.
ignore what our friends do or our acquaintances or those that we quote unquote sit with. We ignore what they do and point out what others do. I feel like we all do that, and it sucks. And it sucks to admit that we do that, but we do.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't know why.
But I've been recommended that channel. I didn't realize, like, I only watched a video or something. It's interesting that all of a sudden it's like all in the algorithm. Everyone's talking about it. I think they're kind of pointing out just the other side, like the people that go against Seth and stuff like that is kind of the way I took it. Maybe, like, I think the video I saw was about Clue, actually.
Mm.
So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's literally like that's the hypocrisy that I was referring to earlier. You know, if you like, let's say example Brittany, because that was the comment. You're going to call everyone out but Brittany. Yet meanwhile, the people calling Brittany out are usually doing the same damn thing, but they overlook the ones that they like. It's that it's okay, not okay for one, but it's totally okay for the ones you like, and it's that group think. It's that it's who do you hate more, and you're going to excuse the one that you like. And it shouldn't be that way. Wrong is wrong, and it should be wrong whether you like a person or not. And it's okay to hold someone accountable, even if you like it. It's okay to say, hey, I don't agree with that, and still like the person. I think the problem is that nobody wants to speak up and hold one another accountable. And I totally understand why more so the chat does that, because you don't want to be singled out. You have that community, you grow the friends in the chat. You don't want to be the one person and then they turn on you. I'm sure we've all witnessed the moment that one person speaks out in a chat, wow, they all bam 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 turn on that person. And so you're more likely to not speak out because you don't want to be ostracized, you don't want to be pushed out. But that's also the problem, is not holding people accountable.
It can be so bad when the people get pointed out in chat. I feel so bad for them sometimes because
Well, and I've gotten, and I don't know if you guys get this, maybe you don't get these emails or DMs because you don't, get deep into the trauma, but like I've gotten them like, why don't you call this creator out or that creator out or, this situation or that situation?
Yeah.
And used to just kind of ignore it or whatnot. And now I've been replying, send me a timestamp, send me a video. I can't watch everything, nor do I want to watch everything. But if you send me where it is, what needs played, I'll look, listen to it, and decide if I think that it's worthy of something that needs addressed. Most of the times people won't give you that. They just come in and say this person needs called out, but they won't tell you exactly why and lead you to what was like the offensive thing.
Yeah. I've seen people like say that to you and to Nonsense. Like, well, you're not calling out this person. Well, first of all, maybe you don't know about it, but also into Chasing, I've seen that with her. But maybe like you don't have time to see everything. You know what I mean? Nobody
Yeah,
can see everything.
gosh,
And a
I
lot
don't
of us
know
try
how
to have real
anybody
life.
has time to.
Yeah. Sorry, Deeds.
No, I agree with you. Like, I don't know how anyone would have time to have a real life and watch half of what goes on here.
Yeah.
Half it all. I was like, wait, look, I can show you guys what my history. You know what my history is? You're gonna laugh. I watched a clip about Betty this morning. Well, like part of it. Jones's live, and then seashell stuff. That's my history.
Oh my gosh, Deeds, did you know that Betty had on Sebastian, her Katie's like second cousin, who hasn't seen Katie in years, and had her on for an
No.
interview. Yeah, and I'm curious if that will break the order. I mean, you're having family. She keeps talking about him too, but she says the mom and stepdad. I haven't watched a ton of her stuff, but every time I click on, it's something about them. But yeah, she had one of Katie's distant cousins on, who had only met Sebastian like once or twice and hadn't seen them in years for an interview.
Wow.
Now,
Oh,
what
no,
is she going to
Joneson
give
did
insight
mention this
to?
to me. Yeah, Joneson did mention this to me, that it was one who had, or maybe it was even Nanya. Like, the cousin hadn't even seen Katie since like a family reunion with a bunch of other people there or something.
Yeah, I
Is that
think a
what it was?
funeral or
Okay.
something. Yep.
hmm
Yeah, it's just like, wow. I mean, come on. Like, I don't know. Is that gonna? I don't know. It's just, but I don't think she'll stop talking about the case, because guess what? It's keeping people in her chat, money in her pocket, and that's what it's going to be with a lot of these folks. This isn't going to stop until the next thing comes along that people
Right.
are really interested in.
Yeah. And I said this last night. Thank you, Shay. That was so sweet of you.
Oh,
Which I
Shay.
still need to put the receipts out for our last donation from last month. I've been horrible about it. Sorry, y'all. This move has got me. I don't do, like, I am a type of person, I have to have things organized, or because like if things are in chaos like around me, like boxes or clutter, I don't like clutter. I don't like a bunch of kitschy things in my house because it makes my mind feel cluttered. And right now my mind feels so cluttered with all these moving boxes and all this stuff. So I am not on top of everything. So I feel bad about that, but I need to get back to it. So thank you, Shay. Oh, appreciate it. And
I like
but
your
yeah,
picture,
Tammy,
Shay.
you don't have to. Isn't that cute?
Mm-hmm.
This is so
Sorry.
fun. Um, yeah, it's not. I mean, I don't like the term call out either. Like, if I choose to address something or debunk something, that's one thing. But like, I don't know, what does calling out do? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird. Just
Who
for
is
me.
the Nick the Hat character, though? Like, I know a lot of people knew of him.
Oh,
Did
I
you
can
guys?
tell you. Yes, I actually covered him when Danilo Cavalcante went missing. Um, Pearl actually came into my live and gave me a bunch of info on him, and we went over it. He he forged a letter to, oh, I'd have to pull up the documents to get it right, but he forged a letter and got in a bunch of trouble over it, and it was a very racist letter as well. But
Mm.
he's not, he's very similar to JLR. Not a good
Well,
dude. What'd you say, MJ?
Sounds about right.
Yes.
I know that Dog referenced him in one of his interviews, and the only clips I've seen of the dude, he's like, Dog, they don't know the case. Hell, Dog called Seth Sean with Seth up on the freaking panel and Tony. Like, it was the most, embarrassing, cringy. They don't have a clue what they're talking about. They're literally just jumping in because everybody's interested and they know it's going to do well for whatever they're trying to grow, which, how fucking sad. This is a missing child. Like, I'm sorry, but no, it's disgusting.
So
I'm over
here's
it.
something funny. So I put that comment on Twitter that I read off earlier, and Nick the Hat did send me a message, and it's still in the like message request. I haven't like accepted it, but it said Sebastian's case is toxic. If you get involved, I'd steer clear of all parents and focus solely on Sebastian. Otherwise, you'll be roped into a never-ending war that requires court filings to combat. First of all, buddy, I've known and talked about his case before. Like 98% of you have been involved, but you don't know that because I'm not going live every day exploiting the ever-loving hell out of it. Second of all, no, I'm not going to be roped into court filings or your BS, and I'm not going to play into games. But that it just seems like they're the ones setting them up.
But isn't he involved with the parents? Like that's like I don't know. That's
with
confusing. But okay, buddy, whatever. You're right. Though. I'm just sick of it all. It's honestly made me not like YouTube as much, want to take a whole different approach with my channel and true crime, like even if I don't get any attention or views doing it, because it's sad. And it's not true crime, but a lot of people think it is, and it's hooked to a true crime case, and it is absolutely destroying like everyone's reputation as a YouTuber, what these people are doing to this case and these people, you know, even what Betty's doing.
Yeah. Do you feel like true crime has become the next reality TV thing?
Yes.
Like reality TV is kind of falling off. And I was trying to explain to Luke, because we talked a little, like we don't talk about YouTube a whole lot. Like I might talk about my friends to him, but we don't really talk about like the online aspect of YouTube too much. But we did on this trip. And I tried to explain to him the reason that I think so many people go to these YouTube live streams and support this drama. Because like if you tell this to a person who doesn't follow it, that 1,000 people will gather to talk shit about the father of a missing child when they don't know anything, when they don't have any facts, but they are excited to hear and talk shit and talk about the games being played behind the scenes between all these people. And he's like, why would anybody waste their time on that? And I tried to explain to him, I think it's because it's like a reality TV episode or a soap opera that they got invested in, but it's even more than that on YouTube, because now you have a live interactive chat and you get to feel like you're a part of it. You get to feel like you're contributing something with your comments and facilitating something, and so people are drawn to it over and over. It's like combining the chat rooms of the 90s with reality TV. And
it is so true.
Lost, though, when it comes to true crime, what's lost though is that these are people's tragedies.
Yeah. Right. And they highlighted that with the Paramount series, you know, the series with the Idaho, and I think that's
Cyber Sleuth. Right.
And I think that's going to become more prominent because this is bizarre. And I think like this case, missing child case, it has blown up like I've seen it bad, but like this is particularly bad. And I think again, you know, like everyone got so mad when we've talked about this in the past, how laws are going to be passed and people take that synonymous with no freedom of speech. Okay. We can understand you have freedom of speech, right? But I can't go up to someone on the street and say, I'm going to murder you right now. You know, I'm going to be held accountable for that.
There's limitations to our freedoms, right? They're not all encompassing.
Right. You could make terroristic threats, right? I'm going to bomb this plane. Well, hey, I'm going to be held accountable for that. That doesn't mean I don't have freedom of speech with limitations. Same thing with true crime cases. We no longer really use cable. Mainstream media is taking a back seat. And so you're going to see this stuff become more and more prevalent as social media continues. And I think that the law and the courts are going to catch up. They are not caught up.
You're going to get us yelled at again.
I know. People don't like it, but listen, it's happening.
Yeah.
But yet a lot of them will be thrilled with Betty going, yet that's what I'm trying to say. You're going to be held accountable and there's going to be a law passed because you can't just do this. You can't just act a fool. There are limitations. A law hasn't been passed yet because it's happening before our eyes. It's all happening in real time.
Also, it's like this, like just because you're allowed to do something shitty to somebody, should you? Like just because you're allowed to say something, should you? And I don't know.
And we see these YouTubers, even with Delphi, you're going to have lawsuits on your head. You're going to have an issue because you're interfering in active investigations. That's the problem.
Well, it's just like the
What?
whataboutism. Do not ever. I'm so sick of hearing that. If I hear one more person explain what their bad behavior with, what about so and so, or what about this person? It's like, no, you're both shitty. Stop.
Yep.
Oh,
Both can
Yeah, that can both exist at the same time, that you can both be shitty people. And
yeah.
oftentimes that's the case. And I was talking on Jones's last night, like a shitty person can do something good. Like I can say, good
Yes.
job on Clue for the blip boards. Doesn't mean I like her. Doesn't mean
Okay.
I'm gonna apologize to her for being a racist. Like, no, like,
Seth
or
can
for
be a
thinking
piece
she's
of
a
shit
racist.
and a
Yep,
parent of a missing child and deserves empathy and not to be dragged every day. I don't like anything he does. I'm putting that out there, but I'm going to choose not to go live and drag the ever loving crap out of him. That's a choice.
exactly. Yeah, we have, and there's a big thing that we always taught our children. Two words: personal accountability. And I feel like so many are lacking personal accountability on this app, and they want to pass the buck, like you said, with the whataboutisms or the blame game, and not just own up and say, yep, I did that crappy thing. I've had to eat crow on here several times and say, oops, I did that, I genuinely apologize, and you go on. But to me, that's I respect a person 1,000 times more if they take true accountability for a situation and show me that they are doing better, than if it's this fake accountability or putting it off onto someone else, or the whataboutisms. It just tells me that you're childish. You can't accept that you're doing something wrong at all.
Yeah. I agree. It's
Uh,
very childish. And I would, in my real life, I would have nothing to do with people like that. Once I realize someone's like that, I kind of just keep my distance. You know what I mean? I can't
yeah,
deal with that kind of childish bullshit. It's ridiculous.
I agree. In my
Okay.
opinion, Paramount did not vet their info. No, they didn't at all.
They
Okay, I'll be
don't.
right back.
But I feel like we've realized that a lot with like mainstream stuff is it's so apparent how I've seen articles. I remember with Quentin's case, there was articles that got the basic timeline wrong. The basic time, like
Yep.
that's the most simple thing, like hey, the times and the dates, and they got it wrong. And so now that like social media has advanced, technology has advanced, I feel like a lot, we're seeing the man behind the curtain and understand that it's fake news along with everything else. Like, like
Yeah,
they
you're
push
so right.
misinformation just as much. And that's, I don't personally like Jennifer Coppin. I haven't liked her since Idaho case when I first kind of found out about her. But I think it's a problem when you have someone who's supposed to be professional like her in that career
Hmm.
going on panels like freaking T-Rev. Like, what the hell is that?
I know. And he's featured on Court TV, and here we find out it's all fake. I don't know, because look, Melissa, I'm the kind of person where I will trust a law enforcement officer, like that's retired, like Duty Ron, for instance. If he says something, I take it to heart. But not all of them
Yeah,
are like that, and we
because
gotta.
he's shown himself to be tried and true.
Yes.
He's shown his integrity, and we've learned what he's about. So therefore, you can trust that. We
Yeah.
talking about Jennifer Coppendorfer, man. I had her number back in Gabby Petito's case when she kept going on News Nation over and over,
Oh,
and like
yeah, she did.
from one interview to the next, she kept changing her opinion and referencing things, but she was in like weapons and something else, so it's not like
Right.
she even has an intimate knowledge of some of these things at
No.
Yeah.
all. But Batty, you said something earlier about, yeah, so I did a live on her, me and MJ did, going over, because we kept seeing her in all of these chats as well. So I did a live on her 2 months ago in the chaos that she did in um, Idaho 4. But I want to show you guys something weird that's going on. And I don't know if anybody knows why this is going on, but every day, look at this, almost, it stopped for a little bit. Almost every day in the comment section, something is commented, and it's a name. It's a different name every day. It's like that, I guess, is an
Can you
address, but
click
it's
on
been,
one of those accounts and see, like, are
yeah,
those like the bot accounts we're seeing with Gypsy Rose?
maybe it started 3 weeks ago. I told you guys about it, remember? Because I'm like,
Hmm.
what the hell is happening here? And it stopped for a minute, and then it
That
started
is
up
so
again. Join
strange.
Yeah,
September
those are.
1st.
It seems like someone bought a bot to mass comment
But
under
it's
the
only on
video.
this live.
Yeah,
So what? Bought a bot to not like I don't.
yep.
That's
Exactly.
so
Yep. I
weird.
don't respect anyone who is preaching about victims and allows WSU Kim Mom in their chat.
Oh my
Zero
God.
respect for
No. No. Yeah, I know. That's not when
With the
everybody's
things she
covered
said.
it. I know everybody in this sector has seen, the creators in this sector have seen this live. Most of them were in it. That blows my mind. That
Yep,
blows my
says the
mind that
same thing is
people are
happening on their
listening to
Kim
her.
video. Let me check
Who
mine
did?
actually.
Okay. See, I don't know why. I was like, what is going on here? It's such a weird thing.
Earth had asked you about how you feel about like the spreadsheet thing with names and addresses and stuff. And I had put in chat that we kind of talked about this in the beginning, but Melissa
Yeah.
wasn't up here. But
I didn't
yeah,
see it. Can you explain to me what exactly it was again?
So I mentioned it about body. She put out a spreadsheet, which I appreciate the spreadsheet because to me that's real true crime. That's what I do with my girlfriends behind the scenes. That's what when you're digging into a case. And the question was though, but there's a section in there where she puts out their names and addresses, and somebody said jobs. I haven't seen the whole spreadsheet. Um, and what do you think about that? And I thought, well, of course it makes sense, that body did that. She comes from different platforms where that's how you build a constructive timeline and case details. I know Sleuthy does that as well. But I think the problem with it here, body, is people are so fucking messy over here and gross that they take that and they do harmful things with it instead of the right thing with it. And that's where it becomes too far and over the line. And I, it breaks my heart that people can't be decent humans, but they just can't.
well, I've put out stuff in case files and documents that probably should have been redacted. And I think, it's just helping us evolve and become better at what we're doing. Because if we're going to sit around talking about true crime to any extent, having a channel or not, we should think about
Mhm.
these things because it is pretty normal for true crime. I can see why she did it too. But then when you have this whole community that is sucking drama off of a true crime case to attack each other and do content every day and whatever, you have all these viewers that have some people truly hate Chris and Katie or Seth based on what they're hearing on YouTube and stuff like that. I think
Yeah.
it could be really dangerous. But yeah, I think it's normal true crime. But Melissa, what did you think about that? What would you think?
So with me, I want to know everything when I go into like a case. Like I want to know and see everything. And I think that something like that is actually normal, but we are currently, like we said before, dealing with social media doing its own thing, and anybody can have a channel now, and everybody's doing this case coverage quotations, and a lot of drama and personal beef and nastiness is becoming associated with it. So in one instance, I'm like, that makes sense, right? I would want to create everything to connect the dots, but we have people who are misusing information with the intent to do harm. And so
Yeah.
it gets messy, and this is why we can't have nice things.
And it goes back to our responsibilities and our own personal, beliefs as creators. Like, are we, we had that combo. Oh my gosh, it feels like a year ago now, but it was probably just 4 or 5 months ago where, our responsibilities as creators and, Burden was in the do no harm category perfectly. And we're all in different like little sections of it. Um, but do I think that you deserve to be drug over the coals for it? No, because I know you're like you said, you're always open to constructive criticism. And I've seen a couple people call you out for it who had no freaking problem going through Chris and Katie's house room by room, showing off every room of their home. So I felt like that's a little bit hypocritical. But that's another thing that this sector has an issue with is what an actual dox is. The difference between a dox and going real life. Like I could, if I wanted to, put out Melissa Jade's name and address. I didn't dox her. It's public information. If she had a court case, I could list that. You guys know that. You do that with Bullhorn Betty. Like people played MJ's court stuff. Like it's
it has
public
been
record.
done to her. Mm-hmm.
They do it in cases. Absolutely could do that. But we have, for the longest time here in this sector, specifically on YouTube, all stood against going real life on one another. Until lately, it just seems like, nah, it's a free for all. But that's not against anything to go real life on people, you know?
Right.
And it sucks. It does suck if you do go real life on a person. And you shouldn't. I'd think real hard about it.
I'm
Hey,
so
Shay,
tired of hearing the docs, while you're simultaneously doing worse, you know. And I'm not saying I would personally do something like that, but especially in the true crime community, people need to educate themselves on what is legally a dox and what isn't a dox. And it's actually gray area. I'll give them that, because it's very hard to prosecute. You have to show really intent to do serious harm. Malicious
intent.
Right, malicious intent. It's not just like kind of defamation. It's not easy. You have to have something to really back it up. But people it amazes me that people expect something far different than they give. They are able to do whatever the hell they want to the victims of these cases, the families of these cases, yet they expect, hey, well, you can't cross that line with me. No, it doesn't work that way.
Yep.
Well, another thing that baffles me is, sorry, I might be too far away from the computer. I had to take the dog out, so I might have glitched. But another thing that baffles me is not wanting it done to you, but somehow justifying it being okay to do to someone you don't like.
Exactly.
Yeah. And, I don't think it's right to bring in, it's getting so low where people are bringing in stuff about people's families and this and that. And I don't think it should go there. I really don't. I don't think it's okay. At one point in time, everybody stood against doing that kind of stuff. And I think, I don't know. It's gotten so nasty.
Madness.
But on the other hand, if you think about some of these people will sit around night after night and go through someone else's criminal record, their stuff from CPS, all their marital stuff, every single part of people's lives, and then when
you're gonna cry when it's done to you.
Yeah,
right. But I'm the creator. You're not allowed. No. And you have no problem when it's someone you don't like. If it's Betty, no problem, right? Like, no, listen, and this is again the hypocrisy, and we all fall into it, some worse than others. But if it's wrong for one, it's wrong for all. You can't make excuses and scream outrage when it's done to you, but have no problem doing it to someone you don't like, or you justify it in your mind that, well, they deserve it more. It doesn't work like that. This is what I meant earlier. We're a bunch of hypocrites, and every side is just awful right now, in my opinion.
Oh my gosh. So Pearl told us about this. Let me show this real quick. Dog just posted an hour ago. Does Summer Wells' father, Don Wells, have a familial relationship with Sebastian's mother? I thought you had a team of expert investigators, bud.
Like, you got to be shitting me.
That's great.
Why?
From Dog. And this is the problem, because people trust him. Did you hear? He went on Court TV and Julie was like, oh my gosh, Dog, if anybody can do it, you can do it. You're the greatest.
What?
Yeah. And if Julie, that's how she responded to him. And oh my God, people trust him. So now people are going to see that and be like, oh my God, Summer Wells. Oh, guarantee you tonight there will be lives. Is there a connection between Sebastian's stepmom and Summer Wells? Let's just go through and exploit Summer while we exploit Sebastian. Like, oh my God, so frustrating.
There's some people that are already buying into this. I'm harding, like Frank. I like you, Frank. We can be friends. I just named my car Frank. But he said, no wonder you got canceled. Right?
Oh my God.
But then this person says it seems like that would be something Katie and Chris would want to explain. Wow. What? Like, I can't with these people.
I guarantee you
Yeah.
there will be lives tonight going through this. As if just like they were accusing, there were quite a few people like trying to say that Ben George was Seth and just all kinds of stuff. The
This person says
conspiracies.
they have
Go ahead.
very similar facial features.
Oh,
What? What?
oh my
I
God.
can't.
I'm
I
considered
am
for humanity, man.
done.
People are dumb.
This is
Well,
what it comes from. He thinks that they're both from Tennessee. Neither one of them are originally from Tennessee, but they have children missing in Tennessee, and so he's made this connection somehow.
Absolutely
I like you,
disgusting.
Annette. Can we be friends, Annette? What is wrong with you? And Katrina. That is the most ridiculous thing I've read all week. Oh my gosh, people.
This
so
comes from someone who goes mainstream. Go ahead, Shay. I'm sorry. It's just frustrating to see.
Yeah. What's
no.
up, Shay Benet? Hey,
Hey,
love.
love. How are you?
Good. Missing you all.
Just me too. I've been pretty kind of quiet about this like case, but I have so much to say. But speaking of
Get it
dog,
out.
oh girl, we will. Dog. So my question is like, what the hell to Jennifer Coffindoffer?
Mm.
Why is like ex FBI allowing the spread of misinformation on her platform? Why does nobody correct this man for not getting the names of people correct?
Yeah,
Like, what
Right?
kind of world are we living in?
I don't know.
Shay.
Oh,
I feel the same way. I can't get over it, and it's really sad when it's people who people trust. That's the
Yes.
worst
hmm
part. Ugh.
hmm
And it's
Because then
heartbreaking because, go ahead.
it's like when like when because we know this happens all the time when a priest betrays a parishioner, like when a teacher betrays a student, like when a person is in a level of authority and that does a position of power and they do something like this, they come out with the misinformation, the disinformation, there is inevitably going to be a large group of people that believe it solely because of who that person is. And
Absolutely. They put their
it
trust
just
in
breaks
them.
my heart. Yeah, yeah. And it
I-
breaks my heart. Hey, Gavel. Love ya. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Keep
to me
feeding
is
us to it, Shay.
frustrating.
What else you got? What else you got?
Okay, here's the other thing. Um, so let's be real. I cannot stand it when I hear like I get like YouTube's a platform to make money. I know it's a sticky, conversation when it comes to true
Yeah.
crime, but there are people and some like I personally know that they have been over 10K in subs for well over a year. Not once have done a charity stream, but their life is a charity itself. And it pisses me
Mm-hmm.
to fuck off because it's all about drama. It's not about missing people. It's a lot of misinformation. You claim you donate or things like that. No, nobody believes that. You've not once ever given anything. You've never even done one fundraiser. You won't even help your fucking mods, Brittany J. So that goes to her.
Oh,
That pisses me off. I can't stand lying like that. And that really bothers me because it is emotional manipulation to people that care about a missing boy.
Wait, while the meantime wasn't, I mean, you got to be making decent money. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
give him a little bit. Throw one of the 3 streams you do a day to do a charity for him or a fundraiser or something if that's what you
Yeah.
want. Like, I'm
And
sorry. I just can't. It irritates me.
Philly girl, who do we support that do you support racist people that have their own channels? I don't, because some of you follow them. Name some names. Who's racist? And if you can tell me where or how they've been racist, that would be even better. But no, I do not support that. Um, but yeah, please go ahead, Shay. I just wanted to get that question out there.
No, it's okay. I'll be calm for a little bit.
No, 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 no. I don't know. There's
All
been
my
a
sound
whole
cut
lot of
out, so I don't
grifting
even know
going
what
on.
was just said. But I do know some of the things that were said a couple months ago that were, about going back on your boat and Mexican dick and the spick stuff and all that. That personally offended me to a level that I can't even explain. And I've showed deeds,
Yeah.
like my family, my mom's dad came from Spain on a ship. We have the ship records and everything. And I just find it disgusting. It will never be acceptable for me. Anything that is.
Mm-mm. Oh, we lost her. She said she was about to go out in the back chat anyway, so she might have walked out of range. Uh,
I don't know, Deeds.
no,
It
it's
was wild out
not
here.
acceptable. I don't support that. Not all the stuff that we've heard. I mean, and not even just the fact that it was found. The fact that she came online and said, "Yeah, and I'd do it again." Like, okay, you doubled down on the fact that you're a shithead. I thank you for telling me who you are and moved on. Like, it is what it is. It's just gross. The dog delete. What was your comment, Luca? As the person recently doxxed, I absolutely said it was fair play because I've shown Betty's record going for my family isn't, and I'm sure any of you would be upset too. I don't know what you're talking about, Granny.
Oh, yeah.
The
She
person recently doxxed.
she's like had some interference with like some of the with like Nick the Hat in them, and then
Mm,
it gives Brittany a chance to comment, and then it's just the wild west all over again. And um I don't know.
back and forth. Joy of all them grifters and sad when these criminals say they're advocating. It's ridiculous when criminals are the creators making. Well, I mean, even criminals have to make money, but and people's criminal past shouldn't be held against them if they've changed from who they are. But if they still are showing you that that's who they are, just take heed. Take heed of it and get as far away from it as you can.
Yeah.
And
I
don't,
also
don't be taken advantage of. Are you back with us, Allie?
I don't know. Am I? I don't know.
You fell off completely.
I know. I got a phone call. I'm actually going to jump off in a second. I just was trying to make the point that, the racist stuff that was said before it hit a personal nerve with me. And, I
Mhm.
never supported that person anyways, but I just cannot believe that people can excuse that or find it acceptable.
Right.
And yeah, I don't know what you heard that I said before, but it's unacceptable and I'm grossed out by it.
It is unacceptable. I don't get it. She, like Chasing says, she's vile, period. And she tells us she's vile. So what good is there? And I'm not saying, like, if you're listening, like Jones reviewed her streaming the Bullhorn Betty arrest video. Or if
oh,
she
that was
actually,
funny.
and I've heard she's had Chris on there, and Chris asked everybody to stop and chill out. Like, if you're going and watching that, I don't think that's an issue. Because like if that's some information you might want to obtain for this case, but if you're supporting her, that's that's on you. Because if that's what you want to stand beside, that's what you want to stand beside.
Yeah, I think everybody has like their own, moral boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
And if
It
they
tells
tell
you,
you
yeah,
who they are and you're okay with that, then that's fine. But
yeah,
I just, I agree. Like, I like to go to places where I can find information. And if I find an interview of a parent, a friend, or somebody somewhere, I may want to hear it, but I take that in with a grain of salt. That doesn't mean it's facts of the case. Like, that's why
no,
I went back like a couple weeks ago and I just looked at like round one of like the investigation from the local like media with the police, with TBI and FBI. And that's just the information that's there. I did use Body's spreadsheet. I did think it is very helpful. And I know y'all have already talked about the address thing. I won't comment on that because I believe it's kind of true crime and the information's out there, but
right.
it should not be used to
Like
harass
I
or
get
hurt
exactly
people.
why she did it. It just sucks that there are people who are going to do bad things with it.
Yeah.
And there's going to be people
Yeah.
like that out there everywhere. Like, that's just not something you can control. But I think it is disheartening whenever like you do want to find coverage on Sebastian's case or any updates or maybe a different thought process. Like it's just hard to find without having to pick a polar side. And it felt like that during Idaho. I wasn't here for summer,
Mhm.
but from what I've been doing a little research on, I've
Oh,
heard
it's a
this is
really
kind of worse than what was going on
Yeah.
in
well, I
summer.
think I don't know if it's worse. It got more
Bigger,
intense
maybe?
quicker. Quicker, a lot
Yeah.
quicker from what I didn't know about Summer's case online until November. She went missing in June. Um, and when I started following along with it, it wasn't near this bad. But then it just snowballed even bigger. Sebastian's went from 0 to 100 overnight, it seems like, and it's just exploded from there. And Dutchy, I do know about your dogs, because
Well,
Trevor and a couple of them mentioned it in there. And yeah, your husband, all the lies, and you would never dox anyone. So that was a bunch of bullshit.
yeah, and just because
I'm
somebody does
sorry.
it to you doesn't make it okay. But I'm going to jump down and listen to you two chat. I want to hear what else Shay has
Mhm.
to say. But I just want to say, I don't, it's fine to have to get information from somewhere or something, but please don't excuse those things that were said. There are a lot of people that personally touches, and it can be really hurtful. And look, the
Mhm.
people that did come over here on boats and stuff like that, they came over here the right way. A lot of these people fought to give their families a better life than what they had. And excusing it and writing it off or just brushing it away is absolutely unacceptable. And it's just not okay. It will never be okay. And I'm not okay with anybody who does that. I'm really disheartened to see some of the things I've seen people say to excuse that stuff away now that it's been some time,
Yeah.
and there is no excuse for it. None. And yeah, then I'm gonna
Yeah.
jump down. But Deets, I'm so glad you're back. It may be bad for me because I got up here and ran my mouth a little bit. But
I
no,
don't
I've
know
missed
how
you.
I don't know how often I'll come live. I need to get a place set up here in the new house where I can set my computer up and everything.
No,
But
I've definitely missed your
I
chats,
got
and I've
thoughts.
missed you.
I got to start watching more of the content though before having a strong opinion on stuff.
Right.
So I've got to get back into it.
Okay, I'm jumping down. You guys have a great day. I'm gonna go
Bye,
Okay.
girl.
swim with Emmy and go to the county fair. That's my plan. But I'll be listening for a
Enjoy.
little bit. Okay,
All
I'll talk
right.
to you guys soon. Bye.
I Bye, love. I agree with Gavel. I don't care if people make money at all. I do care about them exploiting missing children and victims. There is a difference. Absolutely, Gavel. 1,000%.
And
People are, yeah.
and I agree, and I will just say this too. I also don't believe that everybody has to donate. I understand people don't have that within their means, but don't. My thing is, don't claim you do when you don't.
Hmm.
And that
Yep.
bothers me. It's a facade. So I just want to make sure that's kind of clear because I realize not everybody can do that or they do things in their own way to contribute. But that really just kind of, I don't know, it bothers you. And the other thing too is that um I've worked in contracting for a long time. Worked in part of kind of media. I'm very well aware of NDAs and all the stuff that goes in between. And I think that it would behoove the people that are getting close to any parents of any case or anyone involved to be very careful what your conversations are because say something turned in the investigation and what if that person's cell phone records are seized? What if your messages with them are? What if you implicate
Hmm.
yourself within a criminal case all by just YouTube and whatever side you support, be smart. This is about a missing child, not about chumming it up with the parents
With
of
the,
a missing
yeah.
child for content.
Someone mentioned that earlier, and I was going to highlight it, and I got distracted. But I would be I'm always hesitant. I don't mind talking to Brandy. Comes around here. BJ's came around here. I don't mind them being in my chats or even hopping up on panel or something. But I don't have a personal relationship with anyone connected to a tragedy case I've covered offline or behind the scenes because I feel like it just gets extremely messy. I think it would cloud my judgment. It
Yes.
it would make you would instantly get a personal connection and feel like oh, I've got to support them 1000%. And then it's going to change your bias this way or that. So that's why I stay away from it. Is it illegal to do? No, it's not. Of course not. My opinion of it, though, is it's going to get messy and quick, real quick. I've seen my
Absolutely.
friends get close to people in cases on here, and it's bit them in the butt hardcore. And that's why I just feel like it becomes an issue, and it's something I want to stay away from. Pearl says I hear people being called the moral police. I wear that hat for having an opinion on here, but the actual person behaving like a one woman vigilante movement with allegations and doxing is Tiffany Marie. Yep. She'll have no problem doxing you and claiming, well, if it's for the good of the case, I'll do it. Yeah. Tell me how, doxing Pearl or Dutchy is helping Summer's case or Sebastian's or anyone's case at all. It's not at all.
It's infuriating. And honestly, I think
Mhm.
it's a compliment when somebody has morals. So if you're offended and you call people the moral police, then maybe you should check your own fucking morals. Sorry, my cousin.
Yeah. Like it's
Mm.
an insult to be told that you have morals. Like, okay, where's yours?
Exactly. And everybody
Oh,
should have their own boundaries, their own morals, and that's
yes.
fine. But I do think that having this groupthink mentality, like when covering a case and picking sides, is very detrimental. It's confirmation bias. And honestly, like what good does it really do? None of us are going to be
Mhm.
jurors. The likelihood of us being jurors, if there is a criminal case of any of this, then that is what it is. But just on the Sebastian piece though, and like not like just why can't like what happened to people just being open to accept that maybe somebody ran away and walked out on their own will? We've seen it happen
Right.
so many times. And
Mhm.
think about this. And if that really is the case, and that's what happens, then what kind of world would that child come back to after the fact when all of this stuff has been smeared across social media?
Yeah. And I don't know, there's
Forever
just
there.
so many possible scenarios that happened. I shared out, the one that Michelle After Dark had thought of. It's like there's so many possible scenarios that don't involve anyone at all. But that doesn't bring in the crowds. It just doesn't. And that's the thing. Like if you have a conversation about these possibilities without dragging one of the missing parents, then people just aren't as interested. They just truly aren't. And I agree with Dutchy here. If you have issues with creators on this platform, then have an issue with them. Our family should not be drug into it at all. Nobody's family should be drug into it. It should not be a tit for tat back and forth with families. That's not fair for anyone. Just I don't think it should be back and forth, doxing creators either, but I'm just saying, like, it's not fair that, your spouse was brought into it at all. And I know,
Yeah.
Gavel, your family's been brought into it too. I sound far away.
Kinda.
I'm sorry. Is this better? Let me find my other headphone. Sometimes I only like wear one headphone at a time.
Do you have the noise cancellation on?
No.
That may be why.
Okay, how's
Oh,
this? Is this better?
yeah.
Okay, good. I wear them both.
Are you
There is a
are you
fine line.
oh, go ahead.
What? I was just
Uh,
saying, yeah, there is a fine line you shouldn't cross.
yeah. It's tough. I mean, I know that like everybody wants like, you know, to help find answers and be part of something. And I think there's a world where that can happen, but I just don't see how slinging mud across, the families and, anyone living, in the area, whatever that may be, how it's going to end up helping. I mean, it does make you reflect, but I don't know. I, and this is the thing that pisses me off too. Let's just be real. We got Leilani Simon's like court coming up soon, and
Yeah.
a lot of these people that were out there protesting and making a big freaking stink. Do you think any of them are going to cover this when there's
Ca-
true justice for Quentin's life?
Causing the chaos, the ones that were causing the chaos. No,
Yeah.
Josie was talking about that on her live earlier. I don't think anybody like. And I'm not, because I know there are people covering it, but the ones that, yeah, she's so rude. The ones that were actually causing the chaos, are they going to cover it? I don't think so.
So,
I don't think that they have.
because they feel like they probably made their mark and they're moving on to cause chaos somewhere else. And that's the problem is we all need to be individual thinkers, wake up, figure out what our own boundaries are and what we'll tolerate and listen to. Like, don't keep going
Mhm.
along with it and encouraging bad behavior or a lot or thinking that it's okay because it happened here or there. Like, people can be wrong and do better. Like, that's normal. But when you don't show growth and you continue to do this, it's something's got to, got to change. And I think a lot of it starts with subscribers as well.
I agree. 1,000% it starts with self. Harlot, why do you think that is? Like, I'm curious. And that's why I think, like, when you get hyper focused on one person or another, then I don't know, maybe you are just a hate channel, like, if you're just hyper focused on that person,
Yeah,
if
I
you're
don't
not
know.
covering more.
I wish people would consider covering more or I mean, there's a
Mhm.
lot of missing children out there. I know that there's creators that do. But I think, chasing, I told her, I was like, I think more people like need to do that. I would come watch, yeah, maybe some of the live chats aren't going to be 1,000 on a case somebody knows about. And of course, I don't think Chasing cares about that at all, knowing her.
Mm-mm.
But you got to be okay with that. Like, if you really do care, then like that is the one demonstration that shows me that you do when you're doing more than just one case, or you're willing to talk about more than one child or whatever it is, highlight them as a missing person, whether you do an opening, intro law or intro or at the end. Like, there's so many ways to do that within a creator. S- um I don't know. I can't. Like, it's just really bothering me right now. It's kind of sad because I do like true crime, and everywhere I look, it's like only a couple cases, and then it brought me over to LawTube. So I do think that it
I
is
I
bringing
know,
people out of true
LawTube.
crime.
Yeah, LawTube has been covering, because they cover such a wide variety of cases. You're mostly getting just facts with them because they're just going through court documents most of the time, maybe a few news articles and things. And it definitely, LawTube seems to align more with what I consider true crime than most of those in the true crime sector,
I
in
totally
my
agree with you.
opinion. Mhm. Used to care Chasing said I used to care a lot. I didn't get it on why I had hundreds in there for summer, but then none for others. Took me a minute to understand it wasn't for her, it was for the drama. Right. Yeah. And it sucks, like, I know, like, Johnson and I have had this conversation, like, we got to that point with Quentin's case where it's like, "Wait, we're not helping anything, we're not changing anyone's minds, the thousands in our chat aren't there just because we're spreading some new thing. No, it's the same people that are just there to hear about the drama, and you have to decide, is it worth it continuing to facilitate that? For some people, that's a personal decision. Me saying this isn't saying like, "Oh, you can't do it anymore." It's just saying like every person has to decide where they stand on that and what they think about it. She has 2
Absolutely.
separate yeah, dramatic coverage and personal money. And she does remind me a lot of Ziggy, like, the more I get to know her channel, it reminds me a lot of Ziggy's channel, Pearl, but, I think there's worse out there than her, and then there's covertly worse. There's those that are, that do it in such a manipulative way, you don't even realize they're doing it.
True.
No, none of it is. None of it is. It's 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 all for personal drama. Personal. Like, I was I was re-listening to the interview with Terry Lynn, the first one that Seth did, because
Hmm.
that for me was the pivotal moment in this case where things changed. And I remember when Gavel and I had went through it the first time, and it was at the very end of like a 12-hour stream, so it didn't get saved in my deep dive that I did here on the live. So I'm like, Gallo, do you have the link? She got me the link. So I've been listening to it again. And I don't know, it just has me thinking like, oh, I'd love to go live and discuss some of this because I can see so many um, red flags or not red flags about the case necessarily, but about where the online chaos was headed. But then it's like, wait, you're going to be helping anybody doing that? Probably not. Probably just going to be adding to more of the chaos and drama. So I don't know. You just got to weigh the things yourself,
Yeah. I don't mean, I don't think it's wrong to go over the interviews. Like that's just me
Yeah.
personally. Um, but I guess I just would think I would like to hope that people would push themselves or other creators to like really try not to have a bias in it, like because you will find more information when you don't have that. And I agree, like going back really is eye opening. I think for mine personally on the go back of the stuff was when was really kind of looking at the first 2 weeks of the investigation.
Hmm.
There is a lot of information that's out there and a lot that's been retracted. And I think a lot of that has to do with law enforcement's need to protect their investigation, and I respect that. But I just don't see how it's helpful to like sit and like drag all the parents. Like I know that's not something you would do. But to be completely honest, like if I notice, like, for example, for a lot of people that are kind of more on, like, I guess they call sus team. I don't know what it is. It should just be Sebastian's, but
It
um,
should be.
yeah,
Absolutely.
it's weird. But like, they'll get so mad, like, don't cover Seth, don't cover Seth. But it's okay to sit and cover Chris and Katie like this. I don't understand. And so my question, like, to some of those creators would be like, like where really is your thought process in this? Like, have you taken a step back to think about this? Like, you're allowed to cover one, but not the other. You're silencing people.
Hmm.
And you're also limiting, the growth of thought and critical thinking, like, will take you a long way with that. Having deductive,
And and
conversations
don't
about it is okay.
and don't get misconstrued. I'm not saying, and I don't think anybody else up here is saying, like, you can't have a conversation about Seth or Chris or Katie. Like, no,
No,
have the conversations.
be
Last night, Damien
respectful.
and I had a long one. Like, you can absolutely have thoughts of, like, oh, that's shady, or I don't like his behavior here, or, this doesn't look good. And, oh, he's exploiting his child there. That's wrong. Like, or Chris is giving me a red flag because of the way he's talking here. There's nothing wrong with that. But what happens is the thumbnails with the blood on them and the accusations and the flat out accusing them and saying, thinking that they're involved with something, or saying that, they think it's a Rudy, I can never get that last name right, where the Rudy
Oh, I know what
not
you're talking about.
Flores. So, but there was a creator who said that, maybe it's a situation like that where the parent knows he's alive and hiding him. It's like it just feels like there's a line being crossed. And once you cross that line, it's a slippery, slippery slope down. And it's getting worse and worse. It's the bottom of trauma.
Yeah, and I think it's okay to cover this. Honestly, like I think it's more so like, can you go into the interview not looking to maybe like red flag this person as a person of interest, but there's a lot of information that comes out of those that is helpful that you could learn about Sebastian and his
Mhm.
life. And I think that's kind of what is missing for my personal taste when consuming, content is like it's not about Sebastian, what was happening, like understanding that information of like his life, like what are his coping mechanisms, things to kind of like consider, things he's interested in. We've heard a few of those, but when you do hear like a change in the story as you go through that, that is very
Mhm.
valuable. It's something to note. If you see something that is significant, then report it to TBI. But also the other thing
Right.
about like people taking tips and then them not going directly to TBI, that is weird as hell. I'm like, why would anybody do that? That bothers me too.
I know. Some of it is bizarre.
It
the way
makes
that
people
they
have
take
more
it in.
conspiracies when they do that. Like, why are you
Uh-huh.
taking the tip? I
I
would
feel
never
like
do that.
there's the taking of tips. Like, how many tip lines are we up to now? Like 3 extra tip lines there have been?
I guess
Good
so.
barbecue lady, dog, and then Seth's own personal tip line. There might be more, but I'm thinking of those 3 off the top of my head. Like, don't do that. And it's so crazy that there are people saying like all these red flags against Chris and Katie, yet Chris is the only one who I've heard who have said, "Don't send these people tips. Don't send me tips. Send it to law enforcement." Like he's got the right idea. Like send it if you have some knowledge, if you have some information, send it to law enforcement, not one of these crazy tip lines. I mean, oh, dog called the guy Sean, I heard. So like,
He called
don't send it
Sebastian
there.
Nicholas.
Yeah, that's what Johnson said last night too. Just like,
Oh,
ah,
I thought we were like in a bad like, movie. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Like, is there some kind of intent in this? And then it happened like again with the names and like nobody will correct this. Like you're saying this person has a huge platform and you want them to like help spread the reach and look for this missing child, but you don't have any of the facts straight. You don't even have the names right. Like this is a joke.
mm-hmm,
It's
it
it
is.
is it's awful, and I guess I just find it disrespectful to Sebastian, but I think it's good to review everything. I like to hear other people's opinions. I really appreciate that. But the moment
Me
you
too.
start insulting a parent's like physical appearances and things like and it becomes like below the belt, it's not productive. Like that's when I'm
Oh
out.
yeah, we were listening when Johnson was playing that interview or she was playing Clues video last night of the um arrest and like so many attacks on him, like personal attacks on him. It's like why? If you care about Sebastian and you claim you care about Sebastian because that's what this your videos and your lives and all of that are for is for Sebastian. That is an extension of him. You can think he's a piece of shit. I do, but you to just like continually attack him like that for what? Why? To say that you think he's involved? Why? How is that helpful for the child that you're you know trying to advocate for, whatever. I don't even know if advocate's the right word.
I guess get their story. I don't even know what it is anymore either. But the same goes for talking about Chris and Katie. Like I found
Hmm.
so many good
Yeah.
like tidbits of information from a lot of the interviews. And I didn't have to listen to it like and take a side of anybody. Like it was just notes. And then, I guess I don't understand really where the hate like kind of campaigns fueled from, but something that says a lot to me is how somebody conducts themselves in public, and how they treat others.
Hmm.
And
It.
I will be critical of this because this is just the case we're talking about. But like most specifically, when you have one parent such as Seth here in Sebastian's case, who has his feelings and his thoughts, which he rightfully has, and I feel for him. He's missing his son.
Hmm.
What he says, people take with and run with that. But I have yet to heard Chris and Katie really badmouth Seth at all. And so, when just as me, a consumer, and taking in the
Hmm.
information, that weight matters. Like, I don't expect everybody to think like I do. Of course not. That's why I like to listen to others. But I guess my question to some of the creators that it stands so strongly on that and they keep going after the Proudfoots would be like, I mean, have you even like kind of looked at this? Like, does that not look a little sus to you that like the other parents are being attacked, but you're not allowed to talk about this one? Like, those are red flags to me. That's the red flag itself. It's not about like breaking down all the information that so said here, so said there. Sometimes it's just so much as the actions of their show their character, and that comes into question. So you can't take
Hmm.
everything maybe that person says as fact. We only know like a small amount of facts about this. So I guess I just more so encourage people to, think for themselves. And I wish some of
Think
the creators
broader.
would.
Yes.
Yeah.
Think broader too. They're getting on and um they're giving these interviews online, or they're speaking out online or on news media. It's a short time frame. Like, it's a very short moment in their lives, in their son's missing case. So they have this short moment to spill out what they think is important. And sometimes a lot of weird stuff comes out with that. That's across the board. When you put people into high stress situations,
Right.
sometimes we act weird. I mean, it just happens. And so you also have to take that into consideration and take it with a grain of salt that, weird crap comes out of their mouth, and they tell us stories that they probably shouldn't be telling us, or they say the wrong words. They say we instead of I, or instead of her. Like, you're getting lost in the detail of it and making it a bigger deal than what it is. Just broaden your mind and realize that they're giving us a small amount and not the entire story. And it might not even be for nefarious reasons. It could be, but it might not. It might just be that's all that they can think about at that moment. I was listening to one of the creators I did listen to yesterday was Betty, and she was talking about how Chris has changed his story. No, he hasn't. Like, I know, because Gavin and I went deep into those interviews, and we hit most of the ones that he had done. I think the only one we didn't hit was when he had went on Queen Bees and when he'd went over on Clues. But we went deep into those. It didn't change. More detail was added, and that is normal. That is completely
Right.
normal that as you're having a conversation with like the interviews with Duchess, maybe, Duchess asked this question and it sparked this memory that it didn't have, he didn't have that memory on the last one. And I heard her saying, like, that's important case information that they kept from us, and it's a change of the story. First of all, it's not case information that you needed, period. It's something
Right.
that they willingly gave to the public. You should be grateful that they willingly gave it to the public. It only matters is what they told law enforcement, what law enforcement did with their interviews, what they were able to get there. First of all. Second of all, adding to the story is not changing it at all.
And
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 it
if you want to
actually
go there, all of them have done that. All of them have added more details on and on as they go. It's
it's
okay.
interesting. Well, it's interesting because I've listened to experts in that area that have said that, just specifically, it wasn't this case that I looked at regarding that, like expanding somebody's story versus what you initially hear. I was kind of interested, like, what does that look like
Mhm.
from an expert's perspective? And from what I've deduced from hearing from multiple experts, it's not necessarily a bad sign, because in the moment, usually the first, like, what, few weeks, month or so, that, like, they're obviously in shock and in grievance, these parents in their own way. But yeah, to remember certain details, and what maybe law enforcement is saying, hey, you can now share this, like, take that into consideration. Like, there's just a lot of stuff that, like, we may not know about, because maybe this one little detail that you think you need to know about a lock on a door, there's a reason why law enforcement doesn't want that information out there, because that could be the key to how they, potentially find who did this. Like, there's little
Mhm.
things like that. But I feel like when people feel like they're not getting the answers that they want, then that person's sus. And I'm like, oh my gosh, no, I don't feel that way at all. I think that going around and spending more time talking about, I don't know, the family drama of it is, it's just not fruitful.
No.
So-
No, it's
Sorry,
not.
I'm on my
But I
rant.
don't. No, no, I love it. I love when we just kind of spitball it and free
Well,
flow
and
with our thoughts and ideas. I just don't know how, like,
how do you feel
where do we
about
go from here? How do we, how does it get better? What can be done?
I
That's where I am.
I mean, I think people have to say, like, when they feel something's right or wrong, like, make those their own, like I said, moral judgment, because that's fine. Everybody has morals. That's normal.
Mhm.
And decide if they want to entertain that type of content. But I was going to ask you, because I don't know if I talked about this earlier. I was almost caught up, but something that was really bothering me. How do you feel about creators um, impersonating and mocking one of the parents in the case? like impersonating them.
Impersonating and mocking them?
Hmm.
I think that's tacky.
I do too.
I mean, they're like their child's missing. They're not named suspects. They're not persons of interest. We have no there's no indication from law enforcement or anyone else that they have done anything wrong or have foul play. Why are we mocking and imitating them,
So the one that I've seen,
impersonating them?
yeah, the one I've seen is a creator that will impersonate Katie and be like snaps and like say things like say things that she would in her interviews and imitate her voice, and everybody laughs in the chat about this creator
What?
mocking the parent. Yeah, it's Brittany J. It
Oh,
pissed me
I haven't
off, and I'm
watched.
like, it's not funny.
Why? What would be the it's just to humiliate them or make her look
And,
bad
and,
or
Sa- and
something. That
Seth
you
and
know what
Seth,
that reminds me of? That reminds me of the bullshit. Sorry, you might not like this. It reminds me of the
you're fine.
bullshit that Jay for Justice and Lana and all of them used to, and Molly Golightly did back in the Chris Watts case with Shanann. That's what that sounds like. That's exactly what that sounds like. I haven't heard what you're referencing, but it sounds like you're
It
mocking a
is.
victim.
So like somebody will ask her to like say something and she'll say it how like Katie did on an interview about something about the sex. Like he said goodnight to the puppies. Like that's what she does. And it's like so Seth is a mod in her chat as well as Tony Mathis and their whole team.
Hmm.
And like, I don't know, maybe this is me just speaking very openly and I'm fine because I'll stand by this and not represent deets. But like my thing to Seth would be like, hey, this is the mother of your child. You are a moderator of this channel. Say this creator is part of your team. Loving Sebastian, like, don't have him make fun of the mother of your child. I don't think that Katie and Chris want Seth being, made fun of and torn apart either. I truly believe like my ex-husband would not allow that. Like that, and I just that's what bothers me too, is you got the other parent over there, and this is okay. This is deemed okay to do this, and it's not okay just because
No.
the other parent of the child is in the chat, it doesn't mean it's okay to mock Katie. Like that to me is entirely
Mm-mm.
disrespectful. Yes, she has an accent and she has things that she says, but that's normal.
It's not cool to mock any of them. It wouldn't be
Y-
cool to mock Seth. It wouldn't be cool to mock Chris. To mock. Oh,
Yeah, it pissed me
I think
off.
it's gross.
That's something else that like just kind of like little bitty things, and I'm just sitting here watching it. I'm like, this is like, I sat there with Brittany and covered Quentin Simon with her, and I'm just gonna say this,
Hmm.
and her and I like watched whenever. So we were trying to watch what was going on from all sides of being over at Quentin's house, and then I remember there was one night, late night that's whenever it got a little crazy. That's when all the arrests and stuff started happening, and it felt
Hmm.
icky, and it was like, don't want to touch this again. And
Don't say
and like,
icky.
okay, sorry.
I'm joking. No, you can say it.
And so, like at the time, it was like pretty good. Like, okay, yeah, we're not going to cover that. And then, she didn't care for that. But seeing
Hmm.
somebody that not just her specifically, seeing as a sub, seeing someone that like a creator that I've respected and supported, like go down that route, it's disappointing. Now, that's fine. Like, I can watch elsewhere. I totally get that. But call it moral police or what it is,
Hmm.
that's kind of what I use as my judgment scale. Like how do you treat others in these type of times when you don't really know everything, and it just seems like it's all for a show and the intentions aren't good, and that's disappointing.
Hmm. Hmm. I know.
So
The probe. And then Trevor said this. What about when someone flirts with a named suspect in a case? Yeah, when Brooks did that, that was pretty effed up. Did you hear about that, Shay?
what?
Oh, that was. Oh yeah, she flirted hardcore with Stacy Wandra in Michael Vaughn's case. Like, had this
No.
man, yeah, she had this man convinced that he was gonna help her with her marriage, and I mean, you should have heard the stuff that she
Oh
was
my god, why
saying.
insert
And then
herself like that? Like, what the
some of her
hell?
mods, some of her mods came out on a channel I had never heard of. I think it's called Blame Katie. Not Katie Proud, but that's just the name of the channel. Yeah, is Blame Katie. Some of her mods have left her recently, and they came out there talking about like a lot of the stuff that she was doing behind the scenes. I don't even know how
Wow.
I found it. I just happened to randomly. I'd never heard of this creator. It just showed up in my algorithm. Let's see. And they come up there and they talk for
So,
a good
so,
long
sh-
time.
so
Chloe
she,
Jade, Slim, and Avy,
okay, so
and
he
they're
was like a
still.
person of interest in Michael Vaughn's case, and she goes,
Yep,
reaches out, flirts with him to obtain more information or content. Is
yep,
that what
yep.
I'm?
That's what
Wow.
she did. That's what she did. Now she talked about that a while ago on, I think it was on Purple Phoenix's channel, Purple Knights. I don't know what her name is, but she came out talking about it and she played the audio. She had recorded the audio of her conversations with this suspect, and she played them on that channel, and you can just hear them. Like Stacy's like, how did he say it? If you don't, basically, if you don't stop your crap, I'm not going to help you and your husband with this or that, and blah, blah, blah. And she just gets all
Ah,
sugary sweet with him. And she's like, um, oh, now come on, Stacey. Like, it's gross. It's really
no.
cringe. Yeah, it's really cringe.
And so, did she think she was like trying to support the family and getting that information? I just don't understand. That's so gross.
Yep, she was flirting with him while befriending the victim's family. Yeah, she was really close with Brandy behind the scenes too. Her own
So,
words, not mine.
so why wouldn't this creator at the time stop and think that like this could be a conflict of interest? Say something happens, like I don't want it to come back on the
Hmm.
parent. Like, why aren't we thinking about that?
A bunch of us were calling that out. Like, this is actually interfering with an investigation. Like, it's actively interfering there. Like, he's a named suspect, not just a person of interest, not just like, ooh, we think this guy's a suspect. He's a named suspect, and you're going behind the scenes and doing all of these things. And the claim is that, like, oh, well, this is for the case and it's helping the case. Bullshit. Then you wouldn't be putting it out on YouTube. If you
Right.
had, obtained something that actually was helping the investigation and that you had turned over to law enforcement, you wouldn't be out here, disseminating it on this platform then. So therefore, whatever it was that you obtained in your weird flirt sessions with the man had nothing to do with helping the case.
So, so did the mom? So did sorry. So
Okay,
did Michael's mom find out about it? Like, was she made aware afterwards? I'm just curious
I
now how this
do.
panned out.
I do believe so. I brought, you know what? I might, let me see if I can find, because one of the mods on here, there are no transcripts on here. Oh, here it is. The mods
Wait.
on here, they end up talking about some of the stuff that Brooks did in the Sebastian Rogers case with the fake neighbor.
Okay.
Um,
Was so okay, let me just double check myself real quick. So was hmm.
what do I hit? Can somebody in chat tell me what is it I hit again to search the transcript? I can never
Yeah, I
remember.
gotta open up oh,
I can search it on my Mac with some prompt, but I can never. It's like command something, I think, but I can never
uh,
remember.
if he was in here, she'd know. Control
Control F.
F. There.
Okay, let me try that. Well, that didn't work.
Oh, sad.
Mm,
Wow.
that's
So
Command F.
was Michael Vaughn's case, was that the one that Betty kind of got inserted in? Not to make it about Betty, but I did watch like a clip
She did.
channel's history of Betty, and I believe was she like reading out something about because I saw that Brandy was crying and it broke my heart. I was like, what the hell happened here?
So okay, people aren't gonna have the same opinion that I do, and that's completely fine. It's not the channel name. Here, let me clear this up real quick. The channel name isn't about like Katie Proudfoot. She doesn't talk about Sebastian's case at all. So this has nothing like her name, her channel name, all that stuff has nothing to do with Sebastian. I think it's just a weird coincidence. But anyway, I don't think that Betty was at fault for what happened with Brandy. And let me explain why. So
Okay,
Betty
I didn't know what
went
happened.
okay, so Betty went live and she played a she talked about a news article and a tweets that were already out there. The news was already on the scene
Uh,
tweeting that the neighbor's backyard was being dug up. She didn't have any insider information. She was using something that was already out in the public. She went on
right.
her live and she started talking about it. Well, Brandy was over at on this Purple Nights channel because they're friends, and she goes up on the panel, and someone in the chat said, "Hey, Betty just said that they're digging up your neighbor's backyard looking for Michael," and Brandy's like, "No, they're not, because I would know. That's not happening." And so Purple pulls up the video of Bullhorn Betty's and plays it, and Brandy's like, "That's not happening." And then she gets down and goes and calls law enforcement, and she comes back crying. So she did find out because Betty was because this Purple person played Betty's clip and was talking about it, yada yada
Uh,
yada. But I don't think Betty did anything wrong. She was the only reason she knew about it is because it was in the news. It's really law enforcement should have informed them before news got out there tweeting about it and sharing pictures and information. So I have a
yeah.
little different opinion. I mean,
No,
Betty does plenty of bad stuff on her own. I just don't think like she was um, honestly trying to be harmful in that one.
but I agree with you there on that aspect, just because like
Mhm.
and we've heard from a lot of families, that they sometimes know it just as much as we do, but they want to know
Mm.
more, or they may know a little. Like I was thinking about, Maura Murray's family in that instance,
Yes.
where they just wanted anything, but like they felt from to some degree, like I mean, I'm putting a percentage on this. This didn't cover the family. It seemed like after like deep diving, their podcasts and everything that's come out, like they had like 90% of the information that the public did, but they wanted more because they didn't want it to go
Mhm.
cold. So I could see like how that can become an issue. But then, man, the victim advocacy part, like I really wish that they would have told her before. That's heartbreaking.
So that's true. So Betty also did put out that she called law enforcement on the live, and she put out that Stacy and well, actually Stacy was already in jail, but Sarah Wander was being arrested, and the charge was for not reporting a death. So that was like information that was obtained because but the only reason she knew to call law enforcement and ask that was because the news reporter was tweeting about the fact that this neighbor's backyard was being dug up, and there was like that information was already
Wow.
out there. If it were I think it was just another example of how much this like how messy it can get for these families so quickly. If it were me, if Brandy were my friend the way that Purple claims she's her friend, and this happened and I knew this information, I would have pulled her aside privately and said, "Hey, this is going around. You might want to, contact," because Brandy is really close with, the I don't think the chief. So you might want to contact him and find out what's going on so it doesn't play out publicly. But I think it just ended up being
Yeah.
a really messy situation overall.
Sounds like
Yeah,
like
they
it like real time situation, maybe like some better decisions could have been made to secure
mhm,
Brandy's reaction to the public.
right.
Right. I
And I
get
agree
that.
with this too. Ellie shouldn't have told anyone until the family was told. Absolutely. I think the family should have been told before they even started digging because it's like 3 streets over. I just can't believe that
Right.
they didn't inform them. They had to have known it was gonna get back to them, but they didn't, and
Where
it's a very unfortunate situation.
oh and I'm just curious, like where are they at? Do you know where they're at right now with his case? Or is he was
I don't think
arrested,
there's
right? or no?
She was arrested, but then the charges have been dropped. I don't think there's any new charges. I don't know what's
Oh
going on
man.
there. I I think that it's kinda at a standstill.
Yeah.
Let me
When Brandy came
see.
up on your panel that night, it was so eye-opening to me, like for her experience and like what she's gone through, like coming to this platform, and just being kind to the families, like it could go a long way.
It can. It really can. And just to give a little bit of grace, we don't know what they're going through. We truly don't. And I don't wanna be in their shoes. I don't know about you. I never wanna find out what they're going through.
Yeah. I've
Uh,
even seen like in some cases where like we know the family wasn't involved with the death of their child. It's proven, but the families still get like called out and dragged like for content. I don't like there's some of the stuff that happened in Idaho, like calling out the Gonzalez family. Like you may not
mhm.
agree with some of the way they do things. That's totally fine.
What's
Uh,
going on with the GoFundMe? I saw Jewel's community post.
So the trial's been moved to Ada County, and
Right.
the we have only heard from the Gonzalez family. Like we haven't heard from all the other families, and that's okay. But they're allowed to speak. I don't think that they try to speak for everyone else, but somehow um I think that could be interpreted that way. But anyways, yeah, so it's going to be like a 4-month trial, they're thinking, and they're going to have to find like room and board. I even suggested in like Melissa's community post, like, hey, this sucks for the families because now they're out, they're going to have to come up with the means to get there. The
Mhm.
state isn't going to pay for that.
No.
So I even suggested crowdsourcing maybe some funds to get there, if they don't have the full means. And if people want to donate, then that's up to them. But I don't criticize them for needing help. I think any family, for whatever case it is, that's having a relocation or a commute of some sort, like if there's others that can help and want to, that's fine. I don't ridicule them for that. They should be there when they're getting justice for their child's death or their loved one.
But something was said, like, they took in money, and I guess people thought that they were giving the money on the pretense that it was gonna go to all the parents, and then it wasn't for all the parents, it was just for, like, 10 or 15 members of the Gonsalves family?
It was set up by the Gonzalez family, but I took it as that is what it was actually set up for, not the
It
other
was for them.
parents. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know why that was taken that way, and I didn't get to watch Jules' coverage on it yet, and I have a lot of respect for her, and I don't want to speak on
Yeah.
her behalf or her thoughts. Those are hers. But personally, just stating that, like, I didn't take it that way, but maybe there was some wording in it. I know that there's been, and especially in the Idaho case, there's been commentary about how they are more outspoken and get out there. So I don't know if that is kind of an underlying feeling when they see that GoFundMe.
Oh, I
But I
gotcha.
don't put that against, like, I don't hold that against the Gonzalez just because they speak out. So can the other families. So if we respect the others for not wanting to speak, why can't we respect when they want to? As long as they're not being harmful to the case. They want
Right.
justice. And I think they've been open to the fact that, like, even Steve has said, like, we want the right person. Like, and if one of them thinks it's Brian or not, like, I mean, they want true justice for their child.
And they deserve that. They deserve to get that, and hopefully it'll help them start the healing process.
And I think it's so easy to
Right.
sit. God.
No, I agree with Allie, like, there's a lot of other things to be mad about besides
Yeah,
that.
I think that there's like this sense of you think you know how you would act if you were in someone's situation. Hell, I do. I'll be honest. I say that like, hey,
Mhm.
I would totally do this. I've said it even today. But then I have to like check myself and say, I really don't know how I would act. I thank God have not had to experience this. And I need to be thankful for that and hold judgment.
I was just catching up on I agree. I was catching up on what Trevor was saying here. They have the 4 suspects, and apparently the case was given to the DA. It's been given to the DA a couple times, so that just tells me I don't think they have enough evidence to get a conviction, unfortunately. But I think they're still sticking with those 4 suspects. And talking about Michael's case, that's what Trevor's talking about.
Well, do they think there has been more than one child surrounding any of the characters or suspects? Like that's the only thing I could also see maybe taking longer is if they're having to, you know, look at other
I
possibilities of victims.
I don't think that. I think they just don't have enough information. They have like the 4 of them in the area at the time, and they have, some things they've been told, but they didn't. There was a dog hit on the property, or a cadaver dog hit on the property, but there was no evidence of anything found in the backyard, and I think they just don't have enough to
They
get that
got
conviction.
right. Whose phone was it that they got some of the information, the Google stuff from, like the pictures? Do you remember that? Or it was like
No,
like a screen recording of maybe it was Stacy Wander's phone.
it would. Yeah, I'd say it'd have to be Stacy or Sarah because those were the only 2 that were actually like they
Uh,
had in custody. Stacy was in custody for something different, but then they took Sarah in, so they never took the other 2 in.
oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
they were just named suspects.
That's interesting.
I wish I would have took a timestamp down on where they were talking about Sebastian in this, but I didn't, unfortunately.
So there were, but so at the beginning of Michael's case, from my understanding, a lot of people had questions about the parents and the family, and they were active out here, and then come to find
Mhm.
out that they did not have any involvement. So what happened after that for the people that were attacking them? Do they apologize? Do they say anything, or
I
do they move on to the next case?
I I don't know of too many that are still covering because there just hasn't been much to cover. No new updates, no new information. And fortunately, the parents avoided a lot of attacks. They took a lot of attacks on Twitter. So when
Okay.
Brandy and Tyler first started speaking out, they waited. I think it was like 6 months later before they did their first public interview and speaking out publicly. It was quite a while, which is kind of what gets me going when people are like, "Katie waited 8 days to speak out." Like, I know y'all support Brandy and Tyler. They waited like 6 months. It doesn't matter who. There's no timeline on how long it should take these parents to be willing to speak out publicly. But I digress. Um,
Well, I
but
think also it comes down to the information in the case. What if law
mhm.
enforcement says, please don't do any interviews right now. We're in a very critical part of the investigation and we need to like gather some talking points. And can you please stay within these guidelines so we don't it? That's kind of a reflection of what's happened in a few cases. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. Yes, it was. It was that long. It was December. So maybe not. So he went missing in July, August, September, October, November. 5 months. They waited 5 months,
Was this when
roughly.
was this when Michael's dad like ordered food or something and
Yes,
like
he
within just
ordered.
split seconds he was gone, right?
Yeah, yeah. So that's what happened is it was about 5 months later before they started speaking out publicly. Well, they started speaking out on Twitter, and they did these Twitter Spaces, and that's before Twitter Spaces were recorded. So the only way that people had them was if they were screen recorded them while they were actually happening. But they came in and did these Twitter Spaces, and they said some stuff that was confusing. Like the timeline did not make sense, and it wasn't nailed down or laid out properly, and they took a lot of flack on Twitter for a long time. And that's where I learned to have a lot of grace for these parents of missing children because they don't owe us this timeline, this coveted timeline that we all want. We all want to know these timelines because it could help us figure out like, ooh, maybe this needs looked into or maybe that needs looked into because minutes count in these things. But
Right.
if that's not like deep on their mind, I can see where they forget little details, especially waiting like 5 months before they start speaking about it. But they took a lot of heat. But something happened, like then they started doing interviews on YouTube, and they didn't take as much heat over here on YouTube. There was a couple of channels that were against them. But no, I don't think anyone's like ever came forward and apologized for anything after the suspects were named.
Jeez.
And so it never got to the level of Summers or Sebastian's case at all. Never to that level. But it got a little messy there for a minute.
I wasn't here for Summer's case, but like I follow a little bit of kind of what's going on. But last night I watched Vinnie Politan's like summer summer investigation. I was just a pool of tears. I don't know
Mhm.
why. I just like my heart breaks. There's just all these missing children and just so much controversy. And I feel like there needs to be more like love and compassion like shown and like to families, and it breaks my heart. Like, and also like these parents don't owe anybody all the pieces of their life and the memories they have with their child. That's like something else that's like kind of really like struck a nerve with me, has been
Mhm.
has been this like demand that like we're entitled to know every facet of a missing loved one's life or a victim's family's life. Like I just don't think that it's anything that will put the case forward. And I believe that if there were any kind of red flags, like law enforcement would definitely be onto that or like submit a tip. But um I just guess maybe just the more I see the attack go personally and think that those things are like owed and due to the public really bother me. And I don't know. How do you feel about that? Like, I just don't feel like all parents they don't have to share everything.
No, they don't owe us anything. They don't owe us anything at all. And we should just be, we should be grateful for what they give us. And we have to keep in mind that, and that's what bugs me about, when Betty says things like, oh, that's case detail information. No, we are the public. It's only case detail or information as it pertains to law enforcement, not to us at all. And if we can help with the public information that we can gather, then that's awesome because there are citizen sleuths that do help. But
Many
this,
and
I
very
don't
good
think is
ones.
that. Yes, yes. Oh man, I think of that hiker down in was it Florida? I can't remember. Happy was his name, where they, citizen sleuthing helped find the person. Like that is a great thing. But I think missing cases and specifically missing children's cases are a different beast than so many other true crime cases. I don't know why, except for maybe because it's a child. None of us ever want any harm to come to a child. And so that tugs on our heartstrings, our mama bear instincts, our papa bear instincts take over, and we get overly protective and territorial or something. But they do take on a completely different beast of their own. Mystic, though, that is not accurate. Um, she says, I'm guessing you're saying when Brandy was in the chat and she asked if she could come up and she begged us to help her. No, Brandy was in Ziggy's chat, was her first time coming over to YouTube, was because Ziggy was reviewing the case. She came into Ziggy's chat and was talking about it. And it was after that someone connected her to Josh at the lab and they did their interview. But she didn't just like go in the chat and beg to come up. No, they planned that interview out just to get that back on track. She didn't ask to come up. But she did
Yeah.
beg to help find, of course she begged to help find her son. Absolutely. Absolutely did. But they had planned it before it happened. But it is a totally different beast. It's a totally, for some reason, missing kids cases are a totally different beast. And then when you throw in parents that are willing to go on social media, like the Wells, like the Sebastian's parents, it becomes something entirely different. It's it's
Well,
crazy.
I think that they have, good intentions of wanting to get the story of their child out there, and social media is the way of the world, but to do that, but it's there's not a lot of rules and regulations, or they're not, when broken, they're not always actioned on by said platform.
Mhm.
So it gets messy. And
They take a like, a
okay,
social media storm can happen and help a case. We saw that with Gabby's, right?
yeah.
There was a social media storm on TikTok, and it blew that case up nationwide. I don't think that's happening with these cases. It's a relatively small group. Yeah, there's gonna be some chats that have 2, 3, 4,000 people in them. Relatively speaking, that's a very, like, minute percentage of the population finding out about that information, and most of the time, it's the same people over and over and over again. So it's not, like, broadening the horizon of the case. It's not spreading that awareness out anymore. It's limiting it to the same pool of people over and over again.
Yeah. And
So
I
I
mean,
don't
it
know
does.
that it helps.
Yeah. And I've even tried to like look out and find other like means of content, like, but it does seem like there is also a main circle, and I don't know if it's just algorithms or what have you, that like you get those that information from those cases, but then over time, like, I don't know, I guess I think some content creators think that they're like true journalists, but they're not. They don't show integrity of it.
Right. They don't
Um,
have journalistic integrity at all.
yeah. So I mean, that's again where I just kind of put it back on
It's
subscribers.
like a
Like, be aware of what you're going in to watch. Like, you
yeah.
know, and take that with a grain of salt.
It's like a role-playing game to some creators. Absolutely. Absolutely. Never talked to Brandy before she came on the show. I got an email asking for coverage about Michael. She was in my chat when I was talking about the case. She came up first time I talked to her. Thank you for clearing that up. I thought, okay, so there was commute. You got an email. 'Cause I'd have to dig out my notes, but there was this story about them talking about, like, planning for prepping for that interview, or was it prepping for, um, the interview with Chris McDonough? Maybe it was about prepping for the interview
I,
with Chris McDonough. She did
I
that
did
after yours,
like
didn't she? I think she did the interview with Chris after the one with Josh.
I really did like Chris's drive through of there. I've watched that a few times actually,
Yeah,
where he goes
that
there
was
through the town,
informative.
like, and you get to kind of like see the area. It's a beautiful little town.
Yeah.
It
Oh, it
just
is, it's
seems so
gorgeous.
safe, like the way
And
like
that
it's
And
picturesque.
that community is so into helping find Michael, like, flyers everywhere, everyone knows about it. I think Brandy pushing all that information out was a big facilitator of that, getting that, info out there, but the whole community is looking for him, have always, like, never given up hope on him, and I think that's a beautiful thing. I think it's a beautiful thing.
Absolutely. I mean, I live in, well, I mean, I don't really care where people know where I live because like I made it known, but I live in Arlington, which is where, Amber Hagerman was abducted,
Mhm.
and that's where the Amber Alert comes from. And she was my age, and she was found.
I just watched that documentary not too long ago.
Yeah, I have pictures of the area. Like, my dad, we lived over in the apartments where her body was found in the creek. And
Mm.
it's still one like our community still supports, and finding answers. Like, I know that just even recently, APD solved a cold case of 40 years through genealogy, even though the suspect of that homicide victim has since passed. But with the investigation and that suspect having family members still around, they were able to test some of the fluid left over from that scene to
Mm-hmm.
family members. And so, the victim's family finally got answers and they were able to solve it. And so I heard in the press conference where I'm getting at with this is they were asking about Amber's case, and I was listening. It's like on the local news, and we've been told that they do still have forensic evidence that they were waiting for technology to advance to like be able to solve. So communities very much, we do stand for that and want to, and I think that sounds like their community will continue to support them to find answers. I mean, nobody wants to see a child go missing and nobody have answers. I mean, it's heartbreaking and
And
it's fearful.
I think that is so important too, though. Like I would think that having local community support is got to be 1,000 times more invaluable than like even the social media stuff, because those are the people that are connected to you. Those are the ones that are literally boots on the ground out there helping you search and wanting to
Right.
find answers, and will continue, like they're not going to forget their boy. That's their community's little boy, and they want answers for that. And so
Yeah,
having that is an invaluable resource, a very huge invaluable resource.
absolutely. And every like week, like I have like a certain route I drive by Amber's memorial site. So where she was abducted from, they had like the local artists come out and they have a statue out there for her, and it is in an abandoned old grocery store parking lot. But that is not what it is to us. That is where Amber was last seen, and that is her memorial site.
Mhm.
The community still has her pictures around. Like, she's not forgotten, and it's been 20 plus years.
That's so sad. They ended that documentary with saying, yeah, they had like some DNA evidence to test and stuff. So
Yes, they
hopefully,
do.
hopefully they'll solve it. But
I
yeah,
would.
Josh, if you're still here, I would like to know what you think, if without people attacking him, if that's possible. Like, how do you feel about the exploitation of Sebastian's case on both sides? And like I said, it's fine that people have differing opinions on what happened, but I'm curious as to what, you know, someone on the other, who I don't know how
Has
he
been
feels
kind of in
about
the mix of it.
them. But yeah, like what do you think about the exploitation of all the drama and back and forth and all that stuff? I'm curious about that. I think I'm gonna play this for just a second, Shay, because I think this might be the spot where they talk about the neighbor. Let me see.
Anything. We were told that we were there to help the children, and that's what we were in it for. Like I'm ashamed. Like I have apologized to everybody, and I'm ashamed that I was used in this and that I was lied to. When I met her, I was in a very vulnerable place. I had a brain injury where I couldn't walk and talk, and I found my fiance dead because he was worried about me.
Now this is Chloe Jade, and if anybody who's followed Sebastian's case, you'll remember I'm pretty sure, I don't know if Trevor's still here. She was the one that was on panel with with Brooks when they did that neighbor interview.
I think I've seen her in chats before. I know who she is.
Yeah, I think that's who it was. I could be wrong on that.
Relapse on cocaine, which was laced with fentanyl, and I tried to save him, and then my parents had to send me to a facility because of my brain injury, not being able to walk and talk, and the fact that I didn't want to live anymore. And when I met her, that's when it was, and I told her my whole story, and she told me she was so proud of me, that she was like, what a survivor I am, and now I believed it, and now she's using it against us.
She's using it all against you. Yeah, exactly.
I know.
So Jules and Chloe, I remember you two as mods in that chat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember you guys. We would say hi to each other.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd gone up,
and I'm always nice to everybody. I love everybody. Like I am the nicest person. Like that's what gets me, is that all of these fake texts that were put out by me that I didn't really send, that were photoshopped, obviously photoshopped. Like I mean, it's been shown by AB and Katie. It's really hurtful because when you actually are a survivor from many different things, and you've told your story to somebody, and they see you as vulnerable, but then they use it against you. That's what the game is for her.
well, can I ask you a very candid question on that topic about being used? All three of you.
Okay, here. I think this is where they talk about it.
You have expressed that that
Yep, go ahead,
Sorry.
Beth.
So just so I'm correct, so these are former mods of Brooks that went off, started a different channel, and are talking about their experience with being involved.
No, this Blame Katie already had a channel. I don't know what she covers, but I mean, she's got like
Okay.
3,000 subs. But she's been around for a while based on like, she's got a ton of lives and stuff. So I think she's part of the, I think she does like Ernie Shell stuff. I don't know. Because they talked a little bit about Ernie in this live, but, which Brooks did the whole thing with Ernie and Summer Wells. It was a hot mess. But,
Oh Lord.
these three women, Slim, Jules, and Chloe Jade, were Brooks's mods and have left, and they were speaking out on a couple channels.
Oh, okay. So wow.
And I
All
just
right.
remember, like I said, I don't know how this came up in my algorithm, so I listened to it just one night because I had nothing else to listen to. It was like a month ago, and they talked a little bit about Sebastian's case somewhere in here, something that Brooks had done behind the scenes.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
you were doing it for the cause of missing children, right? You were modding for
Yes,
her and
sir.
doing research and
Yes.
even going as far as to talk to actual suspects,
I did
and then
multiple interviews and I was lied
Yeah.
to. Yeah.
right. And then of course, there's work involved with that as well. When you look back, what are you more disgusted by? Are you more disgusted by the idea that you were enabling possibly that kind of creator? Do you see what I'm saying? Or are
I
you more
was-
disgusted by what she did to you, according to you guys?
I think that we
afterward?
all saw the light, and we all saw the light at a very similar time, and we all left at different times for
Right.
our own personal reasons. But it
But
was
mine
for me
was-
how I was talked to and how I was treated. Jules, I was there for how she was treated. I can't tell you. This was a big group of people that left because they were absolutely troubled and not the people that they were, and they knew they couldn't be a part of it anymore, the lies. And then by the way we were talked to during intoxicated conversations, and that's a trigger for me as well. And I left for my own reason, and I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to just fade away like Slim tried to do. And the thing is when too many things happened in a very short period of time to too many of our friends, that the people that we are all survivors, that we are all a team and stick together and we support each other, what happened was we all knew that we were a part of something that we did not even see. Like our eyes were opened. That's it.
Yeah.
I, for
Yeah.
one, if I could take anything back after the fact, after I left, if I have one regret, I'm not sure. I don't think so. And I pray every night that I did absolutely nothing to hinder Michael Monkey Vaughn's case.
No, you did not. And she's not allowed to speak on him anymore.
But we shouldn't have even been in that position. And did we delay things?
So this is one of her. Now, this mod was very close to her, saying that now she's not allowed to speak on Michael. So something went down with her, with Brooks and Brandy. I don't know what, but there's that.
Maybe she got a cease and desist or something after the interference with Stacey.
I
thought.
wondered. And I know nothing. I'm putting the link to the channel in here. I don't know anything about Blame Katie or what her channel is or what it's about, but that's the link to the video if people want to watch it in its entirety.
Wow.
Things did we speak? I know we didn't help things because
No.
I know now that we didn't even have Ellie's permission to be speaking with him.
And I was told
Didn't even have law enforcement's permission to be speaking with Stacey Wandra. I'd have to go back to my video where I played Purple's channel where they claimed that they were all doing this at the direction of law enforcement and that it was, planned out well together.
Stop.
And now, yeah, like when I heard this, I should have went live about it, but I think I got sidetracked. Like I was like, man, they didn't even have law enforcement's permission. And she was flat out flirting and doing all this stuff behind the scenes with him. Wow.
Have we, you may not know the answer. I'm just curious, not saying that this qualifies or anything that's happened recently, but do you know if any, YouTube or any kind of content creator that has gotten any charges for
Interfering with an investigation?
interference? Yeah. I'm just curious if you've heard of that. Not that anybody has to be. I just don't know if that's happened in our time.
I can't think of any. Honestly, I can't think of any.
Because would that be? I wonder if that would be something that would be considered, but I don't know. I'm not want to make allegations against anybody. I wasn't there, but that's crazy to say law enforcement instructed you, but they didn't have instruction.
Yeah.
Why? I don't think law
Um,
enforcement. Sorry,
no,
God.
I will say this for that. No, he was just up there like they were spilling the tea to him. So I don't think he was, what I remember wasn't like actively like talking to any of those people behind the scenes or anything. They came on Purple's channel and were telling him all those things, and Brooke has busted out the recordings and whatnot. So I don't think he's like actively involved.
Um,
But I can drag up the live if you want me to.
whatever you want to cover. I mean, this is interesting.
Yeah. I'm gonna play a little bit more because I do think they talk about Sebastian here.
Now that we didn't even have Ellie's permission to be speaking with him.
And I was told when I did talk to Stacy that everything was going to Ellie, and that's why we were doing it, and that's why I did it. And I'm the single one here, so evidently, I guess I was used for the purpose of maybe setting me up as, because remember how she said he wanted a dating game?
Yeah, and
listen to this. Listen to this.
Dating? Oh my lord.
She pimped out her mods.
What?
She pimped out her mod. Like, I'm the single one, so like, what? I was just, my jaw dropped on the floor.
So this isn't something that just like came to mind. I'm gonna roll with this. It's like a planned execution. Holy crap.
Crazy. No, I mean, there are people that probably do think that you're part of the exploitation. There are people that think that we're part of the exploitation. But I do think it would be interesting to hear. But of course, you don't have to share. No
And
one
your
does.
opinion does matter. It's good to hear
Everyone
different people's
does.
opinions. Like, you won't know unless you talk about it.
Mhm.
It could be helpful. There could be something that maybe others see that you don't see.
Vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
Steph was going to be on it with you, right?
Oh, sorry, I couldn't click it. And then, sorry, what'd you say? Sorry.
Also, I was just gonna say, I do trust that there's a lot of content creators that know the limits and boundaries and would do the right thing if, when they were covering a case, came across information that needed to
Mhm.
go up the ladder. I do think there's people out there that wouldn't use that to exploit for their own personal gain. Maybe
I
after
hope
law
so.
enforcement's looked into it, they may say they submitted the tip because, hey, like that's great, you contributed, but I don't think all people have that like thought process to be malicious with information or doing interviews. I mean, the interviews matter. I mean, they do.
They do. I could never give an interview. I don't think I would be good at it. But I appreciate those who do them. There are some I don't appreciate because I don't think they do it ethically, but it's still information that we're getting. I'm with, like Chronicles mentioned earlier. If it were me, I would warn all parents of missing children: don't come to this place, don't get interviews, because, and it's not necessarily about any content creator specifically. It's just about the fact that it quickly heads into a muddy mess, and to no one's fault of their own, it just happens. But
Right.
I personally couldn't give interviews, so I am thankful for those that do and do good
Yeah.
jobs at them.
Yeah. And I appreciate the ones that are able to just ask the questions that you want to know. You don't
Mhm.
have to, love bomb the person you're interviewing. Ask hard questions,
Mhm.
and let the information be out there. There's a lot of people out there that are able to do that, and I respect it. So I would never discourage that. But I do think that you had a good point, and I've heard even from like Allie and like Melissa, you got to have like your own boundaries of like, if you ever do talk to a family member, like would that information ever come to YouTube? Maybe it never would.
Yeah.
Or like if they want to get the story out because they want that awareness, that's fine. I mean, that's okay too.
Yeah. Yeah. I would never deny someone that either. You know, if a parent came in here right now and was like, "Oh, I want to call up and say something," I wouldn't deny it. I would be hella nervous just because I don't think I'd be good at giving an interview. But yeah,
Oh,
I would
you'd
never
be
deny.
good.
I would never deny a parent one or anyone, any victim associated with any crime of wanting to speak out and say something. It's just not something I actively seek out. Like it
Right.
just wouldn't be at all.
I think if
All
there's a
right.
named person of interest, like named by the police and
Yeah.
it's publicly known, that's probably when I would hope that as a subscriber and, I would hope that content creators maybe wouldn't bring them on unless they've done their due diligence legally, just to not get themselves wrapped up in any potential charges if that person of interest or suspect is charged,
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I'd be worried. I just would. There's so much I'd be worried about. I can't even touch on all of it. So I just don't want to get close like that.
Yeah, I get
Yeah,
it.
and I'd be afraid of saying the wrong thing. I don't think I'm too blunt of a person. I do try to choose my words carefully and think about what I'm actually going to say, but I would just worry that either that would be wrong or something would come out wrong or the question would sound stupid. So yeah, that's
Well,
just me personally.
I would totally be the one that I finished the interview and then hours later I had all these other questions. I'm like, I should have asked that. Or
Yes.
I would have loved to know this.
Or I'd listen to it and be like, oh my God, I sound like an idiot. Why did I ask that?
Oh, crit, that was
Yeah.
cringy. Why'd I do
It
that?
was so cringy. Yeah. Okay, let's hear about how Brooks pimped out her mods. Okay.
No, I mean you and Shep with Stacy to see which one he'd pick, something like that.
She wanted to do one with Suds, and then she wanted to do
Oh
one
yeah.
with Stacy. Like there was a couple. Like I don't know, but I
It's
got
all a
used as
fucking
the
game
single
for her.
woman.
Let's just be real, okay? Look, I want to be real for a minute. It's all
Okay,
just
go
a
ahead.
fucking game. It's all just a game for her.
Yeah.
She does not care about these kids any more than the man
Nope.
on the moon does. She does not care. All she cares about is the clicks and the views and whoever she can get up on that panel to talk.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Jules, I don't disagree. It's one of the reasons too why I unsubscribed. I mean, there's a lot of creators. It's not just her, but there's a lot of them that went on and on and on about Summer Wells for 2 fucking years every single day. And if you think about the frequency with which some of these people go live on the same subject, and I'm a let law enforcement do its job type of person, anyways. And there was nothing to talk about. And you, as an observer, you start to notice that there's nothing to talk about. Well, that puts an incredible amount of pressure, albeit self-imposed, in my opinion, on the creator themselves. So they do become cutthroat. I don't recall her starting out as cutthroat, but
No,
it
sir.
didn't take
She didn't.
it. I'm sorry.
She
Go
was.
ahead.
No, I said no, sir. She didn't. She wasn't
Right.
cutthroat like that. She was
Right.
a lot more factual. She used news articles, news clips,
Absolutely.
Yes.
stuff like that. And now it's just so much drama.
Well,
So
like,
sorry, Katie. I wasn't trying to take this over. Sorry,
oh
ladies.
my God, no,
You
I'm
guys had
loving
a-
this.
I don't know. I thought Brooks came here cutthroat. Maybe I'm wrong. Some of you guys have known her a heck of a lot longer than I have, but I thought she kind of came here digging into past and things like that straight out of the gate.
I only got familiar with her. I think I saw her once on Kylie Rodney because I guess she's not really in my algorithm, but I think she's kind of from my area per se. But I did remember the Quentin Simon one, and that where they did a fake neighbor.
Yep. And then that's what happened in Sebastian's case as well. She also had a fake neighbor.
No, wait, was
Yeah,
this the
that's
one
what
where we were wondering if that person was that Max or whatever that one per
I can't
remember what I'm
remember
talking
if it
about?
was Max, but he's the one who was like the retired airline pilot, lived next door, and apparently saw Sebastian be sprayed by Chris with a pressure
I
washer
never
and
saw
all this
this.
BS. Yep. Yep.
I never heard
Well,
that. I was wondering where they
that
were saying he was hosed by a pressure washer. I was like, where did that come
that
from?
comes from Brooks's channel. She does this interview with the fake neighbor, but now these ex mods are spilling the tea on it. It's crazy.
So Who does she have impersonating said people?
I don't know if, and I'm not gonna put that on her. Um, I don't know if
Sorry, I didn't know if it was
she
known.
like, I don't know if she, like, sets it up or if people I see this happening with a lot of creators. We get all sorts of emails as creators, we get all sorts of people trolling us and saying, "Oh, I'm a neighbor, I'm connected to the case, blah, 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 blah." And 9
Right.
times out of 10, they're just trolling the shit out of creators. And I think that a lot of creators buy into it. They are like, "Oh, well, you're a neighbor. I'm not going to do my due diligence and vet whether that's an actual factual or not. I'm just going to throw you on and we're going to spill all the tea." And so I'm curious as if she got trolled or if she facilitated. I don't know.
So, okay, this goes a step further. Do they actually like research and pick somebody that is a neighbor, like assume someone's identity, or is everything fictitious?
I don't know.
Th-
Yeah, I don't
This
know.
brings me back to Dot. Oh my gosh, fucking
I
Dot.
know. That's what it
Dot.
feels like. Is
Did you
dot situations happen over and over in so many cases. That's why
did
when you and MJ, that's how I found you guys when you were covering the dot situation. I'm like, oh my gosh, I've seen this played out over and over in true crime cases, and creators believe it. And I don't know if creators are either that naive, that gullible, or if they just want the clicks and the views. If they just think like if I get to put in a thumbnail that this is a creator connected to or a neighbor a friend or a family member connected
yeah.
to a case. It's gonna bring people in, and so they, throw it together.
And I'm not giving excuses because I will say I do enjoy like all different kinds of um
Shut
content.
up. Did you see what Bowdy said? She said that Dot has inserted himself into TikTok Sebastian. He pretended to be an insider. Shut up.
I did see her say something earlier because I wanted to ask her like what identity Dot has assumed at this point to be involved in
Oh my
Sebastian's case. Oh my God,
no.
Dot. She
Not
sits on a
no,
throne of lies.
shut up. So we have Dot inserting into this case, and we have WSU Kim trolling the community's chats. Are you
Mm.
kidding me? This is agents of chaos, I tell you. Agents of chaos. He
I
claimed to be
mean,
old tied to Tony and said his brake lines were cut. And oh my gosh.
stop it. I heard that story. I didn't know Dot gave her Dot. Yes, Body. I want to hear what Body has to say.
I know. Yes, please come tell us about. I cannot believe who's
Okay,
Dot. Where Melissa? Are you listening? We are. Well, no, Shay, you can explain Dot. Please explain Dot.
right. Dot. Dot came from TikTok. Literally, the profile picture was a dot. That's how the name was assumed. They've been a troll in many different true crime cases, but my introduction
Mhm.
was Idaho 4. And I think Body will be able to probably explain more background just because I know she's got a lot of history with some of the TikTok people that maybe, know a
Yeah.
lot about that. But basically, from my experience, was that Dot tried to pretend that she was a friend of Dylan's and was at a party across the street from the King Street Road, Idaho 4 case. So that Dot saw people there. She saw, like, it was just a lot of implication. There was like loud screams and bear noises, and it was just
Mhm.
outlandish, and so it like sparked interest, and it got like everybody feverishly like talking all about like, could this it basically, a lot of the things Dot said went back to this conspiracy or theory that the Idaho 4 King Road house was a substance, home,
It was a drug
and
house, is what they
drug
called it. You
house.
can say
Yeah.
the
And
words. Yeah.
a drug house, a cartel shit. I mean, you name it. Like
Mhm.
Dot put some spin into it. Well,
All sorts
uh,
of conspiracies.
right. So Melissa and I had been covering a lot of. We did a lot of debunking of Idaho 4 after everything kind of settled down, and we would go over court documents, but we wanted to start debunking a lot of the conspiracies that were out there because it was just there were some things that were easily able to do. It was nice to kind of like
Mhm.
keep the facts. So that's kind of how Dot came in more into our radar when then covering the text message, sorry, the messages that were released from Brat Norton, who's a TikToker, that
Yep.
she had with Steve Gongalves, who is Kaylee Gongalves's dad, so a parent of one of the victims. And some of the crazy theories that Dot was putting out there, and even WSU Kid Mom, who is another agent of chaos that inserted themselves. This TikTok creator went to the family member and fed it like it was like information to follow up on. It's even been stuff that's been in books written by Howard Bloom. So it goes very deep. It's very
It
sick.
goes deep.
Doc, and the thing about what when we talked to Dot was that like Dot got brought up in these, and like Dot says that they were approached by people to tell someone else's story. So she changed everything to like her impersonating someone that she was doing them a favor. It was really Dylan's friend, but she can't tell us who and how they were connected. And she was trying to assume somebody's like real identity. It was really sick. It was weird.
Mhm.
But they've done this in many cases. It causes everyone to look another way, and it's just mayhem. And it was
And they
really
flat out
sad.
accused specific people, did they not? Was it Dot
Kim
or Kim
did.
or both? Okay,
Kim
Kim
did.
did. But their
3. She
stories, like Leon said, their stories started to merge into one, if I remember
They
correctly.
did.
It was
So Brat talked to both of them. So I don't know how they got connected before, after, even if Brat was involved or not. I know Brat. I think Brat was connected from to Steve. I know from another third party. But
mhm.
in regards to Dot and Kim, I'm not sure how those relationships develop or remember. But yeah, I mean, they just insert themselves. So let me tell you how big Kim is, if you're not aware, is like for Kim Mom, she is on a docu series, the Paramount docu series Cyber
Yes.
Sleuths about Idaho 4. This is how serious it is. These trolls are making it into documentaries about
Mhm.
a
Right.
tragic event. Sorry, buddy. There you are, girl. I need help.
Yeah.
Hey, no, you got it all right, but Dot's story changed too. That he was being a she then, but it changed that he was
Mhm.
also involved in it and helped
Hmm.
help the person escape from the house.
Yep.
And Brat was so freaked out by this story and believed it so hardcore that she told Steve about it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
And
then
Yeah.
so it
Howard
really went
also
way
has
too
written a lot.
far. It went way too far. And with Sebastian, and I know a lot of people don't know about what's going on over on TikTok, but I know
Yes.
you guys
What happened?
I know you guys hear a lot about like the 2 a.m. girls, right? You guys heard
Yeah,
like
what is that
okay.
thing? That's so funny to
It's
me. Anything
silly, but
called
so
that.
there's like the Tony camp, and they're called the 2 a.m. girls. And then there's like everybody else, because not everybody on TikTok is a 2 a.m. girl, right? And
Mhm.
Yeah.
so that you have those two sets of people fighting on TikTok constantly, right? And what Dot does is Dot sits back and he watches everything. He watches everything, okay? And so he'll find a way to insert himself somehow into like those fissures that he sees, like the cracks, right? And he created an account that started like talking massive crap about the 2 a.m. girls. And so the other side
Of
was
course he did. Oh
right.
my
So the other
gosh.
side was like, really like excited about this, right? Because somebody's attacking their enemy. So they started talking to this account and recorded one of the phone calls. Well, one day, one of these other people, I don't want to say who, played the phone call on a live, and it was fucking Dot. And you know how
Oh my
Dot, all
god.
of us,
I know
all of us
Dot's
were like,
voice.
oh my God, that's Dot.
Dot.
I
Where's
didn't even
MJ?
know this.
And Dot was talking about how Tony's, I can't remember exactly. I'd have to listen to it again. I have it somewhere because of course I recorded it, right? Um, his brake lines were cut, and so when you hear stuff about the threats and brake lines being cut, it's from fucking Dot. That part of it, at least, is from Dot. And it's wild, you guys. It is so wild. And we were just like, that is Dot. I can't believe it's Dot. I can't believe he's doing this again. And then I see WSU Kim in comments all over the place. And I'm like, over here. And I'm like, oh my, what is happening right now? What is happening?
That's why I had to do that live. When I saw her, she was like coming into, I first saw her she made a silly comment in my chat and I just blocked her straight away because I knew what was up with her. Well, then I saw her over in Nonsenses and she was trying to like justify, like, she was calling out tragedy pins and I was like, wait, whoa, what? And then saw her in other people's chats and I told Melissa, I'm like, okay, we got to go and review what Kim did in the Idaho 4 case because I don't think the people in this sector over here know what.
Well, if they do, they need to be aware. I think that would be smart. I really do because
I can share my video we did. Like we did a whole live.
Oh, you did? Okay, another one because I was watching other ones back then.
Yeah, just like a month ago.
But Body, I don't know if you're like, I mean, I know that I've been told personally by a few of the TikTok creators that Dot doesn't just troll in the true crime community, but she'll get like relationships with these creators and then blackmail or dox them allegedly.
Yes. So so I want to be respectful to Dot's pronouns and Dot goes by he.
He does go by he now, but he told us it's confusing because the last time I specifically asked that the last time he was up with Shay and MJ and he preferred she, but then he went back to he after that. So it is confusing if
it is 100%. He's recently said he, and so I'm just going by recent I know we all want to be respectful. Whether or not we like Dot or not, we should be respectful, right? So he was going by she during the Idaho stuff. So it's totally proper that you were, saying she. But yeah, that's what he does. He gets close, and because these creators, and this is also, I mean, it's happened to people on YouTube too, right?
Right.
I've got insider information, and he tells you just enough to get you excited, right, about these little truths, and he starts. It's a really parasocial, like, freak thing, right? You start becoming friends with this person, with Dot, right? Because they're telling you all this inside information, and Dot is a lonely person. We all know that. This is not news, right? Dot is very lonely,
right?
And he'll start calling at all hours of the night, and you'll start having personal calls. So when you start to back away from Dot, he'll be like, "Well, you told me all this stuff about yourself because you become friends with this person now." And so in their effort to get exclusives and to have like inside information and be like the first one out with something, they start believing everything Dot says, like everything. It's crazy.
So crazy that people.
It's
that's
wild.
My issue is how do people buy into it so easily, so readily? Like, is it naivety? Is it just their willingness to exploit something? That's the part I want to understand because people buy into the BS so easily. It blows my mind.
Well, they do, but I will go a step further and I want to be careful how I say it. But Dot has even gone as far as when getting like close to the creators in conversation to then have moments where they are wanting to unalive themselves, remove themselves.
Yes.
And so it's a lot of emotional topics being discussed, whether that's how they felt really at the time. I don't know. I don't want to say they didn't. But if you could imagine, that's a lot to like take in from somebody talking to you. Like I think a lot of us have good intentions. And when somebody has a cry for help, like your heart goes out to them.
Yeah, for sure. And that's what he does. He gets emotionally attached to people. And it takes a really long time. I mean, it takes a really long time. And he latches on. And then once you start to step back, he just starts, trying to blackmail you. And that's what happened. Let me see if I know I recorded it, but God, you know how you have so many things on your phone.
Yes.
Let's see.
I cannot believe and I mean, I can, but I'm also like, are you kidding me? It's just like they start crawling out of the woodwork.
It's crazy. It's absolutely insane.
He does. That's the thing. Is he does have serious, real mental health issues.
Do you guys remember the David Solomon stuff with Sebastian? Okay, so he also inserted himself in that because he was like, David Solomon's story is real, and The kid that was seen in North Carolina is absolutely Sebastian. And then when the mom came out and said, this is my son, and please remove everything, Dot went and like doxed that family. It's just been absolutely crazy.
I don't think Dot did. I think somebody else.
Well, no, he did on TikTok. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
I know there's another creator that was running a Facebook group that pointed everybody to that direction to find out who the family was, and I was disappointed.
Yeah. And like Dot follows Barbecue around on TikTok. It's just
really.
Oh yeah.
Do they have issues?
Well, Barbecue's the one that Dot reached out to.
Oh,
yeah.
No, that's making sense. Okay.
Yeah. Because
I know. I'm like, get MJ. Are you kidding me?
I did. I texted her.
MJ,
I
swear to God, babe. I'm trying to find the clip I recorded.
Dot is part of Sebastian's.
So one more time, real quick. Dot is a
Go
he
to
goes by the pronoun he now. He inserts himself into cases. He is known and has been, uncovered to actively insert himself into cases over and over. And he'll do multiple different things in cases, make up being a neighbor, a friend, having a connection of some kind, run with it, and it turns into horrible, nefarious stuff. That's like the easiest, simplistic version.
Well, I was gonna say, if you want to show maybe later, I know Melissa has a few shorts of like some of the clips from our convo with Dot that give you kind of a taste of like, the way that they're interacting and talking.
I found the clip. I found the clip. Do you want me to play? It's on my phone, but I'll just hold it.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's only 41 seconds. So Barbecue is playing the conversation she recorded with this quote unquote insider. Okay, you ready?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Why isn't it? Hold on, guys. I'm having technical difficulties here. Are my earphones connected or something?
Wait, probably.
Yeah, I think they're. Hold on.
Is Nikki here? All right, so I'm gonna play it real quick.
Who's gonna play the phone call? It's Dot.
I can't hear it.
Oh, you can't?
Not really.
It's cutting out, but I hear Dot's voice. I could tell.
Yeah.
Let me upload it to YouTube real quick. I'll upload it.
Okay.
It's only 41 seconds.
It should be a short. I'll play a couple of these shorts.
Just don't play the one where I go off on Dot. That was not my best moment.
I don't know which one it was. Let's see what this one is.
Brett presented to Steve. That's what we're talking about.
So here you'll get to hear his voice several times, and it'll be easily recognizable.
We're not talking about.
But you wanted to come up here and say your side of it because.
But I'm not coming up here saying I'm some innocent person, and I'm like.
I understand that.
But I'm trying to convey to you that what was being said to Steve was not things that I specifically said.
But it wasn't ever supposed to be you. It was supposed to be the other person.
Correct.
So did the other person say it?
What do you mean? Did the other person say it? I don't know where she got that stuff from. I don't know what she did and who she talked to. I don't know if she talked to that other person. I have no clue.
I thought were you the three of you not collabing on this together?
No, it wasn't a collaboration. It was this person wanting to tell their story and me willing to do it, and Brat knowing both of us. I don't know if she went and talked to that other Brat presented to Steve.
So Dot was claiming at this point, he was claiming that there was a person who was actually the neighbor, and he was the mouthpiece for the neighbor because the neighbor didn't want to speak out. That's what it transpired to. Let's see. Let me play one
At the end of the day, it is what it is, and it's done what it's done. And I don't want to be affiliated with her, and I want to move forward and do what I can do to make things better.
These are the ramifications and consequences of your actions.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
that's completely fine.
So
I'm just saying that when messages are being read, unless you have
Can I
proof,
cut in here?
please
That w-
send the rest. If I am missing something, the full context.
Was that you now, Shay?
Yeah, this
or
is
you on the
Shay
video?
now.
Okay,
Shay
current
now.
Shay. All right.
Yeah.
I heard it and I
So
was like,
just
wait, is that the video?
It's uploading right
yeah.
now.
So just so people are aware, like when we started covering this, like Dot was in chat. So she knew we were covering these text messages and that Dot was um
Discuss.
part of
Yeah.
this, yeah, and discuss. So Dot wanted to come up on panel and they went or he went as far, excuse me, as taking responsibility, but then so we were told that he apologized to the family. And so he got caught up in a bit of a lie. He never really apologized to them. And it was just really hurtful. And so what we're finding in this, we're trying to understand from Dot is how did you get involved? Whose story are you telling?
I put the link in
And
back chat.
and they kept deflecting. So right when they would take a little bit of responsibility, they would deflect and then get defensive. It was constantly like a pivot, you know what I mean?
He's a professional troll. I mean, he 100% is, and he's
Professional.
a very lonely person and inserts himself into like high profile cases and makes himself feel like super important to the case. And he has, you're going to see me freak out in the comments. So just ignore me. Okay. Like,
Okay.
I'm like, oh my God, it's Dot. But she's playing a clip from this insider that's reached out to her because throughout this account being active on TikTok, people who are kind of in the middle, like I'm kind of in the middle, right? I haven't said either parent is guilty or anything like that. The people in the middle have been very suspicious of the account, saying that they had inside information because it was very Dot-like, right? So as
Very.
soon as we heard the voice of the person that she was talking to, and Barbecue has no knowledge of Dot, like none.
Okay.
Okay, so
That
keep
was
that
gonna
in
be my
mind.
next question.
Yeah, she did not cover Idaho. She didn't, she had no idea who Dot was. So yeah, this is the clip.
All right, let me play it now.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Is Nikki here?
She's asking if we're in the
All
chat
right, so
because
I'm
we know
gonna
who
play
Dot
it
is.
real quick.
Okay.
Well, no, there's a app called Teleguard, and
There's me freaking out.
like similar to Snapchat.
Like as soon as
soon as you hear it, right? Yep.
Clearly, that's Dot.
I knew right
Yeah.
away too. Wow. But I
Oh
think it's
my
important to
God.
talk about this because, like, people should be aware that there's other people out there like Dot
Oh,
that do things
absolutely.
like this. So be consider,
Yes.
just think wherever you go to consume information, like, how do you really know, all these things
Right.
like are true? So just research, which we
And
have smart
if
people here.
any creator gets approached by somebody that's saying that they
Anyone.
have inside information, whether they say they're a neighbor, an old acquaintance of somebody involved in the case, anything like that, just be very suspicious. Just be very suspicious of it.
Always.
Right.
And
Right.
just take the time, and like Shady said earlier though, like even if you can vet that the person actually is a neighbor, you still can't necessarily vet that what they're telling you is accurate. It's extremely hard to do. So just be very
Absolutely.
careful with this stuff.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm gonna play it through just so we can hear what was said.
Sure.
Or is there anything important said? Or
I don't know in this because I stopped recording after like a minute or something. But he went on to talk about how his brake lines were cut and his life is being threatened, and he
oh my God.
is afraid when he puts his children to bed at night. He's terrified for his safety. I mean, doesn't that all sound very familiar?
Sounds
Right.
just like Dot.
Same Dot story.
Same story, right? Yeah.
Wow.
I think what makes
You
me
go
sad.
on it and you,
I'm gonna go back a little
and
bit.
it's an app. It's like similar to Snapchat. Like when you go on it and you talk, after a certain amount of time, it just deletes.
So he's saying, I think he was talking about. I think he was talking about something like
Telegram.
Teleguard. And he was saying that he had
Teleguard, but I wonder if he means Telegram.
I think he did, and he was saying that he had all this proof, but it's on an app like Snapchat where it deletes after a few minutes. Like he was just making shit up.
Who
Just
doesn't? Of course, he's gonna hold on to that whole Snapchat
Right,
thing.
right. So, like
oh my
in instances where Sebastian's case, where there's the creators that are like at war with one another, right? Dot is going to
Mhm.
find those fissures
Yes.
to
Yep.
expose one side, right? Like if you're on Team Proudfoot, he might, message you and be like, I have information about Seth, right?
Yeah.
If you're on
And
Team Seth, you're gonna right. So just be really careful. Because
and
If
even
Dot
if
these
Dot
people
is
aren't even
around, mhm.
Dot comes to YouTube. I mean, he's not imperilous to YouTube. He's done it to YouTube. Didn't he do it with Thou Shall Not Kill?
He did it
Yep.
with Idaho 4
Well, he
from what
Right.
started up on
the girl
Evil
said.
CJs.
Evil CJ. That's right. That's right.
And then but Brat already had been working with Thou Shalt Not Kill. And so he ended up going over there. And this kind of where the story evolves. But I think, to note though, like Dot inserts himself by himself. He's like not, working with the families or trying to cause any
No.
kind of thing. This is for him alone. Like, and you you got to be aware so you don't feed into it. And it's easy too when you hear something new and salacious, you want to run and figure it out. And he loves getting all the airtime. And then when he gets called out, you give him more airtime. Like, I mean, it's a
Yep.
So we
struggle.
explained to Barbecue. We had to do a whole thing about who Dot was again, right? Because she didn't
Oh
know.
my
She had
god.
no idea. She had
Well,
no
that's the
idea.
thing. People
No
don't
idea.
know.
Right.
They don't know,
And
and they
as
get
soon as she
bamboozled by
realized, she was
these
like, "Oh my
people.
god!" and totally cut communication. And he, of course, freaked out.
Wow.
He, of course, freaked out
Right.
and started following her around like everywhere she
Uh-huh.
went. You know how he did the same thing to Brat, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, same MO, same thing.
It makes
Wow.
me
It was
wonder
wild.
if it makes me wonder if Justin's gotten involved in all of this case because I haven't
W
really been keeping up with him. But
We
Well, I
called this
see
MJ
WSU
as
mom in the comments.
I know,
Yes,
as soon as
and
we
she
saw Tim
still
around,
pushes.
we were like, "Oh, no,
Joy.
this is gonna bring all the Idaho 4 trolls," and now look,
Absolutely.
Dot's here.
Absolutely. Dot's here.
Oh my
This was like a few
god.
months ago. I want to say this was probably beginning of June, end of May, maybe.
When she showed up, so that's
Let me
right
look.
when
Let me
Tim
look at my
showed up,
video. Right.
because we did that live 2 months ago, and
Mhm.
it was what she'd only been around a couple weeks, maybe 3 at that point, so it's the same time frame.
She's
Yeah.
just bitter. She's just bitter because MJ held her to her word. And that's all if that I
Mhm.
think that's a good thing to take away like from anybody is like holding someone up for what they say in their word like leaves less room for speculation. Like get down to the facts. This is true or not.
I
And in
can't
my
believe
opinion, WSU Kim Mom definitely inserted herself and she
Oh,
No, Dot
continues.
100%. She
Dot is
continues.
not CJ. Dot, he went to an evil CJ's channel, but not the CJ from the Sebastian case. It's gonna get
Different one.
confusing
Different.
for
Yeah,
people.
different.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Not the
sorry, I'm more Idaho for like for what I've
Mhm.
been on panel with MJ to cover. Because she's not covered Sebastian, or which that's a
it's
wild.
wild. As soon as I heard that voice, I mean, you could see I immediately
The
was like,
second.
Mhm.
"What? We
Like,
were
So
I
what
didn't
right.
really
it
Oh my
even
god."
I only know about it through MJ and Shay, but as soon as Dot started speaking on that, I was like, "Oh my god, that's Dot." Like,
Yeah, you recognize
it's
it immediately, right?
No, Dot
very distinctive voice.
went to the extent of she would, or I'm sorry, they would. I think they had
There you
identified.
go. That
Um,
works.
they would come on a panel, and they took a legit person, an actual person, their identity, and would relive these moments while expressing what they experienced. And just similar to Kim, it would Kimbleweed into it started here and it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, more details, more people, and would be crying as if
Oh,
as if they're
absolutely
expressing
bawling. Yes. Right.
trauma. And I was like, oh, thank you so much. Thank you for being. Now we know behind the scenes, and I was shown this proof. You're going to the extent of submitting FBI tips, claiming that you're sending to creators a video of your car on fire, saying you're
Yep.
being threatened. Okay,
right.
This isn't like, oh, and then when she came up on my panel, I'm sorry, when they came up on my panel, they were. I'm not trying to,
No, I know.
No,
Yeah,
we
you're good.
know.
We all
He's
know.
just
We all
awesome.
know.
And so they literally were like, oh, well, I did it for this person. This person was so terrified to share their story that it was just important enough for me to get this information out. And it's like, no, because come the day, right, that police, like the level of involvement Dot claimed to have was in the car with the murderer driving away. Okay.
Yep.
That is how close they made themselves to this.
And
So
people
you're telling
believed it
me,
so much
yeah,
they told Steve. They told
Yep.
Steve, you guys.
Yep.
and the
Yep.
creators knew. The creators knew, but every time they'd have them on, similar to Kim, money is rolling in, views is
Absolutely.
hitting, subscribers,
Super
all
chats
that
going
stuff.
crazy. TikTok
Right.
gifts
So
going. Yeah.
But I
don't
think
ask
it's
questions.
important. I think it's important to note there are a lot of Idaho 4 trolls, and they're not all the
Mhm.
same person. So just for chat, that if
No.
y'all didn't follow Idaho 4, like we are talking about, we mentioned a few different kind of trolls. I mentioned, well, I call her a troll. WSU Kim Mom. There's Dot. There's Justin. There's
I forgot
was
about
it
Justin.
Dave, which I don't know really is a
Dave.
troll.
I
Dave.
debunked that guy. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a few, so we're not trying to cause confusion, but I think what was really eye-opening for us when covering this, we got connected with Body and some of the TikTok world
Mhm.
of creators and got to
Mhm.
kind of learn about their experiences with these people and how they're not just honing in on one case, they go sometimes from case to case
Right.
and do these shenanigans.
Right.
That's
It
why when
was
I saw Kim popping into these chats, and I specifically
Mhm.
first saw her in Nonsenses, and it enraged me because I'm like, Nonsense is actively calling out misinformation.
Right.
I see Kim in there saying, "Yeah, this is horrible."
And that's what I was
I'm like,
saying. She
"Are
was
you
all
kidding?"
like
She the other
bashing
night was saying that
tragedy
she wanted to
parents.
call
I'm
law
like,
enforcement.
what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
stay
really? What
away
about that
from law
FBI
enforcement.
call?
I was like,
Hey,
"Oh my
Kim.
god."
Kim, my question to this day to you is
Ugh.
did you and your daughter give statements
They did
to
not.
No,
Mm,
you did
no,
not. You are full of
no.
lies. So
Right.
don't quit saying you did.
And we
You
have
inserted yourself.
Ann Taylor, who her sole purpose is to figure out something that'll get Brian off, right? And so you're telling me if anything Kim said was anywhere near true, any validity in it, it wouldn't be a choice. It wouldn't be a
Yep.
choice. You would be subpoenaed and you would
She'd
be
be
a
under
witness.
the gag.
Right.
She would be under the gag right now if she had any information at all. So
But
that right there is the
you know,
easiest.
But yeah,
And,
the WSU mom Kim or whatever and Dot are the only ones that I recognize thus far in Sebastian or trying to
yeah.
insert themselves into Sebastian somehow. I
yeah.
mean, WSU mom is just kind of in the comments for the moment. I mean, I'm sure
Right
something
now.
she'll think of something, I'm sure.
She's just, but what she's doing is trying to get a wedge in the door. She's
Oh,
tiptoeing around and
absolutely.
seeing who will accept her. That's what she's
Absolutely.
doing.
And I will stand by this, and this is my personal opinion of Kim, and I've said this. I know Melissa and I may disagree on certain things of how they're involved or inserting, but like my kind of research and looking in the actual public Facebook groups, like she was early on commenting, and I truly believe she's a parent who got fearful and got way too wrapped up in this and got some attention
Yeah,
from it and just fed with it.
it snowballed.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things that she may have said that have some truth to them, but a majority of it is it became the story growing, the more speculation, and then you come to find out that I do think that there is some possible communication between Dot and Kim. So I have a lot of
I think
questions
so.
about that.
I
A lot
think
of
so too,
questions.
especially because her story started melding, right? And I don't know, like I said, Dot watches everything. Everything. That's all they do is watch YouTube, TikTok, and they about the cases that they want to insert themselves into. So I'm sure he'll see this, right? I'm sure
Yeah,
he'll figure out a way. I'm sure he will.
he will.
And that's all he does. And I'm sure at some point he started picking up what Kim was laying down and just started kind of meshing his story into hers. 100%.
Absolutely.
It's
And the timing
dangerous.
of it is so suspicious. It sounds like if your recording's a couple months old, that's exactly when we noticed Kim showing up. If I'm with Shay, I do think that
I
there's
want to say
a
it was like
friendship
May.
behind the scenes.
I want to say it was
Let's
around May.
see. My video, when did
End
I
of
do
May.
that?
I have to find
We
it
did
again.
that. video on where's the date? We did it July 24th, but
Yeah.
she'd been around for about 3 weeks prior before we were finally like, all right, she's here to stay. Let's talk about her. So
Let me go get the
Well,
date
you
so you guys.
and I'm
Steffi.
sure she met like people in the community and she wants to chat. And I think it's okay to go chat, but like, I just wish Kim would learn something from this and like cut it out, I didn't get
Yes.
the take from that after watching her interview on Drunk Turkey show after the Paramount series came out. I will say this: I think Daniel did a good job of trying to like keep it more about fact because she tends to push in a very extreme direction of her thoughts and speculation. But the problem with Kim is she states it as fact. And for people who already bought into some of the little things that she dropped that we already know to be true, that there were kids outside the house before the police came, they find credibility in Kim. And
Mhm.
she has no credibility, in my opinion, unless she provides receipts. And she's never done that.
Okay, so I
Well,
was
what?
way off base. It was August 8th.
Okay, so that's right after we exposed Kim.
Well, and I should note that's when they were exposed. They probably showed up around
Yeah,
because it was that
I
scuba.
bet they showed
They
up
went by an
around the
account
same
named
time.
Scuba Diver because they were going after a woman named Ocean. So they named themselves Scuba Diver, and they were going after somebody named Ocean, who is one of the 2AM girls, Team Tony. Okay, like like I would say she's probably Tony's right hand man on TikTok, Ocean, and it went on for about a month, or maybe 3 weeks or so. So probably mid-July, they showed up. And then, of course, obviously in April with the kid in North Carolina.
So that
And David
is
Solomon and all that.
that
They went on for weeks
is
about David Solomon being, real and, he's a victim of human trafficking. And Sebastian is at a church being guarded by alligators in Santa Rosa, California. I mean, it was,
What?
dude, it was
oh
fucking,
my
I can't. You
goodness.
How do
guys,
you keep
I
up
could
with
write a
like
fucking,
both worlds
I
of
don't
TikTok
know.
and YouTube?
It's so hard, but like I don't watch TV. This is what I do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, same.
Uh,
I'll watch stuff with like my family when they want, but I'm not like a huge like binger of shows and stuff
Right.
anymore.
Right.
I didn't know if we showed any screenshots of her in chats, but she had been around. I'd have to look back through our messages. She had been around a couple weeks prior to the July 24th video. So that's
Got a
You
very,
few
guys
of
you
her.
very
guys didn't hear
peculiar
about the
timing.
alligator thing?
No.
No.
David Solomon said that he was abused by a guy who ran a church.
Okay.
And that the guy who runs this church has Sebastian held and is being guarded by a giant alligator
Oh,
in
shut
Santa
up.
Rosa, California.
Stop.
What's wrong
And of
with
course,
people?
Dot ran with it. Like ran with it.
Because it's so
That's
outlandish. Of
It's so
course.
crazy. Right. Right.
But what these people do is they take a little bit of nugget of truth that they can pull from the community,
Mm-hmm.
such as
Mhm.
the teens were or the young adults were outside before law enforcement got there, and they mix that in with all their bullshit, and people believe it because there's a tiny little nugget of truth hidden in there.
Mhm.
This is crazy. This is
Anyway,
what's
I'm gonna hop down. I just wanted to I uploaded
Thanks,
it to my
bye.
short. So you guys I mean, listen, I
Yeah.
don't care about I'm not even monetized. You go watch my short if you want, and
I
so you
want
can hear Dot's
Let me
voice,
grab
like
you.
for the chat. And
Yeah.
remember that voice. He lives downriver in Detroit. It's a very unique voice, very unique
Yeah, once
accent.
you hear
Once
it,
you
you
hear it,
cannot unhear it.
you will not unhear it. Yeah. And if somebody
Mhm.
reaches out to you, to fellow creators and whatnot with, they're an insider, they're a neighbor, they're something, right? They're a school worker. I don't know. They're a clerk at the court, whatever. Just be very careful. Very careful.
Very
And if
careful.
you
I'm
hear their
gonna
voice, record it and then go watch my short to see.
Yes, and bring it to one of us. I'm gonna play this video again so you guys can
Oh
hear
yeah, let's
his
hear it.
voice right now because it is very distinct.
What it is, and it's done what it's done. And I don't want to be affiliated with her. And I want to move forward and do what I can do
Well,
to
to
make
be
things
fair,
better.
though, these are the ramifications and consequences of your
No,
actions.
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
completely fine. I'm just saying that when messages are being read, unless you have proof,
Please
that
send the rest. If I am missing something, the full context, send it.
But what I'm saying to you is that you're reading messages that she's saying to Steve without there's no proof of any of that behind of what
That's
I'm saying.
my entire point, is it not? That she is feeding this to the victim's dad, and it's all bullshit.
I never knew she was even talking to the victim's dad. At the end of the day,
it's just such a distinct voice. If anybody is reached out to and speaks with this voice or
This is why I just have a hard time believing anybody that's like, I talked to somebody's coworker, I talked to so-and-so's neighbor. I just don't believe it. I just don't.
I know.
I think it's all bullshit.
Most of it is 9 times out of, and that's why we were
Right.
playing the Brooks call stuff, because it's just, that was another thing. And then now these mods are exposing that, Brooks knew it was fake. Like,
Well,
it
and
just blows my mind.
actively, quote, pimping out her mods because one of them
I
was single.
know.
That's wild.
Pimping
That's
out
wild.
our mod, isn't that crazy?
Did
That's
she ever
wild.
did they ever show proof of any of that stuff though?
So
Or they
they
just
did on another channel, but it's not a channel I watch, so I did not go and vet whether this is 100% accurate. However, I know Trevor Lee, he's down in the chat. He's had this exact same experience with Brooks, so I tend to believe it. But man, it's a mess.
Wow.
It is a mess.
All right, well, have a good day, you guys. I'm gonna hop down.
All right, thanks,
See y'all
Bobby.
later. Have a good day,
Have a
everybody.
good one.
I'll be in the chat.
Okay.
I'm still sick. I know. What? That's why I said I like randomly stumbled across this a month. I think right now what they're talking about is Michael Vaughn's case and how basically Brooks pimped out Chloe Jade. I was just, when she said that, I was like, what? I don't even know what these people are getting at. Yeah, the neighbor that was with Brooks was the one that brought out the allegations of the pressure washer being sprayed on Sebastian, if that helps refresh your memory.
Wow. Well, this is eye-opening.
It is.
I
It
mean,
really
I feel
is.
for those people that genuinely like get duped by it, whether it's sub or creator, and it's hard not to, especially when you're, you kind of become emotionally somewhat invested in a case. But when feel like sometimes when we start hitting that emotional like breach, we also can have some confirmation bias. So it's like a reset.
So,
So I can see why
Remy,
people may believe them.
yeah, it's easy to believe. It is. Remy said, and that neighbor being a sub named Mark W. I could never 100% verify that. I know Kathy said
That's who
that
it
she heard
was, Mark.
the
I said
voice
Max.
and thought it was, but a lot of us had, like, he had reached out to a bunch of us and we tried to make some connections, and I could never fully put that on him. But it could have been, very well could have been. Very well could have been.
Interesting. But
It's
Agents of
hard to,
Chaos is perfectly titled because they're definitely out there. So
yeah.
but
That
thank you
call
for
still has
having
to,
the
I know.
updates. I'm gonna jump down because I need
All right.
to get ready for the Alabama game in a little bit.
Ooh, have fun. All
All
right. Bye,
right.
Shay. Thank you so much.
Roll Tide.
Nonsense, it does. And I mean, I've seen that in Summer's case, that, there were lies spread that still have, like, the CPS information that was leaked on Ziggy still has a huge impact on that case today. And you can't tell me it doesn't. People continually go into chats spreading this little piece of information or that little piece of information as a fact, and it's like, no, that came from a bogus source. A bogus source. Yeah, I couldn't take it. I couldn't connect it completely. So that's why, like, I never fully put it on him. And there was like 4 or 5 of us trying to, like, we pulled together all the different things that were sent to us, and we just could never fully connect it to him. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this if you guys don't mind. See if
This is good. I'm loving
had a,
this.
Yeah, no,
had a
I love
thing to,
I love your questions because you have good
Yeah,
questions.
they're really good. Good questions.
Because
yeah,
I
no,
think it's,
well, I was just
yeah.
gonna say, if y'all don't mind, because not all of us, I don't know how many people are in here, probably a lot, but not all of us know how we got from like what you just laid out, right, to I guess am I wrong in surmising that now there's been a bunch of Discord, pardon my French, fuckery.
Since
She's
we've left,
doxing
there
people
has
like,
been. She's talked
okay,
about us badly, but when we were in there, we were posting on cases, we were putting articles in there. I was, we were all doing, like trying to read up on every case to get facts to send them over. Like we each had different cases, like we were especially like into, and I found her because of Summer, and that's when I was in my bad place, and I was vulnerable, and I will admit it. I will admit that I was vulnerable, and I was taken in by somebody that I did not think they were.
it happens a lot on the on the internet.
And I can tell you, when she called me a Negro twice, it was because
Okay, I'll hit that again in a second. But that does happen so much on this platform. Like people are vulnerable, they're in vulnerable places. This is kind of what we were talking about at the beginning of this stream 4 hours ago. People are vulnerable, they get taken advantage of by these creators. Like not every creator out here who says the right things and you feel like they are supporting just you solely, like they don't have your best intentions at heart. Again, be careful with your money, be careful with your time, guard your heart, all of those things, because you get sucked in like this and then inevitably it ends up like this. We've seen it time and time again
On the on the internet.
And I can tell you, when she called me a Negro twice, it was because she was upset. Me and my husband went to Hendersonville and put up flyers for Sebastian instead of hanging out at CrimeCon, taking a boat ride with her drunk ass.
With her popping cans of beer and a koozie. Well, I talked to the behavioral panel, which was the most embarrassing thing. And she told me I asked stupid questions because they asked them if they would ever revisit Summer's case 3 years later after all of the things that we've seen in interviews and whatever. She pushed me out of the way and said, Chloe, don't ask such a dumb question. They already made their decision. And Greg from the behavioral panel leaned over and grabbed my CrimeCon badge and said, oh, I forgot to sign it for you. Because I had met them 3 days in a row. And clearly they're the behavioral panel. They assessed me right off the bat and they assessed her. And look what happened. And I was embarrassed.
For her.
And the behavioral panel, Greg, of all of them, pushed her out of the way and signed my CrimeCon pass.
That's so awesome.
Which I never asked for. He did that to deflect the situation of how I was being talked to.
Wow.
So, didn't she also tell you that you should not be or you need to just forget about posting flyers about a certain child and you're like to just forget about that because it's not about that one right now or something along those lines?
Yes.
Yeah, we were told just to do Michael, which I wanted to because I love Brandy and I have talked to her.
I love Brandy too, and I don't want to take anything. And
yeah, they did a little bit ago. I don't remember that. Here, I'll drop you the link for this. I watched this like a month ago, so I don't remember everything that's in here. But we just heard before the whole before Body came up and explained the dot situation. Chloe just spoke out about how she was basically pimped out to Stacey Wandra through Brooks because she was the single one. And I think it was Jules that said that Brooks is not allowed to talk about the case now. So they talked about it a little bit, but there might be more in here than just that. It's a really interesting live though. Again, I don't know the channel. I don't know what the channel's about. There you go.
I didn't want to take anything away from Michael. I just thought, well, if we're handing out Michael flyers, can we put Sebastian's with them? And she said, no, put those fucking things away. His parents are 15 minutes away. They could be here doing that shit, but they choose not to. They don't care. I don't care. Right, Jules?
That's what she said.
And so I took him back to my room and put him away.
Wow.
It's hardcore.
Wow.
But she didn't win. I mean, we put him up in his own town where nobody's been putting flyers up for Sebastian. Nobody.
Nope. And you went and did it, Slim.
I don't care. There are people out there driving around in their car acting like they're doing crap for 12 hours a day. They're not doing anything. There's no flyers. There's so much that could be going on for that boy too. Pig Fest is coming up in Hendersonville. They could sponsor a spot to get his name out there for a big hog roast where a lot of people show up, including bikers.
Yes, which is a big part of like the people that have done rallies for Sebastian.
I'm not even from this area. How do I know this stuff?
Yep. You and me
Thanks,
both. We're
Kelly.
both from the
Right?
same area. We weren't from there. We're not from there at all. We traveled to go there to help.
But Brooks wants to team up with a fraud because she's also a fraud and a felon.
True.
Let's just
So
keep
do
it
you
that
guys
way.
think, do you remember when she interviewed Ernie? And that was a huge uproar, right? People were freaking out. Do you think that was there because what do you think her plan behind that whole thing was? Was she just looking to have more? What was the point of that interview? Because
she has more views on that video than any other video.
Yeah,
Now that to me is insane.
That's clicks and views right there. Content.
And she bragged about it, that it paid her StreamYard for the month.
She sure did.
Okay, so I think with the Ernie interview, if anybody knows what they're talking about here, it's when it was recently, and by recently, 2 months ago maybe, she did this huge interview with Ernie, but it was I think it was the point where a lot of people that supported her started to realize this chick is full of shit.
Like, was that in our Discord calls or was that on
No,
channel?
that was on the live.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Wait,
I was gonna say
StreamYard
that.
for a month? I mean, that's not
It's free.
anything.
Okay, we all looked it up. Okay, you get 50 hours on stream. I have a channel. I haven't started it yet. You get 50 hours on StreamYard, correct?
Well, but what I'm saying is that for a month, it's like $30 a month or $20 a month.
That's what I'm saying, and she does a show every day. So I don't understand because I was so taken in a vulnerable time in my life that I did not see it. And I didn't see it until the way I was talked to and treated, and I didn't like it, and I tried to throw it off like maybe it's a bad, whatever. But when I saw it in person and was said and things were said to me and I was called childish and dumb and stupid and other things when I thought I was an asset and helping, that's when I knew that I needed to go. And that I have I am so much lighter now. I think Jules and Slim would agree. I mean, even though this drama keeps going on that she will not let go, we are happier and lighter since we have left. And we haven't gone back to that channel one time. We haven't watched a show she's done. We don't care. We don't care at all. We just wanted to leave. That's it. Do your own thing. Be a scam and go for it. But leave me out of it.
That's right.
So if you could say one thing to her right now, what would it be? Wow. What do you want her to know?
Wow. I blocked her, so I don't have any interaction because it goes from I love you, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that, to you're a child, you're stupid, you should have, be an adult and grow up and talk to me and all this stuff. And I mean, I've just blocked her because there's no reason. I told her, I said, I have nothing to talk to you about.
So Chloe is done, Brooks. If you're listening, she gone. She done.
Katie, I love you.
Sorry, that girl's fun. That was funny. I don't know.
She gone. All right. Who's next?
Is Avi here? Maybe she should come up because I mean we all have different stories. We've all.
Yeah, I mean, anyone can come up. She gone. So, yeah, Brooks, it's a no from Chloe. It's a no from Chloe. Okay, it's a no. What? How about Slim? What would you want to say to her if she's listening?
Fuck off and go to hell, bitch. I'm done. I've been done. Oh. You know this, and you still won't leave me alone.
Slim, whoever Slim is, she ain't mincing words. She's like, F off and go to hell, bitch. Jeez. Okay, I'm gonna listen to some more. Sorry.
Okay, Brooks, if you're listening, she gone too, bitch. She out of here. She gone. Leave her alone.
I don't know how you recover from telling everybody that a person's a fentanyl dealer. Yeah. Are you freaking kidding me? Okay, if I wanted to go back to my old job today with that kind of allegation, I couldn't.
Yeah.
Allegations. Allegations kill careers. Yeah.
Well, and the same as I have never spoken this out loud, and I won't. I'm not gonna go over it, but I knew something was wrong with Slim left, because Slim was the first person to be nice to me when I came in there, and always was good to me. And I asked her 3 different times what happened to Slim and where was Slim, and I got 3 different stories, and they were each one of them. Around on Sunday with her, completely embarrassed, talked to a lot of people, and I had been there before and met people in the hallway, and made friends with people, and passed out flyers and told them what we were there for. And then that last day, some of these bigger channels that we're talking to that I had met earlier and remember my name and everything were like, "Hey, Chloe." She's like, "This is not your channel. Why do people know your name?" And I'm like, "Well, because I'm just nice." And I walked around and talked to everybody and told them about, explained to them about like Michael and that we were there to advocate for him. And the funny part is that the people that were nice to me, and she was upset. And on July 4th, as we all can attest to, she did a show. I mean, I didn't want to do this. I want to be gone. I just want to be quiet. But on July 4th, she bragged about going to get a 30-pack in the morning before her 9 a.m. show. And she was already down 8 beers by the end of the show.
9 beers. 9 beers.
9. Okay, Jules, thank you. See, Jules even knows more than I do. See, listen to that.
I wasn't there. I was already gone. So,
yeah, Slim, you wouldn't been surprised. The same as me walking around the convention center and her popping cans.
There's a lot of like personal stuff here, but here they talk about researching. I'm trying to skim through the transcript as I play it because I mean, I don't know all their personal drama, but I want to hear the stuff that connects to what she's put out on YouTube as a fact. Let's see. I never ever talked down to her. I never said anything nasty. And so for me to be turned around into being, oh, I was bragging to everybody that I was something that I wasn't, that I'm not a researcher, that I'm not, I'm not saying I'm a researcher. I said I did research. There's 2 different things. If you do research on cases, that's one thing. I didn't say like my job is, I'm a hairstylist. I go to hair every day and make people pretty, go to work every day and make people pretty and make them feel good about themselves. Mm-hmm. Like I was doing, I arranged my schedule to be able to be there in the morning to like, because I thought I was a part of something. You know what I mean? Like, you don't understand what she did. Like, it's so cliche, but it's love bombing and gaslighting. And I think all of you guys would agree.
Absolutely.
Sounds a lot like somebody we call Satanalina around here.
I think, I think non-alcoholics or just non-addicted to anything people have a hard time cutting an alcoholic slack because any slack because there's an expectation that somehow they're going to be on the same level of rational as you may be at that in particular time, and they're a train wreck, obviously. And at the same time, in the same way, the alcoholic has the same trouble with the non-alcoholic because the practicing.
You talk a lot about. Well, and I mean, I've gone forward like 20 minutes. They're talking a lot about her drinking. I don't know if she is or not. That's why I'm trying to skip over that part.
I don't know that. This has. I don't know that. I think alcohol could be a problem. I don't know. I'm not going to go there with that. I think the problem is that she is a malicious, evil, vile human being. I've seen it.
I agree.
I have, and I don't think it matters is if she's intoxicated or not. That's just who she is. Unfortunately, that's who she is. This is the person that you're dealing with, and all of her people. You've seen the Discord screen recordings. They're all rallying around her and cheering her on and encouraging her to keep going.
Yeah, it's crazy. Anyone hasn't seen those Discord recordings that were done by Genghis Bot, who is actually amazing, that we all give a lot of props to.
Are any of the jerks still in here? I don't think so, but isn't Genghis Bot AB's Discord troll? I don't know if any of them are still here. I'm pretty sure that's who that is.
They're not on Genghis's channel anymore, but they're on AB's. So you can easily go back and see what they were saying about us, trolling us in this chat, in AB's chat, like wherever we were. And trying to, it's just nasty. It was nasty things they said about all of us. Connie, horrible things to Connie, who went through a really rough situation, who's not up here right now. Jules, there was some awful things posted about Jules that I cried and did not want her to see. And she did, which I knew she would, but I just didn't want her to see what it was posted. The stories that I was told about Slim, the 3 times I asked, I got 3 different stories. And they were all absolutely ridiculous, and I knew they were lies. That's why I kept asking, because Slim was one of my favorite people when I came to the channel. And instead, the problem is, and what's happened is that good people have left, and we've all stuck together. Like, we're not going anywhere. We're friends. We're bonded. We will stand up for each other to the end of the days.
It's because I've seen the truth in all of this with all of us, and so have you. All of you have seen it. Nobody else has seen it, but and it's not really trauma bonding that we've got going on. It's
not trauma bonding.
We met up, right, because we
already.
connected to our strong spirits, our truthfulness, our integrity, our compassion.
Yeah, and our passion for what we were doing. And
right.
It got turned into, it was only supposed to be about her, is what I was told. And why did I think it was about me? Which I've never made anything about me. I think if anybody knows me, like, I don't try to be the center of attention or any of that. And I know Slim doesn't. I know
Here is they're talking about where she tries to get all of her mods' personal information.
times that I was told that the only reasons why people talked to me was because they wanted to, what me. And so I think that's why they thought I was an easy person to be used. And that's just
Brooks would have never known about AV's belly dancing had it not been for mod appreciation, her members' lives, where she wants all this information about a mod to share it with the family and friends. And then, she turns around and uses that.
Oh, yeah.
Great
By the way,
moment.
Slim, I didn't send any of those pictures to her that she put on that members live. Those were all pictures that she collected from my Facebook page.
No, they were pictures from when you were Meet the Mod, I think.
No, I know. It was on Meet the Mod, but I didn't, how we were supposed to send pictures of ourselves to Brooks for the Meet the Moderator. Those are not pictures that I sent her. Those are pictures she took upon herself to add to Meet the Moderator. I did not send her. I never mentioned anything. I didn't mention anything to her about belly dancing. It's not something that I go around and talk about to everybody.
So right there's proof that she cruises our Facebook pages before she even gets rid of us and gathers information. This is what you guys are getting yourself into if you want to stay with her.
Yep.
Oh, and keep buying her products because you're giving her your address too.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah. That's so bad, man.
And I want to say something. Can I say something hilarious? Can I do this? Connie, can I say this? Please don't be mad at me. Connie took her shitty, low quality, high priced t-shirt and cut the shit up out of it. Connie, come on. You got to be proud of that.
Connie sent us pictures of it. It was great.
Ken Situ, I actually deactivated my Facebook, just to be honest with you, because I was getting tagged with my real name, my middle name, everything. In things that were very inappropriate. But Connie, please don't be mad at me. But that was hilarious that you did that. I love you so much.
I love that, Connie.
Yeah, Connie, you know how much we love you. Shredded. #shredded. Anna Melody said that's cute. Connie's our like backbone here. Y'all don't even understand. Connie's like the one that's like
she's the ringleader. She started it all. It wasn't fucking Ronnie.
She's like, no, we ain't dealing with this. We ain't doing this. Connie should be up here telling her story.
Because every time Brooks would send somebody a message in the group chat, she would send in all caps, blocker, and followed by sometimes followed by some
words that maybe we don't repeat on here. Connie, you should come up. Catch the link and come up here and tell your story. I don't know if Connie likes to go on to panels, but
they're very mean to Connie over there. They always have been. I'm so glad that Connie is out of that. All they want to do is they just make fun of everybody. They try to find something wrong with everybody. But Connie she's the one. She will set you straight.
No.
Yeah, she doesn't want to.
I'm coming on panel. Okay, Connie, I'm sorry. Don't be mad at me. I just thought it would be funny.
The board is that something? We've talked about a little of all that.
Exactly. Because that was one of the things said about me, that I was in a chat. A clone of mine was in a chat, which BS. If she was in here, she knows. She has a clone too.
Mark Tom.
I was yelling at.
Hang on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Fluffy, what are you doing in my chat? Hey. Do you want a problem? Because I don't know what fuck up. Yeah, I think we're gonna get into a little fuck shit now. So I want like doxing and doing all this weird.
Then it goes back to Katie. So maybe it was in the beginning and I missed it. Let me see. Because then it just goes to her doing some other drama stuff that I know nothing about. Let's see. I don't know who Mama T is. Okay, here's where they start talking about it. I'm just gonna listen to this for a few minutes longer. Maybe it was right here.
People aren't really familiar with this person, but this girl named Crime, Lies, and Lies More.
Yeah.
She has been very problematic for people that I like, okay? And it has not been fair, okay? These people that I like are really good people, okay? They are sweethearts. They don't cause problems. They simply were, you know, part of her channel in the background. They were the ones that came up one time defending Brooks, if you guys don't remember. And then we went on about it a little bit more. And I thought that that would have blown over. However, this lady, y'all, is, she wants to call us trash, bitch. Excuse me? No. Okay, first of all, AB pulled your whole asses up and showed your whole asses, okay? He's got some kind of Vegas bot or Genghis bot, whatever. What is it? The mosquito bot? Somebody, a bot is rolling around, y'all. A bot. It has its own channel. It's rolling around in this bitch's Discords, okay? And it is recording. It is infiltrated the Discord, bitch, and it's been recording them, and it is unreal, okay? It has been funny. And this lady, she presents as, well, she did until like all her shit fell out of her, but she presents as very, you know, she's true crime, right? She's got a big time channel. I never got a really good vibe from her, but the girls that I know and like a lot did. And they basically were the backbone of her channel. They were production for her. They got her all the information. They would get the firsthand stuff for her to push, like, so she could be competitive in the true crime department over there.
I wonder how many creators would be good at what they do if they didn't have people feeding them information. And I don't just mean like drama, but like true crime information. Like, I don't feel like a lot of these creators do any of their own actual research. To do a true crime live, it takes a lot of work before you even hit the go live button, a lot of digging and fully understanding yourself before you talk about it. But I feel like there's a lot of, I don't know what else they're calling, cheap imitation content creators who are just pulling together what people have thrown them, kind of like they're saying these mods were doing.
There. This lady totally shit on them, is lying on them, is doxing them, will not leave them alone. They have had to block this woman. They have on multiple occasions told her to stop. They have been manufacturing text messages of Chloe, who's a mod in my chat right there, Chloe J. Sub to her channel if you guys haven't. They've been manufacturing text messages to make Chloe look like she's something she's not. It's just a whole fucking mess, okay? And I'm sick of it. I get it. Okay, Brooks, girl, I'm an alcoholic. I don't know if you're an alcoholic, but I have heard that you are an alcoholic. I'm an alcoholic, okay? I've been sober for 7 years, bitch. It is okay if the alcohol is an opinion. The majority of people's opinions that your drinking is not healthy, they're going to definitely show what the fuck is up and how you are acting like a complete psychopath. And quit sending text messages to people that don't want you to text them. Stop it. No one wants to see your damn cat, okay? Stop that. We love cats, but just stop it with showing your cat, bitch. Okay. Now,
I don't know what's happening here. But okay, if they're manufacturing, I know, I'm like, nobody wants to see your damn cat. But if they're manufacturing these text messages, it just makes me wonder, like, what else is being manufactured as it pertains to true crime? That's where my mind goes. If you're gonna manufacture drama shit, are you manufacturing true crime stuff too?
I have Slim back here. Hello, Slim.
Hi, Katie. It's nice to meet you.
Hello, nice to meet you too. Sorry, I had to kind of like rant a little bit about that because I get so pissed. Like, y'all don't do anything, and they're like bullying you guys because I mean she has a big platform and it's like, you know, she just thinks she can like steamroll y'all and put all this bullshit out and like doxing AV, and it's just stupid. But anyway,
I have to thank you for letting us up here. Yesterday was a little rough for a few of us. I don't know who she attacked yesterday all, but I know
That's what I was wondering, Remy. Like, does she mean another cat? But then Callie, who used to hang out over there, says her black cat named OJ. So maybe she just likes to send pictures of OJ to people. I don't know. I thought it was the other thing too. I was tracking what you're putting down, Remy.
I was texted and bombarded with calls and texts and yeah, lies and more lies yesterday, which is crazy. And they're apparently still continuing to go on along with my legal real name being sent out to people's private text messages. So
why do you think that she is? Oops. Why do you think that she?
I don't know why she wants my real legal name. I think I've given it before anyways. Like, I don't care. You know, I mean, I do, but I don't. You know what I'm saying? I caught a screenshot of her Discord where she told her people to come in and say hi to Connie and I. And the next morning I got a stranger taking photos of my license plate of my car in my driveway. My driveway of a home I own, a car I own, and a stranger taking pictures of it.
What the fuck?
I took a picture of them. Like,
hi, Jules.
What the heck is wrong with you?
Jules, are you there? You're muted.
I can't say definitely she's going real life, but I know she's got people within 10, 15, 20, 30 miles of me. I know who her people are.
Wow.
Do I not know if it was one of them?
Wow. So how did you guys get to this point? Is she just mad because y'all walked away and you're now just telling the truth about her? And I mean, she's just mad and drunk.
Well, she's, I seriously don't, I don't know if it's alcohol. I don't know if it's a UTI. I don't know if it's hormones. I don't know if she's just flat bat crazy. I don't really know. I'm not a doctor.
Are we out here blaming UTIs for doing crazy shit online? Oh, Slim, is this you? Are you this Slim? That's in the or no? But are we blaming UTIs on crazy behavior now? I don't know what's happening.
I've never experienced somebody being so vicious, but I walked away silently for my own reasons, and nobody else even knew. I mean, they've seen that I wasn't there, and they text me, and I tell them all, hey, you know, I'm busy. I'm doing adult things. I'm getting things ready to go to CrimeCon, you know, just the stuff I was doing. But I just walked away, kept myself busy, and tried to stay quiet until the phone call dropped. And then it just kind of went to that, and my reply to that, and then she had a lot more to say, which I gave her grace on because she probably doesn't like what I have to say about her. But, you know, okay, I'll give you a few rants. But now that I'm a fentanyl dealer, as of yesterday, I've now become a fentanyl dealer.
Right. Wow.
Yeah.
So she's saying that you're getting your license plate taken pictures of. Now you're a fentanyl dealer.
She's lied about my family, which is why I walked away to begin with. I think everybody kind of knows that story. If you don't, she lied and said my daughter got married over the weekend, and my daughter-in-law did not get remarried over the weekend, over that particular weekend. And she made some really racial, just bigotry, prejudice remarks.
I do remember somebody, I think Avi and Chloe both told me about that. Was that
more racist people in this community? I know, Remy, like UTIs, hormones, and fentanyl. Like, what? That's my thing. Like, this behavior does not just start out of nowhere at all. Is it a mask that fell off finally, or has it been going on for a long time? I don't think UTIs last for years. If they do, you definitely need to get yourself to a urologist, get that shit checked out. This is crazy. Crazy. Not the girl speaking here, but the behavior.
Like CrimeCon?
Well, that was that happened on May 22nd, which was a couple weeks before CrimeCon.
Okay, around that time.
Yeah.
Because you have biracial grandchildren, correct? Or children?
Yes, I do. Yes,
okay.
I do.
And she has.
I don't know, Audrey.
This is not an isolated incident when it comes to her saying racist stuff.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, yeah. So where is she right now?
I'm sorry.
I don't like this. My computer won't let me just click anywhere and pause. I have heard that before. There's a lot of racial stuff that she talks behind the scenes. That's crazy.
Where do you think she is right now? Is she watching this? Because, like, I would love for her to just either fuck all the way off and just stop talking about these women. Like, leave them alone, okay? Leave them alone. They're not checking for you. They're trying to just move on with their lives, do more stuff without you. Like, they're moving on, bitch, okay? And I'm going to just say it. Like, fuck off, Brooks. They don't want to be your friend. Stop texting, calling, stop talking about them. Stop it.
Stop trying to get our private addresses. Stop sending your minions after us. Leave my mom and dad alone.
She's wow.
Try that
How
on.
old is this lady? How old is she?
She's trying to mess with your mama and daddy? What the heck? If a mod doesn't want to be a mod for me any longer and wants to leave, trust and believe I will happily remove that wrench and let you walk away. I don't want to know nothing about your mama, your name. I don't want to know that now. This is wild. This is wild. That cat has pink eye for sure. Okay. I can't with you. Oh my gosh.
She's younger than I am.
The chat's wild.
49, 48 or 49.
Okay, so she's not like, wow. And also, I know that she did, what did she get in trouble for? She did something unethical with she was in the medical field or something. Is that what happened?
AB, send her the article.
Something like that, but she got in trouble. So she,
wow.
I think AB talked about that, right?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. And what do you guys when's the last time y'all have spoken to her?
I haven't her in over a month, probably 2 months. But she just texted me a few minutes ago.
Oh wow. So Slim, what I was trying to find in here, I thought that there was a section. Yeah, Trevor Lee went on a crazy ride with her. I know that for sure. But I thought there was a part in here where you guys talk about the call with the neighbor. So I don't know if that she did in the Sebastian Rogers case. So I don't know if there's anything you can or you want to tell us about that, but I'll keep playing it. Maybe I'll find it.
What is she saying? Is it the cat picture?
She sent me a picture of the cat, and I keep asking her why she said what she said about the fentanyl, and she won't reply to me about it.
Will you text her and say, can you come to Blame Katie's? We are on the panel and we have questions for you. Or can somebody, because I kind of want to know about this fentanyl shit too, because, around here, a lot of people have been running off with these crazy ass lies saying, accusing people of all kinds of stuff. And I mean, I really you were her friend, right? And now you're a fentanyl dealer or you're on fentanyl abusing it. It's just weird as fuck.
Never even seen it. I don't even know what it looks like. Couldn't tell you. If somebody handed it to me, I wouldn't know it.
Right.
Well, I'm pretty sure if somebody handed fentanyl to you, you'd be dead, because it only takes that little bit to kill you. So I don't understand that. And you can send me a cup. I'll piss in it on the spot. I'll video it. You can test it. I've never had fentanyl in my life, other than maybe when I had a couple surgeries and childbirth twice. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what they gave me, but I didn't go home with it. I do smoke medicinal marijuana. I am legal to do that. I have a doctor that prescribes that for my MS. That's how I manage my MS, because I don't want to be a patient that is on fentanyl eventually.
Yeah. Now, do you have somebody type? Did you hear this? Do you have proof that she said it, or was this hearsay?
I have her text.
Okay.
Like the bombardment of text. I mean, I can read them to you. I'm a two-party state, so it'd be illegal, unfortunately, for me to let them out. But
read them. because we need to get this shit. I want to get this shit squashed because this has gone on for long enough. And I know that this has caused
people that might be in here right now, the people that are in other chats that I know go to her chat, because look, man, just because I'm not down with her, that's on you. You got to learn your lesson with her. But I'm telling you right now, you should take our advice. You need to leave before she does this crap to you. We are not the first. There is a lot more people on the YouTube streets and creators that started at Brooks and left her because of this stuff. And they walked away. They got to walk away quietly.
Yeah. And it seems like when you all kind of like left is when everything kind of just came out.
I didn't know others were leaving. I had no idea. I didn't rally with any of them.
I didn't tell anybody. I did not. The day I left, I did not tell anybody. I just did it. I just left. I left Discord. I left the group. I canceled my membership, unsubbed, everything. Facebook, all the stuffs. I got rid of it so that I wouldn't have to be involved in it. You know, I'm just walking away quietly.
Brutally honest, I for a fact have seen her use like docs. I've seen her do that to Chloe. I've seen her do like a taunting kind of. She did it to AV the other day with a picture and was taunting her like because she knows that she knows that it's her docs, but other people don't. She's done that. She has also made up a bunch of shit about people, just on and on. So yeah, she is a liar. Just from what I've seen, and she's, you know, there've been text messages that have been manufactured, and it just needs to stop. Okay, hey Chicky. But yeah, if you wouldn't mind reading those to us, just so people kind of get an understanding of this lady, how like crazy she's being.
Sure. So I think I was in the bushes of Lip Locks live, cooking dinner, painting, doing stuff at about 2:48 yesterday. I got a text after not hearing anything from Brooks for 3 weeks. Of course, when I say hearing anything, if my phone rang, I sent it to voicemail, or I just let it ring till it went to voicemail and missed it. You know what I mean?
Okay, so she was still trying to contact you?
Yeah, I did a video today on my other channel that shows all the call logs. You know, from
we'll get into that
from May to to now.
Okay,
but so yesterday at 2:48, out of the blue.
What's your channel, Slim? Is it the one you're on now? I was trying to find Chloe Jade. She did start. I thought she started on Facebook too. That's what I've been told. But was Brooks in a different? She was. I'd like to have receipts before I spoke on it, but Nicole B, are you in here? I do believe Brooks was on Twitter in the true crime community as well. I've heard. Allie might know some more. I heard she was on Facebook though. I know some people in two-party states have released stuff anyway to text count, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure Brooks was on Twitter for a while.
She says, you seriously left fentanyl in our room to give to, what the fuck? You knew her room. Why would anyone do that to anyone? And I immediately texted her back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about my language here, okay?
You're fine. We say fuck and shit all the time, okay? You're good.
Are you fucking crazy? Lay off the booze and take a nap. Now, I say that it's probably could be most likely a booze problem, because when that video of her Glunt and her husband on that balcony at Fiddler's Inn in Nashville, she doesn't remember who took that video, who was even there and who wasn't. I guarantee she don't. I know Chloe Jade was there earlier.
She don't know who did it.
No, she don't. She was so drunk, she has no idea who did the video.
Wow.
Yep, absolutely. She has no
idea. And I can promise you, when she says it was me, it was not me. My hand to God, it was not me. I am not a phone person. I'm 51 years old. I was raised without a phone. I don't take phones with me hardly anywhere. I forget to take pictures. Jules, who took pictures of us every time we asked for a picture? Wasn't me, was it? It was you or Rick, right?
That's right. That's right.
I am just not attached to my phone. So, yeah, it could be a booze problem.
Okay.
But to continue on, I told her, or she told me, I'm wide the fuck awake. I knew something was up when you left that in the room. You could have given it to her. I was never in that room without 6 other people in that room, and it wasn't very long. So I don't know
Okay.
how I snuck fentanyl into her room, her hotel room.
That is such an odd accusation. And this was from a long time ago, correct? This whole
No, this is at CrimeCon.
right, but this is from
Yeah, I thought for sure she was on Twitter. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know. We can't afford for me not to protect you. I know that is a huge. I mean, I'm laughing because it just seems so absurd, but it is a huge accusation to be accused of. That's wild. That is absolutely wild. But there is Slim's channel, Sunshine or Shady with Slim, and she does show. I'm not gonna show them, but she does show like there's a video here with like a bunch of messages between her and Brooks. I don't know what else in them, but there's that for those wanting some proof of stuff. And here is Chloe Jade's channel because I was able to click on it through there. No, she has no shame whatsoever in the stuff that she does behind the scenes, in front of the scenes. I don't think Chloe Jade really has anything on her channel. It's just a couple of sharing of stuff. Okay. Wow. But I know it's in here somewhere. Let me drop it again. I'm pretty sure it's Chloe that shares it, talking about the case with Sebastian, or the interview with the neighbor. This is the other guy. When does Chloe come up?
Her out or whatever. I stopped following her a while back when she started posting gratuitous pictures of herself all over YouTube, and it was filling my whatever it's called, my feed, and it's like, dude, knock it off already.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This has been probably about 6 months, maybe 8 months ago or so.
So she was posting provocative pictures.
And they weren't provocative. It's you know how picky I am. I get annoyed. You know, some of these creators are so fucking needy. It's ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Who is just like 18 guy?
fucking.
Who is this guy? Because I like him. I've liked a lot of the stuff he's been saying.
Community posts in like a 4-day period, or 2 or 3 day period, whatever it was, and it's like, okay, I'm unsubscribing.
Oh, okay, I get you. Yes.
Yeah. I'm a bitch like that.
Bedtime Clown is the best.
No, I'm not the best.
Yes.
No, I was just asking about the paid thing because, like I said, it's a large channel, and it seems like what I remember of her is that she stood on no drama ever. She would.
When has Brooke stood on no drama ever? Anyone?
Entertain it. She wouldn't participate in it. Now, this was strictly on YouTube. I was never in her Discord, so I don't know what goes on quote unquote behind the scenes. But either way, from a business standpoint, it seems like a terrible business practice to not keep some people on a payroll of some type, especially when you're that large and potentially bringing in thousands of dollars a month, even if it's only a few grand a month.
Wait, Brooke ain't. Okay, maybe I don't need to know who this
I mean,
guy
you guys
is.
were saying you were doing
Not
research
that
for her, and I
large.
understand, saying that, well, I was doing it for the cause and stuff, but it seems like that would be a terrible. It would be a really good way, I suppose. Another way to put it would be a really good way if you're a creator to not pay people that are doing your research or compensate them in some other way. It'd be a really good way to end up with a situation like this.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's still, like, for me, I wouldn't have cared if there was a paycheck attached to it. I'm just not going to sit back and let people make racist comments about my family and then call me a Negro twice to my face. There's just no way.
Wow.
And if you don't do what she wants to do, then there's a problem. And that's, I have morals.
Here we go. I don't know if you're still in here, nonsense. Here's where she talks about pimping out her mod for to talk to Stacey Wandra, and then I'm gonna shut it down after
values, and I have to draw a line somewhere. I also have a biracial grandchild.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give an example of like you not wanting to do something that she wanted you to do?
Well, I'll tell you flat out. Go ahead, Jules.
Talk to Stacey Wandra. She begged
You'll
me
have to,
to.
you'll have to educate me on who that is. I don't know.
That's in the Michael Vaughn case. He's one of the 4 suspects, and she wanted me to talk to a suspect, and I told her I did not feel comfortable doing that. And she has not been very, like, I don't know, been different ever since then.
Do you know if she approached other people to do the same task?
I did. I'm ashamed, but I did.
I did.
I thought I was doing it to help the case. That's what I was
Yeah.
told. And I talked on the phone with him for 3 days and took a shower and bleach afterwards. And then somehow he got my phone number and he started texting me and calling me, which I had to block him, and asked me for cash apps and pictures of myself.
Disturbing. Did she ever offer you any kind of compensation, not just monetary, but any
Absolutely not. I sent her a birthday present. I sent her housewarming gifts. Like, I mean, we all did things for her. We never did anything. We were told that we were there to help the children, and that's what we were in it for. Like, I'm ashamed. Like, I have apologized to everybody, and I'm ashamed that I was used in this and that I was lied to. When I met her, I was in a very vulnerable place. I had a brain injury where I couldn't walk and talk, and I found my fiance dead because he was worried about me. He relapsed on cocaine, which was laced with fentanyl, and I tried to save him, and then my parents had to send me to a facility because of my brain injury, not being able to walk and talk, and the fact that I didn't want to live anymore. And when I met her, that's when it was, and I told her my whole story, and she told me she was so proud of me, that she was like, what a survivor I am, and just I believed it, and now she's using it against us.
She's using it all against you. Yeah, exactly.
I know.
So Jules and Chloe, I remember you two as mods in that chat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember you guys. We would say hi to each other.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd gone up.
and I'm always nice to everybody. I love everybody. Like, I am the nicest person. Like, that's what gets me, is that all of these fake texts that were put out by me that I didn't really send, that were photoshopped, obviously photoshopped. Like, I mean, it's been shown by AB and Katie. You know, it's really hurtful because when you actually are a survivor from many different things, and you've told your story to somebody and they see you as vulnerable, but then they use it against you, that's what the game is for her.
Well, can I ask you a very candid question on that topic about being used? You all 3 of you have expressed that you were doing it for the cause of missing children, right? You were modding for it, doing research, and even going as far as to talk to actual suspects. You know,
I did multiple interviews, and I was lied to. Yeah.
Right, and then of course, you know, there's work involved with that as well.
I did she says, let me slow it down. She says, I did multiple interviews and I was lied to.
Cause of missing children, right? You were modding for and doing research, and even going as far as to talk to actual suspects. You know,
I did multiple interviews and I was lied to. Yeah.
Right, and then of course, you know, there's work involved with that as well. When you look back, what are you more disgusted by? Are you more disgusted by the idea that you were enabling possibly that kind of creator? Do you see what I'm saying? Or are you more disgusted by what she did to you, according to you guys?
I think that we all saw the light, and we all saw the light at a very similar time, and we all left at different times for our own personal reasons. But it was for me how I was talked to and how I was treated. Jules, I was there for how she was treated. I can't tell you. This was a big group of people that left because they were absolutely troubled and not the people that they were, and they knew they couldn't be a part of it anymore, the lies. And then by the way we were talked to during intoxicated conversations, and that's a trigger for me as well. And it, you know, I left for my own reason, and I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to just fade away like Slim tried to do. And the thing is when too many things happened in a very short period of time to too many of our friends, that the people that we are all survivors, that we are all a team and stick together and we support each other. What happened was we all knew that we were a part of something that we did not even see. Like our eyes were opened. That's it.
Yeah.
I, for one, if I could take anything back after the fact, after I left, if I have one regret, I'm not sure. I don't think so. And I pray every night that I did absolutely nothing to hinder Michael Monkey Vaughn's case.
No, you did not. And she's not allowed to speak on him anymore.
But we shouldn't have even been in that position. And there, you know, did we delay things? Did we speak? I know we didn't help things, because I know now that we didn't even have Ellie's permission to be speaking with him.
And I was told when I did talk to Stacey that everything was going to LE, and that's why we were doing it, and that's why I
Mhm.
did it. And I'm the single one here, so evidently, I guess I was used for the purpose of maybe setting me up as, because remember how she said he wanted a dating game?
Yep. And Shep was going to be on it with you, right?
Well,
No, I mean you and Shep with Stacy to see which one he'd pick. Something like that.
she wanted to
This
do
is
one with
so fucked
Suds,
up.
and then she wanted to
Oh
do one
yeah.
with Stacy. Like there was a couple. Like I don't
So
know, but I
it's
got
all
used as
fucking
the
game for
single
her.
woman.
Let's just be real, okay? Look, I want to be real for a minute. It's all
Okay,
just
go
a
ahead.
fucking game. It's all just a game for her.
Yeah.
She does not care about these kids any more than the man
Nope.
on the moon does. She does not care. All she cares about is the clicks and the views and whoever she can get up on that panel to talk.
That's
You know,
right.
Jules, I don't disagree. It's one of the reasons too why I unsubscribed. I mean, there's a lot of creators. It's not just her, but there's a lot of them that went on and on and on about Summer Wells for 2 fucking years every single day.
Okay, I know we've already covered that part, but yeah, just that whole bit about Michael's case where she basically pimped out her mods to talk to Stacey Wandra. I pray to God they didn't interfere with that investigation. That is insane that they interjected themselves in that manner. Why? What did anyone get from that? It's so messed up. So messed up. That's what Slim said there, but Callie said a minute ago that like she's not banned from talking about Michael. She just chooses not to, and maybe that's for the best after what she did to Brandy, releasing that call and all that crap. That was some BS. Burks is low. Low, low, low. Mm-mm-mm. I don't know, guys. There's just like this stuff, you know, hearing what creators are doing and Dot and all these trolls, and then just the manipulation of creators, like preying on your heartstrings, and just be careful. Yeah, she did Brandy wrong big time. I can't believe it, but that's why I don't want to get close to family members because I'm worried about like saying the wrong thing in an interview, and then there's these people recording these people and putting out their phone calls. It's wild, absolutely wild. But I'm gonna hop off here, guys, and get some stuff done. We've been here for 5 hours, which is not a long deep stream, by the way. That's not very long. I'm gonna try to start listening to more of the stuff going on and keep up with it. Let me drop. Okay, here's Body's channel again. If you're not subbed up to her, knew her. She does good work, and she's gonna fix the. If you were in here earlier, she's gonna fix the um Google Drive that she did and take the names off of it. So that's awesome. Let's see, who else do we have? We've got Melissa Jade's channel up. I need to like save these somewhere. And I have Allie's channel up too. Try to stay out of the muck on these streets, y'all. It's messy. Messy, messy, messy. I have been. I've just been busy moving and taking care of life. And honestly, the things that I have listened on to or listened to on here, I'm just kind of like, nope, back out quickly because it's wild. And you know, seeing more and more of this stuff come out, I don't know. Let me do a poll really quick since there's. I like it when we get small chats like this. Let me do one really quick. Do you want me and Gavel to go over the first Terry Lynn and Seth interview? Do you guys want to hear that? Are you sick of people going back over interviews? Let's see. But you know we wouldn't like dog any of them, so that's I guess where the difference is. We'll just leave that up for a couple seconds and then read through. I have not. What did he do recently? Listen, nonsense. In the last 11 days, I've only listened to 2 lives pertaining to Sebastian. 2. So it's just been too much. But what has he been up to? Let me pull up his channel. I almost typed in slivers on the scene. That won't work. He did a live 20 years ago. Or a video. New information, breaking information in the case. You know who I actually thought about reviewing, and I'm very disappointed in the Mob Crew because I've always liked the Mob Crew. But the crap that he's doing with these videos and live streams over and over and over about the light stuff, it's crazy. Yeah, everybody loves Gavel. I gotta finish listening to it first before we go over it, but it's an interesting one. I'm pretty sure she also has the phone call with Robin. And the only reason that we would be going over it is not to pick apart Seth or anything like that, but there's so much information that's in that stream. And for me, like I said earlier, that is the pivotal moment in this case where things escalated to chaos. And I think that it was helped along and pushed along by others in that very live stream. You can see Seth's demeanor, attitude, the things that he says about Chris and Katie, even Sebastian, change right there in that live stream. And we get to watch it progress from there on out. And I've heard like some clips and things that Jonesy and Allie and the girls in Gavel's Discord have told me, like a lot of the misinformation stems from the fact that people never either they didn't watch that interview, they don't remember what was said in that interview, or they've just manipulated it. It's crazy. I know, but and it's going to be hard because I'm very frustrated about it because I actually liked him. I've enjoyed his content. I don't know him personally to like him, but I have enjoyed his true crime content in the past. So it's very disheartening the way he's going over those videos over and over and over again. And then someone sent me this. I will show you guys this if you know what I'm talking about. Where he edited the someone thinks they caught him photoshopping. And I have to agree. It looks a lot like it. What's funny, let me show you this. What's funny about this channel is back before I ever even really knew who Brittany J was, she accused me, or didn't accuse me, but she thought I was this channel Dear Terms of Service, because if you take it down to the initials, it's DTOS. I don't know, but I'm not, honestly.
Mob Crew and his really dumb series of flashlight videos that he continues to post on here and on TikTok. I was going to leave this alone, however, I saw that he posted another flashlight video yesterday, and well, this just needs to stop already. Mob Crew is pulling a fast one on you all, and it's rather fucked up in my opinion. Allow me to show you the fuck shit this guy's playing out here. You see, I like to do my own work instead of relying on others' work that's telling a story, a bullshit narrative, if you will. When I was playing around with the overlay that Mob Crew was using, I quickly realized what this con man is trying to sell you. Look here. Mob Crew introduces this mystery 4-door sedan, right? It's this mystery sedan that he continues to place in the road, and he continues to say that he just doesn't know who this 4-door sedan belongs to. But wait, he does. Wait till you see this horse shit. All right, what I did here was use a Google image of the neighborhood that Mob Crew is focusing on from December 2021. I used this image so that it would look more similar to how things looked in February 2024. But this guy, what a piece of work. Anyway, this is where he introduces an image of a 4-door sedan. But watch
You
what he
too,
does here.
nonsense.
He's about to change that 4-door sedan you saw into another one that also he built into this overlay. This scary music he added is such an over-dramatic touch. Watch what happens here. Well, I'll be damned. Look how that car that mob crew built into this overlay and fits like a glove over the neighbor's car in their driveway. Let's watch that
Look
shit
at that.
again, close-up style.
He put it down for you because it's like, tell me that's not it. Tell me he didn't overlay the neighbor's car.
Close-up
Tell
style.
me.
Ain't that some shit? So kindly go tell this motherfucker that the mystery's solved and to run on somewhere else with his bullshit. Messing around in an active kids case. What a piece of shit, man.
I don't know that I'd be that harsh on it, but like, just look at it. These videos. How many are we up to? 1, 2, 3. And this is all just the light video. It's all the same thing. Let me go to his, check his live. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 strange lights. 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm just looking at the ones about the lights. 11, 12, 13. 13 live streams just about the lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 videos. And then whatever he has on members, because I can't, you can only see like the ones right here on the front page. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 more on members only. All about the lights. What? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. He's not working close with law enforcement. Give me a break. Give me a break. What is wrong with people? He believes Brooke's husband is no. Goodness gracious. All right, guys. I gotta get off of here and get some. I'm gonna set a goal of like 2 boxes unpacked to finish out today. I can't believe he believes Brooks' husband is ex-law enforcement. The channel just played was legit and exposing Natasha. See, I don't know anything about the Natasha Cooper drama. I never watched her. I know they call her, what is it, armchair lady or whatever, recliner lady, but I don't really know anything else about her. All right. Thank you, Kate the bestest. Y'all have a great weekend. I'll see you when I see you. Love, love.